Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Greetings and good night, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tours and Investments, and I'm with my good brother, Genesis from Genesis Radio and Black African Infrastructure Organization. And yes, family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood. Welcome to our program. Welcome to our connection to you, our connection from America to Africa, Africa to America, keeping the nation building strong. How you doing, brother? How you feeling today?
I'm doing good. And also, like I said, as we see now, this is like one of the only real Pan-African channels that's left, and we're going to talk about that tonight. How everybody else went off the deep end with buffoonery and clownery. Let me tell you something, right? The Pan-African movement, nation building, is about nation building. It is the most serious thing in Black America. Like the Black Power movement was also tied to Black Power and Africa, Pan-African links and everything, geopolitics and everything. This is the most serious thing you can engage in as a Black man in America. So we have to do respect to this movement, right? And we can't let clowns and buffoons and idiots and morons be the face of it, So that's what we're talking about tonight, and con artists.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, brother. And family, let's get right into the subject, the topic. So we call this one the Miseducation of Pan-Africanism and Nation Building. Con artists and false idols are misleading us. And this is the Afrikstan analysis, and you're live with Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba, family. And we're here to keep it real with you. We're here to keep it strong. And before we get into our scheduled program, let me share details of our scheduled journeys coming up for our reconnection to Africa. And then we'll get right into the topic. And Genesis has a whole lot that he wants to break down and share. And last night, we lit the place on fire. We had our good brother Chief X in, and challenging people to be critical thinkers and people to be researchers and people to not just accept what's been told to you, because a lot of times what's been told to you may be education or it could be miseducation. You never know. But if you just continue to carry on, doing what we're doing, we may find out after 300-400 years that we've been going in the wrong direction. And by that time, everybody already conquered the world. And the only thing that we could be is their slaves. So it's always key to challenge these things. And, because the goal is to step the bar up to to a higher level, because right now in this world of Pan-Africanism or Black conscious or, anything dealing with this, us as a people, the bar is set very low. So we're here to raise the bar and up the standards and keep our people accountable and represent to the highest level to where we can give you proper guidance and direction based on our expertise and our connections and network in Africa. Because that's what it's about, family. It's about us, still building that Black power corporative economics, still looking out for each other and making moves together. Nothing has changed. But I do realize that we're caught into a world of this individuals. Even some of these people who make it seem like they are, they're for us, or they're trying to guide us, or they're trying to build something with us, or whatever they're trying to do. But when it comes to the practical aspect of it, you ask them, who are you really working with, and what are you really building for our people and the future? So we won't get into it because a lot of these people that you worship, you look up to, or like my brother Genesis explained, they're Pan-Africanists in name only, and I would go so further, to call some of them, basically con artists and false idol. And some of them, love to be worshipped. That's why they talk. So they get on platform and talk all nice and good to you and everything. But, that's not what we're here for, family. We're here to keep it real with you. We're here to give you a practical connection, and we're here to connect you with our mission and a vision that we're both working on together to connect us to Liberia for repatriation investment, all that good stuff. As we've seen certain failures in certain countries and certain struggles that we've been dealing with in certain popular countries, whether it's Senegal, Gambia, or Tanzania. We see those struggles. And so we've been able to work together and trying to create you the best next thing. We're trendsetters. And Genesis has been in this game for a while, so he's a part part of being a trendsetter is, we're creative and innovative with ideas of or what's next happen in African country. I remember when I was telling people back in the days about Ghana, and not saying that you're not taking sole credit for anything, but it's like you're part of that spark and that energy, just like we're sparking the future of what people are going to be talking about in the future of Liberia, and it's based on your great analysis and research, and based on our collective game plan on how we can approach and present something new and incredible for our people. So family, let me share with you some details from our website, and then we're gonna get into this. And I'm sure my brother Kala Genesis is ready tonight. All right, yes. So family, this is our website, africafortheafricans.org. And as I'm always telling everyone that's interested in doing any kind of business or anything with us, you can find all of our information on our website at africafortheafricans.org. And from there, you'll find all of our Africa tours schedules, all 7 countries that we have on the list. And that's Liberia, Egypt, Senegal, Gambia, Tanzania, South Africa, and Ghana. And then our investment is Black Star Pan-African Community, and our other aspect of investment beyond that community real estate development project is basically doing repatriation and investment conference. We have one scheduled for we have a schedule on the Liberia and the Ghana tour, and that is very important based on what we're pushing, because what we're trying to do is we're looking to push and connect us more back into our West African connection as a people. I see, and it's we have tour scheduled all over Africa from as I mentioned, Egypt, Tanzania, South Africa, but our goal is to really push the repatriation and investment in West Africa, and that's where we have our direct connection as a people. Not saying that other parts of Africa doesn't have anything to do with us, and that's not a debate that we want to get into, but we do have to prioritize or give priority on what our vision and our mission is. And these are some of our beautiful photos from those different journeys. You see happy group, happy energy of those of us reconnecting and enjoying an experience on the African continent. So as we scroll down, you're gonna see the schedule right below the logo. And what we have is our next Journey of a Lifetime, and this one is coming up in the next few months, as a matter of fact, 4 months from now, and that is Tanzania Roots and Culture Tour, November 16th to the 27th. And that is our 4th Journey of a Lifetime to Tanzania. So the usual situation, click on the link and view all the details, and just reach out to me so we can get you going and set, because time is going by. Next journey is South Africa Roots and Culture Journey. That's December 24th to January 4th. So these are both in the next 4 and 5 months. So we have a decent size group for both of them, and looking to add on a few more people. So we still have time for those who just want to jump on a journey that's ready to go. Those are the 2 ones that's ready to go. And then we have Liberia, our feature journey for the beginning of the year, and that's March 29th to April 9th. So that gives you a little bit more time. And then for the next 2 coming up after that, and that's Ghana, July 11th to the 23rd. So that's a year from now. And then Egypt, November 21st to December 2nd. And that gives you a little more time. So we have a schedule to where you can just pace yourself based on the flow of the schedule. So whether you want to just jump in on something that's going on now, or something that gives you time to just get yourself organized, it's all up to you. And the dates are clear, and then all the price details and everything is subject to change based on your commitment, or until you make a commitment. So these are the details that we have set, and you can scroll down and you'll find additional details. Tomorrow we have our conference call. That's Sunday, July 16th, and that's at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you just go on the website here and you just click on the Zoom link, and then you just join the conference call. And then if you're in one of the WhatsApp group, based on you being one of the members of one of the tours I talk about, then the link will be sent to you, and then if you're on the email list, the email will be sent to you also. So that's what we have as far as just going through all of the tour schedules and the tour information is a monthly conference call. And once this one is finished, I'll put up a few more back to back and keep on keeping you updated. And this is a link to all of the conference call recordings. So once you click on this link, you'll see all of the previous recordings. And this goes back a long time, a good at least 10 years. But that's what we do. We just keep documentation together and just want to show everyone just the growth of what we're doing as a people, and just us out here just making it work and putting the energy in, and not making any excuses or giving any reasons. And what we have is just lots of links to social pages, whether it's Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and just lots of videos and pictures and documentation. And these are our last 2 journeys out of 30 plus journeys that we've taken over the last 17 years as far as Africa for the Africans tours and investments. So you scroll down and you see many other group pictures like this. Most of them are with the t-shirts just to show the color, the energy, and just us connecting. So family, let me get back to our scheduled program with my good brother, Collagenesis. Yes, brother, Collagenesis. So there we are, family. Within the next 8 months, we're right there in Liberia. So I'm sure you're ready for that journey. I'm sure you're ready for that energy, and you can always share any information that you literally just want to share with us.
Yeah.
And, in the time between us talking about the general topic itself,
It all ties in.
Yeah, let's always just mix what we're doing in Liberia as far as the history, the culture, and things like that. So that's what we're doing, family. We're giving Liberia a full boost of energy and all the things that we're doing, and we're gonna really push it. And that's we're gonna deliver for you, so you can see that we're serious, because we need to have at least one country where it's literally a serious country for repatriation, and serious country that's ready to just lay out all the things that we need to lay out. That way we can have what we need to have to make this movement work, because we have seen so much of our people energized, brother. I remember when I first got into this movement about 20 years ago, so much people energized, and then 10 years later, so many people just making a move to Africa, and then next thing you know, there's so many people disappointed, and so we're here. And I'm not saying we're just going to fix the problem overnight. We're just here to provide you solutions and offer you something tangible. So yes, my brother, Collagenesis, let's get into it. Let me pop back up the subject one last time, and just let me know where you want to start or set it off at, and we'll just get it going. So family, tonight's subject again is the miseducation of Pan-Africanism and nation building. Con artists and false idols are misleading us. So what you think about that, brother? Just like that direct line.
That's a perfect topic for tonight, as I've been talking about, right? And first of all, I want to preface by saying is I'm not here to judge anybody's Pan-Africanism, which I am, right? But I'm not pointing at anybody things. I know some people in their heart, they believe they're doing the right thing and everything. But when I came on the scene, right, and I've been on YouTube now for 5-6 years, whatever, people, tens of thousands of people, now 100,000 have heard my messages and everything, videos played and everything. But it seems like people want to keep doing their own thing. They don't want to listen, right? They don't want to unify. Everybody wants to do their own thing. People want to basically mix this Pan-African movement up with their own personal ideology, whether it's conservatism or liberal Marxism, progressivism, feminism, whatever the hell you talking about, right? But nothing leads towards what we call Pan-Africanism, towards nationhood, right? If you are Pan-Africanist, right, that means that you are in the West. You recognize that your ancestors were stolen Africans. Me and my brother tonight was sitting there by the pool. I had jumped in the pool, had a good time. He was playing reggae music, right? And he played Bob Marley's song, Buffalo Soldiers, right? And one line of that song, he said, stolen from Africa. You understand what that means? We're Africans stolen in America. what you see when you see Black America is a crime scene. You know, no matter what people say, Black America is a crime scene, right? We shouldn't be here. Okay. Now, circumstances happen where this is how we live and everything. This is who our country is. I get that, right? But when you can either do two ways. I'm telling you right now. I'm only accepting people in two things, right? Like Chief X, my brother Chief X, right? He's just like, yo, look, we're in America. We're America's everything. I respect that 100%, right? And then you got so much saying, look, man, we could take what we have right here and also build in Africa, right? Two ways, right? But what we're not going to do is sit in America, complaining about America and everything. And then when I offer you a reasonable something to believe in, how about in Afrikstan? How about a nation of our own on the African continent? How about building Africa? You don't want that either. So you don't want to leave America, right? You don't want to embrace America, all that it has to offer, education, everything. I had a friend of mine just tell me the other day that his son just got a job in Colorado, $93,000. There's people out there, Black people out there doing great things in America, living a good life, you know, good families, you know, just building their families, doing really well in America. You know, there's Black businesses opening every day. You know, there's a life in America that you can have if you embrace America, right? And then there's other people say, look, you know, I want my American dream on the African continent. I want to be control of the context of my own reality. Okay. Other groups of people, when they come to America, they understand that one thing. They see America as a white country. Okay, I'm not going to change America, right? I'm not going to change everything. They just care to get what they can out of it. Black America is different, right? We've been here just as long as white people. So we're the only group of people that really believe that we could change America into this multicultural thing like that. And then when we go do that, right, we get disappointed when the white people say, okay, you know something? We're going to make America diverse and everything. And then they pick everybody but us to be inclusive with. And we're back to square one and say, damn, where did I get my head? Where did we get our dogs sicked on us, water hose sicked on us and beaten for, just so the Chinese could make up 30% of Harvard? Just so the Chinese could get special protection from the Biden administration? Just because illegal aliens could get full everything when they just across the border? Is that what we fought for? So and also Black people get absolutely nothing out of this system. Specifically, Barack Obama, so-called first Black president, said, "I'm not going to do anything specific for Black people. I'm just trying to help America." Well, other groups of people, okay, we got to deal with this group of people. So that's what you have. Okay, you gambled on America, and America took a huge shit on you. Okay, now if you say, you know something, I don't care about that collar. I'm American. I'm proud to be American. Everything America's good for me. Hey, I got no problem with that, right? But I'm done with the people who keep online every day talking about how racist America is and everything. If you really believe that America is irredeemable racist, how come you're not embracing the idea of a nation of your own on the African continent? For me, I can't understand. As a college genesis and Bomani are the only people that say, oh, if you really have a problem with America and everything, history and everything, how can you not talk about we need an Afrikstan? We laid with the definition of an independent, autonomous territory, everything. We got prototype models all over the world of these new smart cities that are being part of. How come we not talk about working with African governments, right? And saying, look, you know, we need land, we need territory and everything to build our own infrastructure on the African continent. How come nobody's talking about that? How come we're the only group of people? How come the Black African Infrastructure Organization is the only one talking about that as a solution to what you say America's a racist country? You know, that's because we have a lot of Painos. What is a Paino? A Paino is a Pan-Africanist in name only. Okay? A real Pan-Africanist believes his end game is that we one day could have a nation of our own. Now, they say, well, that's impossible. We never left America and everything. And I was on Kaizo's show the other Thursday night, right? And he asked a question. He said, why don't we know much about Liberia? And I broke it down. I sent you the video clip, Bomani, if you want to play it a little bit. Liberia I don't blame white people for why Liberia was not like that. I blame the so-called, not even so-called integrationists, right? But I blame the people who call themselves black radicals and everything like that. They completely never talk about the fact that there was a movement to build a nation of our own, and people were going to this country building a republic of our own, a constitution that was written for us and everything, and building a life for ourselves on the African continent, right? It's not. I blame the integrationists like Charles Spurgeon Johnson, Thurgood Marshall, all these people that were integrationists. They wanted nothing to do with a black republic, right? These people want to be full Americans. They want America to one day be colorblind and all stuff like this and everything. Hey, that's what they want to do, right? But we left it at we black people should have known the truth. We should have known that things. Like I tell people say, I had no idea. I tell them about Liberia, and I like, really? You know, I said, you mean to tell me you never heard of Joseph Jacobs Roberts? You had never knew that black people had settled this country and built this country from the ground? No, I never heard this. You know, strange how this country is not known among the 45 million black people in this country who call themselves the most educated black people in the world. Know nothing about this country. You think that's any accident? No, it's not any accident. Now, when we talk about, that's why they always talk about Africa independence movement, right? Right? They talk about Ghana, right? They talk about Ghana. Oh, Ghana got it in 1957. This country got the independence and all this independence movement in Africa and everything. They never talk of the fact that, you know, there was one country that was independent all along, and that black people from America, the Caribbean, everything built it. So, like I said, if you don't understand this history, if you don't care about this history, you cannot call yourself a real Pan-Africanist, because real Pan-Africanists really want to know the whole entire truth. That there's this black America, not only just Liberia, right? People don't even know that the first actual community in South Africa was black African Americans, right? Who worked for American companies and everything. And Johannesburg was originally a black African American township and city. People don't know that history. That those African Americans that went to and lived in the Congo, you know, that had missionary work and stuff like that, lived in the Congo. People don't know who George Washington Williams was. He was an African American from Philadelphia who explored the Congo, you know, and wrote letters indicting King Leopold. You know, he wanted to build a black American state, and for the diaspora to return and build the Congo, right? You don't know about all this history and everything. It's completely erased. So if building in Africa and rebuilding Africa is not part of your plan and everything, you cannot call yourself a real Pan-African. It's not enough just to go to Africa and just live, right? You have to build that pipeline and that way to the continent for your people from America. And that's what people talk about. You got President Ruto of Kenya talking about, oh, African Americans, you were able to come over here and live and everything, but there's no plan. Where the Pan-Africanists organized saying, okay, if you're going to give us free visas, okay, this is what we need. We need land. We need this. We need access to the Kenyan stock market. We need bonds. We could raise bonds and everything to build infrastructure. None of that's happening. I didn't even say, let's say put aside the actual happening. The conversation is not even happening. And this is what I'm talking about. And the people will waste your time on YouTube talking about Pan-Africanism and everything like that, about what and beat black people in America up for what they don't have currently and everything. But you call yourself a Pan-African, you say, gee, you know, President Ruto of Kenya said this. Let's take him up, or let's organize. You know, let's see what we can do. Let's get with the intelligentsia. Let's get with the black business community. Let's get with the repatriation community. Let's see what we can build here. None of that. Do people reach out to Bomani and Kala and say, hey, look, man, you know, let's build something? No, you know. Nobody. And these people will actually go around, call themselves Pan-Africanists, you know, and this is what we're talking about, the Miseducation of Pan-Africanists tonight on Bomani Tyehimba show.
Yes, my good brother, College Genesis, excellent breakdown and introduction. And yes, family, you know, we're dealing with a miseducation of a movement that's it's taken us in the wrong direction, and it's being run by con artists and false idols, and we're dead serious on that. And if you want to know who those people are, all you gotta do is turn on YouTube. You'll see them. You see them. You've been watching them for the last 10 years or longer. Yeah. And then new ones are popping out the woodworks every year, you know, because they all want to be content creators. and things like that. They want to have a career in content creating, to where they're creating fake content instead of being real with our people and putting together tangible options and things that we should do. So that's what my brother College Genesis is breaking down, family. And that's what we're talking about. And this is a serious problem.
Like Daddy, we had show and tell today and everything like that. My friend over there was a police officer. This other friend said he was a thing. I said, I got up and said, they said, what did they do? My dad's a content creator. And the whole class laughed. My dad's a content creator, on YouTube. And the whole class laughed, Daddy. Why is that, Daddy?
Well, during career days, that's what they're going to start having, man. They're going to start having those options to where, they're going to have a big YouTube sign right there, and someone sitting there and tell them how much you could be a content creator and go out there and just use your phone and your camera and camcorder and things like that and shoot quality stuff and creating. I mean, it's something that I'm not saying that people can't make careers out of these things. Just like you can make entrepreneurship out of just about anything. But at the same time, too, these medias and these networks that we create to share information and things, I don't think that was ever the sole purpose of it, but that's what people have literally turned it into. They've turned it into many different things. And these things are tools that we as a people should just be able to educate ourselves to use to be able to push our movement, and just like we're on here talking about Pan-Africanism and nationhood, we're using this platform to share those things. And, if you click on live on this channel, you'll see this a list of videos, primarily just me and College Genesis. And then from the title to the conversation and things like that, we're being real with you as far as just everything that's going on in this Black Power Pan-African world. And but people find it more interested to go watch other people. I just saw, it's like you pop certain things up and then you see the title and then you see 6, 7, 8, 900 people live watching, 1,000 people watching. But then, you understand, you ask yourself, what's the level of substance of what they're talking about? But, we're on a platform that's a media platform that you can watch on your TV. So it becomes a form of entertainment versus a form of education, and just us, pushing, uplifting ourselves and, really just setting ourselves for this, using it to just build Black empowerment. But that's not what I see. What I see is just the clown and the buffoonery show, and this any chance to just create something falls and then make it into a living, because that's what people are using now. People have turned this movement into just something that they can make a living from, or something that they can just get over on people from, versus you can still make a living and things, but it's like, are we gonna destroy this movement? Are we gonna just prop it up to where it's something respectfully, or is it just gonna be something that's based on this entertainment and this clowns and fools, or this people that's chasing, doing ambulance chasing, every little story about, something going on here in Africa, something going on there in Africa, as far as this things just being, things didn't work out for people, and some people just glorifying those things. It's just a lot of confusion, brother. So I'm telling people, you've been miseducated and misguided.
The white man knew this, right? Because I was like, I was wrong, man. I gotta apologize to the world, man. 2006, right? I said, you mean to tell me, man, that Black people cannot communicate with the internet and everything? I thought that the Black Power movement, everybody's gonna get together, man. We're gonna do it. Man, was I wrong? Man,
yes, brother, we're both wrong.
I was wrong. I thought we got the internet, we can upload videos, we can share stuff by each other, we can communicate and whatnot. We always talk about we don't have no media, we don't have no communication. We got more people online communicate every day, and nothing's getting done. Nothing's getting done. You got the tools, right? You say, every time it's like I had this one guy, right? That was a BAIO guy. One guy I was sending to Angola a couple of years ago, right? And that's when I started thinking about this, right? I said, we got the Ning site, we got YouTube, everything like that, right? He said, Colin, what we need to do for the movement is build a platform where everybody. I said, dude, we got Zoom. We got talking to each other is not doing anything, We got the means to communicate, You could be on Zoom and there can be how many people Zoom? You can have 1,000 people listen on Zoom, Now you even got TikTok. You don't even have to do that. You can be on TikTok communicating. But what do you see people on TikTok doing all day? Just talking. 700, 800,000 people listening, just talking. You got the communication. The white man knows even when we give these Negroes communication and everything, you still ain't going to do anything. You ain't going to move the needle. Politically, economically, everything like that. You're not going to move the needle. With all these people online, where is the Buy Black movement? Where's the Buy Black movement? Why everybody say, you know something, we got 1,000 people in this chat room right here. Download the Buy Black movement app, right? The next time you go to purchase something Black owned, right? We're going to do this and everything. And then we have people being forceful about it, right? Did you buy Black or whatnot? Okay, if you didn't buy Black or whatnot, we're going to give you 2 months right there to show that you ordered something on the Buy Black app, or we're going to ban you, or we're going to ostracize you and everything. We don't have any of that, And so why you say that, Carl? It's because the Buy Black movement, if we don't basically support Black businesses and everything, what are we doing this for, right? And we can't even talk about nation building, right? And we don't even support Black businesses in America.
It's a key function of nation building. One of the simplest key format of nation building is supporting Black business and building Black enterprises, and building it for a legacy to where we pass on to our children, our family, and be able to just be more in a competitive situation. But it's like, if you can't go out there with your Black dollars and put them in Black hands to do business,
and now
how do you get to the next level of what we're talking about?
You got the technology. You got there's this Black-owned soap-owned company right there in Atlanta, Georgia, right? Well, I think I sent you the video, right? We might play it. I think I sent you the video.
If you just sent it, yes, I can look it up.
No, let me send it to you again. Black-owned soap company, right? And the guy was saying they make 300 units per hour now, and it's just the soap thing like that we manufacture, right? Everybody that either owns like a laundromat or does laundry business and everything should be on there saying, oh, let me get my order in, let me get my order in. It's a Buy Black movement, that thing. Everybody that has a YouTube channel and everything should be like, yo, look, make sure you order from this person and everything, and that shows me when people are serious, right? And
there you go, brother. There you go.
And the person shouldn't have to. I understand business on that. You want, you got to advertise, man. Give me $400 and I'll play your video before my video starts, and all this kind of stupid, goofy stuff like that. I like this. I'm not telling people how to run their YouTube channel. I know you try to make money and everything like that, but be reasonable. The ultimate goal is to promote Black business. That's what I thought this was all about. And so therefore, the Buy Black owned app, right? And me myself, right? I used to have the app a long time ago, but it was like several of them, right? And so therefore, when the ADOS FBA movement came around, it sort of died. Why? Because Yvette Carnell and all these people were saying, oh, that do for self and everything. And people started getting into that, getting away from the Buy Black, right, to talking about reparations. We need reparations. So the Buy Black movement is the ultimate thing of nation building. Because if you're buying, if you have a product and you have a service and everything, and people are buying your product and service, and you're buying other people's product and service, that's part of nation building. What keeps the Japanese together? They do business with each other. They buy each other's product. They buy each other's services. If you sell everything from insurance to banking to mortgage, and you could do it nationwide and everything, and somebody says, you know something, I want to get to such and such legal services, right? He's in my state one. I'm gonna contact him before I look into the yellow pages and everything. We have a support system, right? That right there, when you're organized on that level right there, that's something that you could take to the African continent and say, look, we're organized. Look how much business we do with each other. We do so many $1 billion a year worth of business transactions. And it calculates how much being bought and sold and transmitted and everything like that, right? But we can't even think to even do that. Now, the average Black person is like, hey, Black. But you would think the people who call themselves about Black empowerment and Pan-Africanism would be leading that charge, and it's not happening. Show me anywhere where anybody that's a prominent Pan-Africanist and everything ever talked about buying Black. When's the last time you heard Umar Johnson talk about buying Black business? Buying Black. Never. Show me anywhere where anybody talks about buying Black anymore. It's all about clicks, views, and likes, and who can get on this show and everything, and denigrate other Black people for what they're not doing and everything. Nobody ever says, you know something? If we were buying black people spend $1.2 trillion a year in this country. Okay. 99% of that is bought by people who don't look like us, who are not us. What if we took 10% and we bought 10% of what we spend, our spending power, just on other black businesses, man? We would launch businesses. Businesses would make so much money. They could go to banks and they could save this, and we'd be in a position of power. We would not be powerless in this country. We say, yeah, we're doing good. You know, during COVID, right? And after COVID, right? A lot of businesses were hurt, right? But on this one app, right? I think the DoorDash app, right? And Uber Eats app, right? They put a marker on businesses that were black owned. And when they did that, they said black businesses said, yo, we saw a 60% increase in our revenue. When people knew that this was black, they would flag and say, this is black owned. And even some white people were like, hey, look, let me support a black owned businesses. You know, well, money's money. But what I'm saying is, since that, if that works, right, the buy black movement actually works, right? You don't see anybody who calls themselves pro-black, and that you can't be pro-black and not talk about this, right? And people, there's a movement now where our good brother O'Shea Jackson is accusing Boyce Watkins of being a fake pro-black. I think that's really has a lot of balls. Somebody calling somebody not pro-black, because to be honest with you, none of us have been doing the pro-black work, the real pro-black work as is. So nobody, when you point the finger, you got to point the finger back at you, right? When's O'Shea Jackson ever said, look, let's support the Buy Black movement, you know? I remember one time he was supporting a lot of independent platform people, and he helped a lot of people get into YouTube and stuff like that, right? But I'm talking about the pro-black movement as far as like buying black and stuff like that. I do hear Boyce Watkins talk about buying black, you know, whether he talks about anything specific or anything like that, right? I think I still think that's on his mind, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to back up a little bit, how can this one person judge this other person and call him a fake pro-black? Because in the science and the theory as far as black cooperative economics, you know, Boyce Watkins would be more of a pro-black than other people, not taking a side or standing up for him.
Right.
But as far as just even some, you know, simple basic ideology, just basing things on economics.
Because there's a pylon. Boyce Watkins are going back and forth. Corey Holcomb, they squash the beef. So everybody think it's open season on Boyce. And you know me, I don't really like Boyce Watkins, right?
I'm gonna come with some. Nobody likes Boyce. Everybody thinks Boyce.
Nobody really he's not a likable type of person. But one thing about me is I'm fair. You know, I'm fair. You know, I'm fair. You know, I'm like this. I was not going to call the man a fake pro-black because
I'm trying to find out what is the man doing to get all the smoke, man. Because he gets smoked from a lot of people, man.
No, because he's like Umar. He starts talking about marrying single mothers and stuff like that, and he tried to justify his marriage, and he put it out there like that, and he's always going about black men should just take some of these single mothers, and people are like, yo, Boyce, man, you're supposed to be talking about business. We don't want to hear your relationship like Steve Harvey, you know? Nobody wants to hear your shit, you know? Nobody wants to hear lip service about anybody talking about relationships. Not Umar talking about relationships now, you know? Nobody wants to hear all this, you know? All I want to hear is let's buy black, right? Because we're not going to do this Pan-African movement until we have a stream of strong black businesses, you know, really making money and stuff like that. We have to start supporting black-owned manufacturers. You know, I remember a couple of years, Harlem Brewery, whatever happened with that, you know? And there was in Harlem a brewery, and it was like, yeah, we got a contract with Walmart and stuff like that. You know, where are all the black-owned restaurants and pubs and everything? You got black-owned winemakers, you know, everything. You know, buy black should be like, oh, okay, I own a nightclub, man. I'm going to make sure that on my wine list is black-owned, stuff like this. This is what I'm talking about, right? You could talk all the pro-black you want, but if they'll translate to, like you would say, to dollars and people doing business and commerce,
yeah,
jobs, you know, it means absolutely nothing, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, it has to, you know, I mean, it's like when we actually know what's the end game. I mean, or, you know, what is it translating to? And when you look at it, it's, you know, not much is being built, brother. I mean, think of all of the media talking voices that we have, you know, in this Pan-African space or Black conscious space, and It's nothing but debating, brother. Nothing but debating
and people going back and forth about who they don't like and those kind of stupid shit, you know.
yeah,
And so,
and
like I said, that's what the problem is, you know. So that's what we're talking about tonight, right?
And
And you
that's
got
why we started out at the beginning talking to you about that we're working together to build a connection in Liberia for repatriation and investment, something
right,
tangible, not just here talking and talking because we got lips and lungs. We're here to really just deliver, and
yeah,
and because I mean, it's like when you're looking at the movement, like some people can look at the movement and saying that this Pan-African Black Power movement, whatever you want to call it, is literally just a world of delusion, a world of just failures, a world of just big talkers and not enough to get done. I mean, think about the names that is out there when people roll upon you. Have you ever heard of Umar Johnson? Like he's supposed to be some kind of idol figure, call himself the Prince of Pan-Africanism, and things like that. Not coming after him, but I always got to use him as one example. You're so much of a Prince of Pan-Africanism. Where's all your, just like you see me right here, practically, me and my good brother, College Genesis, working on what we're working on, talking about what we're talking on, and building towards what we're building on, whether we're on in here or whether we're just offline and talking directly. Then you ask yourself, where's the King Kong consciousness? People like himself who prop themselves out there. Where's the people that he's working and building with? Or is he just feel like he's just on a higher level than anybody else to where he needs to be like the master and talk down to people and tell people what to do, like we're supposed to be his peasants and his servants and things like that. You know what I mean? We may believe in some of the same concepts and same thing, but as far as the practical aspect of it, we're completely different, and a lot more realistic. So these are the people that's are running, miseducating and misguiding our movement. That's why you see keywords miseducation and misleading. So we can get back to basic English for folks and about those definitions.
Yeah, false idol. It's also that people care more about their false idol than actually doing work. You know, and I really that right there I can't stand, right? And people join movements and whatnot, and all of a sudden you see it in their eyes. Yeah, man, such and such, like, yo, look, okay, not James Smalls, right? But I like James Smalls, everything like that. But people get caught up in, yeah, I talked to Professor James Smalls. Okay, that's beautiful, right? Does he have an investment group, right? Let me get on even Boyce Watkins, right? Yeah, well, Boyce Watkins, okay. The Boyce has 300,000 subscribers, listeners, right? You mean to tell me they haven't formed an investment group or a club and everything where everybody donates $10 a month and they got a portfolio and stuff like that? Do they have any businesses that say, look, we found this factory we're going to rehab and buy and everything? Have we doing anything?
You love it. You love the comments, man.
I love it. Everybody's. This is your time to vent and get your anger out. I get that.
Yeah,
this is your time. Just bring it
think
on.
about 10 years ago. I mean, even if it wasn't you, think about all of the hopes, all the things that people talk about this man. Remember when people used to be sharing videos? Did you hear this? And he just turned out to be a lecturer, a talker, a speaker.
Yeah. Now he's a relationship counselor.
No, that's funny. That's funny how people can't take care of their own house as far as this their life, and then they want to be a life coach to you. It's like people who have bad relationship want to feel like they're relationship expert and they're gonna help you build a better relationship.
Well, okay, it's like okay.
So it seems like that's what he's turning to now. Maybe he'll do a lot better than trying to be a Pan-Africanist. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, man, you gotta do something, man. Because the
bottom line, you put yourself out there like that, brother, I realize that, and it's for everyone. Once you put yourself out there like that, you have to deliver. So if you haven't been delivering, you need to step your game up. Or when people look back at history, they're like, yeah, man, at these times in the 2020s, we had these set of people and they taught big stuff, and then by the time 2030 happened, they were all gone, nothing, and then then you had these other people, they was pushing this movement, and then they made certain thing happen, and it's like when people look back through history, they're gonna look, people look back at the winners, the losers. What people, one thing that always stands in people's mindset is champions.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we are, family. We're champions.
Yeah, we're determined between Liberia, Ghana, and the next country, Angola, whatever like that. We're gonna leave a legacy. We're not. We're dead serious.
That entire coast right there, family, connecting our people from America to that entire west coast of Africa, which is why we had Brother Chief on and other people and played other videos on, because I just want us to, what I mean? I'm not, like I mentioned, I'm not here to agree or disagree with any of the people who presented information about Egypt and things like that, because it's going to be that continuous debate whether the original people are darker or lighter or browner and things like that. I would never get into that, but I'm always open to listen to certain things. But what I'm pushing always is us and our connection to West Africa, which is more modern, more recent, more vivid, more realistic. I'm from tropical Jamaica, and for those who haven't been to Jamaica, you will love the tropical paradise. And the closest thing to where we can find, a big nation, big countries, and Liberia, a big region is West Africa, where we can connect our people from, from the Americas to Africa and build that connection that our people, that built Liberia talk about, that people in the UNIA under Marcus Garvey talk about, and that legacy that continued after him. So that's what we talk about, family. This is a serious business and serious nation building. We're not here just to entertain you about anything. And I'm trying to get back.
Requires Pan-Africanism has to be towards nation building. Part of your nation building business is your business connection, right? We got Black people who have businesses and everything, and it would say, "Oh yeah, we got Black businesses. We got Black people who make products and manufacture industrial products and everything, right?" We should be so organized, right? We should be so organized that people who manufacture, they should be so swamped with orders and everything like that. Then when we could show that, right? And people saying, well, geez, man, you guys, Black America is doing good, man. Next thing you know, you see warehouses, you see trucking lines. Of course, you can see the trucking lines on the highways and everything like that, such and such and everything. When you start seeing shipping lines coming, importing stuff and exporting stuff and everything, that's how we should be organized. That's how we live. And also, let me tell you something, right? The people who do business have to be respected, right? A lot of times we're Black people, particularly Black men, with our egos, right? We're like, we see, I've seen it with my own eyes, Bomani, right? And I worked at a nightclub and everything like that. So yeah, I was proud to work for a nightclub, and I was working days I'll do club security and everything. And I wasn't getting paid a whole lot, right? But they gave me a position and everything. They thought, man, I was like their little prince, when I was working a nightclub, right? And I was so happy that the owners, even though they were two thugs and whatnot, right, were Black, right? And family used to come in and whatnot, and they'd be like, oh yeah, get them in the VIP and whatnot. And they'd be like, oh yeah, just in there. The cousins come in, they all love me and everything. I was just happy the fact that I saw all those dollars going into Black hands, I seen white people, everybody coming in there buying bottles and everything like that, and the money's counting up, and the owners are Black and everything. And then I had some motherfuckers talk about, man, they was like, why you do something for them niggas, right? But then I'm like, yeah, man. Why you, I say, it's a Black-owned business. What the fuck does that got to do with anything? Fuck them, man. That's their money. When I'm gonna go get mine. When I said, yeah, okay, I understand that, right? But don't you understand that that we got the largest and the only Black after hours club in Virginia Beach, right? You got people lined up down the block to get in this shit. People coming in spending that don't have membership, paying $50 for just to come in here for the night, right? People buying bottles, people bringing on liquor bottles, and we're making all this money mixing drinks and everything. People paying $100 to sit in VIP. Yeah, but what does that got to do with us? When I said, I'm proud of the fact that, I'm part of something, This is a Black-owned business, it's a Black-owned business, and that's the way I've always felt. And that's why the owners, they knew how that's the way I thought. That's why they liked me so much, right? They liked me so much. I protected their business. I protect their business, everything, right? And so they were like, yeah, man, they used to call me Black Panther style, because they thought I was like everybody else, all my other boys that I work with here were like thugs, whatever like that, Crips and everything. But I was like the Black Panther. It was like, yeah, we got Bobby Seale, Huey Newton here and whatnot, because I always wore my leather blazer and everything like that. And I was in the martial arts and everything like that. It's like, we got the Black Panther here. Black Panther Party right here, man. Just, and, the Black Panther style and whatnot. And so they appreciate that because I was Black consciousness, and they was like, yo, man, we got to make sure the white man don't shut us down. White man don't shut us down. I say, all right, They played that. But the bottom line, they knew my consciousness of being Black, right? I know these motherfuckers just, thugs or whatever like that, but the bottom line is, I support Black businesses, That's just my duty. That was my thing. I've been taught that, since I was a kid. You support Black businesses. You see a Black-owned business and whatnot. If I got to pay $5 more or a couple of dollars more, I'm going to support that Black-owned business, right? And so now we got the age of technology and everything where you can businesses got websites and apps and everything like that. So there's no excuse why we don't support and buy from each other, Why we don't buy from each other. If we did that, if Black America was committed to buying Black and everything like that, not saying everything you're going to do is Black and everything, but if we could say, look, I'm going to spend 10% of my business on Black-owned business, right? That would make a world of a difference, right? Then, therefore, you could talk to other groups of people. Look how our business is doing, right? And other businesses say, yeah, I want to partner with y'all, right? And we partner together, right? And you got all these people buying your product and everything. Hey, let's make another product and everything. I'm guaranteed to make money because at least Black people are going to buy your product off the top. But we can't even do that because of Black-owned businesses. We're not struggling to try to get the basis of support. You talk any other groups of people and whatnot, the Chinese and everything, they have their own trade associations and stuff like that they buy from each other. And so they don't have to worry. They could go out there and sell to other people, right? Because they know the people who do that contracting, the legal work and everything. It's like a close-knit network, We don't have that. Let's say if it's not just broad Black, but it's like, okay, we're dealing with Black business. My law firm that I'll use for my stuff like that is Black, My accounting company firm is Black, and everybody around me is Black. When my suppliers is Black, my contractors is Black, people do my plumbing or HVAC whatnot is Black owned and everything, and we started doing stuff like that and everything. And we're saying, okay, I need my HVAC done and whatnot, and we go into the Buy Black app, whatnot. Is any Black owned HVAC? Oh yeah, I got one right here. Boom, 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 boom. We got several of them here. Let me pick my thing, And Black people were committed to doing that, right? Then we could justifiably tell people the Pan-African movement, the Black unity movement, the Black power movement is real. But because we don't do that, right, we have no business beating up on Black people for what they're not doing in the so-called community. It's the people who call themselves Pan-Africanists. That means you believe in Black unity and Black power, okay? And Black advancement and Black ownership and everything like that. If you don't believe in that or not pushing that in your life, you have no business telling anybody what to do or complaining about anything in the community. We have tools, everything in the Black America to liberate ourselves, not just liberate ourselves, but make ourselves thriving. And then when we're thriving in Black America and everything, naturally, that's going to translate into more people taking trips to Africa, more people having money to invest on the continent and everything like that. We don't have to be down and out, You don't have to be in Pan-Africanism as a failure, Pan-Africanism does not mean that you're broke and you just can't make it in America and everything. That you should go to Africa in triumph and victory and give back to your mother continent and everything. Say, look what we've become and everything. Despite all the stuff that America put against us, we're coming back as organized business people. We have business groups, right? We're opening up our own banks and everything like that, That's the sort of Black America in the Pan-African world I want to see and lead into the African continent and be part of,
Absolutely, brother. Color Genesis, and that's what we have to provide for our people, leadership. So let me post up a comment or two, and then I want to show our brother Wise Man 91 some love. Appreciate the donation, brother. So Wise Man 91 say, peace, brothers. What did Dr. Umar do with that money? I sent money along with others. How can we avoid false prophets like Dr. Umar from robbing us and wasting our resources?
Well, Dr. Umar's in the Bahamas right now. He's doing another tour. He's going from this country. He's doing another lecture tomorrow somewhere, you know. And I'm saying that Umar, if he just stuck to Philadelphia, right, he could save all that money. We can get Omar Johnson a bus pass, a day pass, and
For real, man.
easy pass to get all over Philadelphia, right? And he'll have just as access to many people, you know, doing lectures all around Philadelphia. He just stick to Philadelphia, right, and see as many people. And then we don't need this Negro going out to California, going out here. I'm gonna be in Wisconsin this day. Like, nigga, stay right there in Philadelphia, you know.
You don't want him to be in Japan at a luxury 5-star hotel, in his jacuzzi in his room.
Yeah, I is sipping champagne and whatnot. You know, I was like, the Collar, you ever was like, Collar, you were just a hater, man. You just hating on Umar and whatnot. Yeah, I was hating on that nigga. You right? We're down here in the trenches and whatnot. This nigga sitting there sipping champagne in a fucking jacuzzi and whatnot. You know? No, man. So, something got to give about all this shit, man. You know? You got motherfuckers. It's no justice. Dane Calloway talking about he deserves $50,000 for a fucking debate about Native American on a pay-per-view shit, you know, live, man. We got Dane Calloway in the stage. We're just like, yo, man, just like I said, we got to stop this clown show. You know, it's not funny, but it's not funny no more, you know?
Yeah, brother, we have a movement full of characters, man, and we have named them, man. And that's what I like about our brother Chief X, man. That's, you know, so you know, sometimes you just don't know who you travel with. That's why I try my best, brother. When I travel with people, I try to, you know, you're not gonna always just connect with everybody. You and them just flow like that, and then you just keep in touch for years. Some people you do, some people you don't, and some things it doesn't work like that. I wish I had more time to keep up with everyone, because sometimes you just don't know how dynamic the people are around you until you just try to get to know them more. But the brother's been on a good path, and I appreciate it.
That's when Chief X, when he came back from your tour, that's when he started all this against and all the man. He went to Ghana and said, "I love Kumasi. This is where I belong," and whatnot. I don't know what we hit on your tour, man, but he came back.
Brother, you see all them people. You know, Go Black was on there with me also. Next thing you know, he was one of the most popular person on YouTube. Not saying that we're responsible for that, but it's like what I'm saying to people is that when you organize the people and you connect them to an experience, that experience, that experience can transform their life. Like, Lucy, she moved to Ghana, you know what I mean? And, regardless of whether level of success and things like that, the sister made a move and been able to build her experience. And, it changes people's life. But I'm telling people that's a situation. That was the goal of us, trying to get more of our people connected to Africa, because that experience is going to change your mind. And once that experience change your mind, you can literally transform into many different things. The only thing I would say is, when we're doing these things and we're transforming, let's work together with others so we can just be more effective. That's the only thing I would say. And let's build on top of it. So that's what we have done, family. We have influenced our brothers and sisters based on this connection that we have built in Africa. And, and we have some of them out there in the known YouTuber.
Wise. I want to talk about that one too. The Wise Man 91. The next comment. I don't want to jump over Jankro, but I want to talk about.
Go ahead. Did Marcus Garvey make a mistake by not first going to Africa? He never visited Africa. Why? Did Garvey make a mistake that we can learn from? Well, one of the things that we can always learn from. One thing I love about our people that came before us, we can learn from some of the things that they're doing, and we can just literally just come up with better strategies, because Garvey didn't have none of the things that people like myself have, but is able to be, I would say, more effective. But in this situation, since we have this modern day access of this technology, and then now we have jet planes to where you can just get on a jet plane. I can just leave out of here in Atlanta and be in New York, and then from New York be in Senegal or Ghana or certain other countries within about 10 hours, relatively just less than a day. But as far as this today, this day and time, we do recommend people just make your move by just taking a journey, whether you go by yourself or you go meet some family or friends, or you pay for an organized journey. It just opens your mind up for the underground experience, the tangible part of you studying and things like that. So that definitely would help. And then, it's just a sign that times, at that time, I guess, you just had to make a move. And but what is always the issue is all of our people, our people who are jealous and hateful. Some of them turn around to sabotage you, people in your own camp. So what can we say but give the man great respect and credit for the foundation he laid, so me and Kala and others can just build onto it.
Right. People don't understand something. Garvey was doing good, right? You remember something. People don't understand this one thing about Garvey, right? Is that his Liberia plan wasn't originally his, there was a whole bunch of people that Garvey movement connected a whole bunch of independent associations and black organizations to come together under one banner called the UNIA. It wasn't like he created the UNIA and everybody's, oh yeah, he organized. No, these are already people who were organized in churches and social clubs and everything for years before he came. So when he came, he lit the fire, right? And everybody said, now we got a leader. And all these people that were talking about building, right thing. The Liberia movement and building in Liberia was on its way for almost 40 years. It came from the Exodus of 1878. I wrote it in my novel, Journey to the Promised Land, and I wrote, and on the back of the book, it says, the Liberia Exodus of 1878 was one of the biggest events in African American history. It certainly rivaled the Emancipation Proclamation and the end of slavery in the 19th century. As a grand event, it was the most talked about until the coming of Marcus Garvey 40 years later. And what I'm trying to say is that the idea of us of going to Africa and everything was already underway before Garvey came. And all he did was he was a spokesperson to organize that, right? But that wasn't his main thing. His thing was African redemption, building black businesses, building black infrastructure, everything like that. And one of his plans was the Liberian settlement, And then what happened was, that became the main thing, that the media focused on, his Liberia project, That was the main thing people talk about. Why? Because that was actually him leaving the Western Hemisphere and going to an independent country. That's why they had to sabotage that, because it's one thing to talk all this stuff in America, right? But the mayor of Monrovia was a Garveyite. He was in Madison Square Garden with Garvey. And he said, man, my position in the UNIA, because Liberia was ready to bring in these millions of black people from America and the West Indies and America to settle and come build and expand in the country. That's what that was all about, So I don't think it was necessary for Garvey to be there, right? Let's say like this. We got to stop blaming ourselves, right? For the white man and a Harvard-educated W.E.B. Du Bois sabotaged that. And then people like Charles Spurgeon Johnson, who wrote the book, The Black Republic and everything. These people were apprehensive about the nationalist movement. They wanted us to become Americans and everything. They thought Garvey was a threat. So Garvey had real enemies, right? So it didn't really matter. Even if Garvey would have went to Africa first, it wouldn't have mattered. These forces that were against him, the British and the French, said if Garvey settles in Liberia and settles in Africa, we're going to invade. We're going to go to war, because they didn't want the Garvey movement. The Garvey movement was so big in South Africa. They had a movement called Ama Malinka. Now, how could Garvey go to South Africa, right, when Ama Malinka was going on, right? Ama Malinka was the belief in that Black Americans were coming to South Africa with ships and planes and a big army to wipe the white people out and the traders out, And so, therefore, they got this because they showed pictures of the the Black Star Line and what's it called? What's the Garvey dude called? The Negro Improvement Association paper. Slipped my mind. What's the Negro?
The Negro World.
The Negro World. That was basically translated in so many different languages and everything. The colonial powers were terrified. They were literally terrified. They had just claimed this country, Africa, 40 years before that. And now you talk about these black people. That's why they was claimed. So to prevent the black people from the West from coming back, that's why they had to claim. That's why these borders are still there to this day, to prevent the black people from the West from coming to Africa, right? That's why the borders of 1884 are still in effect right now, to prevent black people from the West from migrating there, building new territories, building what we call an Afrikstan, So therefore, it wouldn't have mattered if Garvey went there, because his life probably would have been in danger if he would have went there. The South Africa banned the paper. The French region banned Garvey paper. Portuguese Africa banned the paper and everything. It was banned all throughout the British colonial Africa. So it wouldn't have really made a difference, to tell you the truth. So like I said, the problem was the white people from and the people that work with the white people, and some of the chiefs on the African continent, right, who are traitors and sellouts and everything, who were rewarded for undermining the Black nationalist movement and everything. Kwame Nkrumah talked about that. Bishop Henry Renil talked about it. He said, yeah, we're going to have a problem with these chiefs, these African chiefs on the continent, because they were basically being courted by the royal families and everything like that to do their bidding. So I'm not impressed by somebody call himself an African chief and everything. You're just part of the race trader class of black people, and I mean that, So this is what we're dealing with. So it wouldn't have really made a difference, to answer your question, it wouldn't have made a difference if Garvey went there or not. The forces that are against us right now, forces that are against this movement right here are really great. And we have to basically, the only reason how we beat this is by staying on our square and saying, we're not giving up, right? I said, that was 100 years ago, Garvey did this, right? The same thing happens to this day, right? We need to build Africa, because there's no other future. If we don't build Africa and we don't build Black America, we're finished. And it doesn't take a whole lot of work. It just takes organization and being single-minded, right? One God, one name, one destiny. We do that, we're out of this. Then the problem is, do we know ourselves? If we weren't oppressed right now, would we know ourselves? Right? Well, will we know ourselves? Will we know who we are? If we suddenly had money and power and everything, we would know what to do. Next thing to do is, after the fact, right? We got to figure out, how do we build from there, right? If the shackles are gone and everything like that, and we're free, right? What next? And this is what happens to black people. They get free, and they don't want to listen to me. They don't want to listen to Bomani. I'm free. We saw that right there in Africa, right? And say, okay, we're in a continent now. Let's build something together. And, I don't need you. I'm free. I'll get my own YouTube channel. So how do we maintain that spirit? The individual thing, when it comes to nation building and whatnot, it has to be a group effort. A group effort and everybody working together. If we're not doing that, then we're not building it. We're not doing anything. Nation building requires cooperation. Bob Jones said Liberia was under pressure from West to ban him from coming. Yeah, it was definitely under pressure. Now, it didn't help that W.E.B. Du Bois went there and put stuff in President C.B. King's head that Garvey was an extremist or radical, that the FBI, JO didn't like him or not. So he poisoned C.B. King's mind against Marcus Garvey. He went over there a year before Garvey's followers were supposed to get there. And by the time Garvey's followers got there, right, they arrested his followers at the port, right, of Monrovia, and kept the ship, impounded the ship, stole all the equipment and everything like that. And the people were basically had to take refuge in Sierra Leone, and then they got a vessel back to the United States. It was the most humiliating incident in our Black history. And it's all because W.E.B. Du Bois went there a year before that, right? Now, why would his mulatto, janky ass go over there and do that? Why? Because he saw Garvey's movement was real. And then years later, he said, Garvey was right. Well, I'm sorry, I don't buy that. I'm sorry, I don't buy that. You sabotaged the best movement we ever had and everything, And then he's like, yeah, Garvey, yeah, obviously. And you end up dying in Ghana. Your whole life with you was about trying to integrate with white people.
Well, brother, the boys reaped what he sowed because the system turned against them.
Yeah, you know.
And
And
so that
so,
goes out for all sellouts and all all you
and then
folks out there
when you
you know,
saw the independence movement,
who loves your master, who loves your master, but like you're some kind of dog and he's the master. He's like you're literally you're literally gonna feel it one day. I mean, you're gonna literally, you know, he's literally gonna turn on you, and then you're gonna realize. And
oh, that's the best part.
hopefully, it's not too late because the boys was a lot older. He did what he could do in Ghana, but what I mean.
That's the best part of the white man thing when he gets to kick you in the head. After he used you and everything, and you go in with your puppy dog eyes, and he said, Rufus, I don't need you no more. Whatnot, come over here, and you get down on your knees, and next thing you know, he kicks you in the head. That's the best part. But Master, remember that movie, A Soldier Story?
Yes.
Remember the part where the guy was like, I killed for you. I did it. The soldier's like, I didn't make you black. I did all this for you and whatnot. And that movie was deep. That was 1980.
Yeah, I remember that movie. That was in the 80s.
That was in the 80s. That's deeper than anything you see now. That was deeper than anything you see now. Next Phase Black says, how could a person do to help? Look, the bottom line is this, get an Africa plan. Plan to visit the continent, right? Plan to visit the continent, right? And for God's sake, download, look out, buy black. That's how you help. If you could say, I'm buying black businesses, whatever it is, if it ain't but $100 a month, right? Yeah, it's $100. That's a lot of money, Colin. But it's a lot of money to some people, right? Even about $50, whatever like that you're buying from a black-owned business and everything, or you're buying a black-owned service, whatever, that's how the average person helps. If you're committed to that. If that's the average person could do that across the board, millions of us or whatnot, that's how you help, right? Because the Buy Black movement, right now, we're just declaring the Buy Black movement is now part of the Pan-African movement, right? The Buy Black movement has been abandoned by these ADOS, FBA, race traders, sellouts, and Negro integrationists and everything like that, They don't want nothing to do with black power and black things. So we're embracing the Buy Black movement, as part of Pan-Africa. We're gonna take the whole on. So all our Buy Black movement, even if you're not interested in Africa, right? If you're in Africa, we support you, the Buy Black movement, right? And eventually, when those people that are doing good and manufacturing in America and they're making lots of money and everything, when they see opportunity in Africa, they'll come. But why would somebody who has a business in America mess with Africa, right? When they don't get no support from black people in America.
It's tricky.
You see what I'm saying? How we start with the Buy Black in America. Show that this Pan-African energy can translate to dollars.
There you go. That's a perfect start right here in this Black energy of America. Support black-owned business here.
That's how we start. Once we start that and everything, and people know that the red, black, green, the Black Pan-African movement is about buying stuff like this,
Yes, brother. It's all about the fundamentals. A lot of times, people have to understand you don't have to do all this expensive, fancy stuff. Just the little simple, basic things you do. And that one simple, basic thing is, supporting black-owned operations and, do more cooperative group economics as far as just putting your putting your energy together and going into group investment, group projects, and building those small groups little by little.
Okay, there's several apps. There's a Buy Black app. I see one. Put Buy Black in your app store. Okay. All these are Buy Black. Eat Okra. There's a bunch of them. Official Black Wall Street 2.0. Get on as many of these things as possible. Black owned. They charge 99 cents. But support black owned business. I was the one with 99 cents. Probably better because if they charge you, they must really have something really going on. But the rest of them are free. Rankin Tribe Black business and everything. This is what everybody. Black and Mobile. There's tons of these. Black Foodie Finder. You want to know where black restaurant is in your area to buy find black-owned restaurants, black vegan, and all these things like that. Ubuntu proverbs, and I'm gonna look at all stuff like Black World, black-owned business listings. They're out there, bro. We have out there because nobody else on YouTube, anybody else ever take time to say, look, download a black-owned business app. I'm like, look, I'm gonna download a couple of my damn stuff right now.
Yeah, the thing of it is, things are out there. Is just we have to get our people to engage and participate in a movement. That they're basically being spectators. And I mean, just watching everybody else out there in the field that's making their moves. So again, family, these are the simple things that we can do. And then for those who are looking to do things in Africa, just think about whether you're traveling with with us, with another group, whether you're traveling by yourself or just with a few friends. That's a good, they're all a way to start your connection in Africa. And regardless of how we look at Africa to this day, we have to think about the future of what the world is going to be. And so, either we participate and be a part of the future of Africa, or we just be spectators and watch everybody else's take over the continent.
Right. And this is going to be crucial to building in Africa, the Buy Black movement, because we're going to integrate that with African business and African manufacturing and stuff like that, So, like I said, black-owned businesses, there's black businesses nationwide. Let's support them. Let's find out who they are. Before you buy anything, before you sell anything, whatever like that, get on these apps and let's do business. Black-owned restaurant. Download the black-owned restaurant app. So you basically it's like, something, man. I'm gonna spend my time, my afternoon. I'm gonna spend $50 in my black-owned restaurant. And then more people doing that and everything. And people got customers lined out the door and everything like that, black-owned people and everything. They can basically sit back and relax about getting other customers and everything. But they got a natural support system base in your own community. That's what it means by Buy Black, We got to get back to that. We have lost that. I don't see nobody in the black community talking about Buy Black anymore. None, you can't tell me about Pan-Africanism. You're not talking about black power and black unity and black economics, because that's the root of it. That's the root of it. So when we talk about buying black and everything like that, when we start, when people say, yeah, man, I'm about to open up a new, let's see, off the top of my head. I'm about to open up a new soap product, right? For industrial soap, right? And I got people, how many black people own car washes across America, right? And I used to own a car wash years ago. And so he's like, damn, I got so many people, I can't even keep up. I got inventory and everything. That's the sort of business we need to have. And it only can have that when we have a consciousness, a consciousness. You shouldn't have to, black-owned businesses that have service and everything should not have to beg black people to support them. It's your duty to support them. Not only that, if you are a black business person, right, and you are in managed position, right, there's an department, right, in management. Let's say you manage a hotel, right. There's the ultimate gatekeeper in a hotel is the purchasing manager. Remember the Cavalier Hotel, Bomani in Virginia Beach, the Cavalier Hotel?
No, can't say
Virginia Beach. That's the oldest, best hotel, right? I remember I used to work there, right? And all of a sudden, back in the 90s, right, I called myself like, yo, they had a lot of black people working there and everything. And one manager is my boy Vince, right? Vincent, right? I'll tell you about Vincent. I'm trying to get on a trip. Back in the days, right, we were talking to him like, about the Cavalier purchasing products, right? It's products, right? Everything from sweet potatoes, everything from black-owned vendors. Like that's what we were trying to do. We didn't know, right? We were young guys and whatnot, But he told me and said, "Man, let me tell you something, right? The purchasing manager, right? The supplies, everything like that, are so fucking deep and locked up and whatnot, Everything from every pencil, everything It's about a purchasing manager, right? And they all have a network of people that they buy their stuff from, or that, and these relationships go back decades. So we're trying to say, yeah, you know, we could probably get black-owned chicken companies to supply the Cavalier and whatnot. And I realized how we were locked out. You know, we were locked out because the purchase. I said it was up to the purchasing manager where they get their stuff from. Now, some restaurants, right, and some stores, right, like Kroger and everything, who buy in bulk, they basically made a thing where they're going to purchase a certain amount of things from Black-owned businesses and everything. That means purchase on day one, you know. Target, I remember seeing a Black girl who got a cosmetic line in Target. A purchase and everything. But that's not sustainable unless people say, you know something, I know that's in Target and everything. She got a good contract and everything, but we're going to make sure she goes up there. She'll stay there by Black people going there and supporting that. They say, well, okay, we made a good investment. You know, not only that we gave you opportunity, but people are buying your product, so we're going to keep ordering from you again. So the procurement and the purchasing department, right, these are ultimate gatekeepers. If you're Black and you happen to be in that position, right, you should be looking all across, buy Black and whatnot, see what products that you could buy from Black-owned Black manufacturers and Black supply companies. You know, we have to start talking this language again. You know, we have to start talking this language again, because once this stuff starts circulating and we start buying Black again and stuff like that again, the Pan-African movement will take off. Because right now, everybody else, the conscious movement, have given up on it, right? What does the conscious movement talk about? Reparations. All they talk about reparations and debating on YouTube, right? The legitimate Pan-African movement, you know, about Freemason, that really doesn't really factor in me, you know. I know for a fact of the matter is there's Masons, there's Black Masonic Order. Prince Hall was a Mason. Mason just means people who are builders. You know, they have their own guilds and everything like that. I don't get into all this stuff. Now, white people have their own racist Mason called the Scottish Rite Freemasons. These are where the Ku Klux Klan come from and everything. So I don't really get into all these conspiracies about the Masons and everything like that. It's counterproductive, you know. You know, so I don't know. I know if you're talking about masonry, and as far as like building, Liberia had the African Masonic Order, you know, and most of the buildings you see in Liberia, the big giant buildings and everything like that, were done by the African Masonic Order. You know, they built huge churches, temples, you know, government office buildings and everything like that. If it's anything about building, I'm all for it. You know, I'm all for it. If it's about what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical, I'm all for it. If it's not logical, if it's not achievable, if it's not reasonable and practical, I'm like, hey, I can't do anything with it. That's what I judge everything by. If it fits those LARP, if it fits the acronym LARP, I'm all for it. If it doesn't, I can't do anything with it. That goes for anything, you know? So, like I said, we have to make the Pan-African movement, right, logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. You know, if something's not practical, don't do it, you know. And, I wanted to play a video. I want to say something. You know, there's some people who have this idea that just going to Africa at all costs, not contributing anything, not embedding, like everything we talk about in Africa should give you edification and building and have a better quality of life. When someone's talking about, oh, come to Africa, you don't have to ever work again. You have to do this again, when not, and just be lazy and be unproductive, everything. I am not for that. Proof of which is, did you see that video I sent you, Bomani, with Go Black? You want to play that?
You talking about the last video you sent me?
I think it was the last one. It was Go Black. He was basically talking about you could live in this Malawian village somewhere, and you don't have to
last video.
pay nothing. Nothing's free in this damn world. He didn't know about that.
No, I got it. I'll load it up.
just watch this video, and the African guys seem nice. They seem pleasant. They want to see the African Americans, but dude, man, as much as they want to see us come there, some of these countries are not ready for us.
Not at all, brother.
You know, and
That's
this
one country you're not catching me living in many of these places. That's why I kind of like, just let bring it down to a region and tell people West Africa, and let's even name a few countries, like we name Liberia and Ghana, but outside of there, man, you just limit, there's only so much you can do, and and other people are probably upset at people like myself because they're like, well, it's 50-something countries in Africa, and this guy just stay focused on like a few, and it's like I'm not a magician either, and I'm not a machine.
right.
Let me get this in focus.
Money.
Yeah.
Y'all take care of yourself.
Yes, of course.
You grow your own food.
Yes.
Y'all dug your
Let me get back to the beginning of this one here.
Howard.
Yeah.
Hey, Howard. So you invited me to come to your village.
Yes.
Yes, to show us around because you guys, like you told me, y'all don't need money.
Yeah.
Y'all take care of yourself.
Yes, of course.
You grow your own food.
Yes.
Y'all dug your own well.
Yes.
And y'all can survive off of just living off the earth.
Yes.
And animals.
Yes.
And your garden.
Yes, of course.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, all right.
Yes. So tell us a little bit about your village here.
Okay. This is my village. We're calling it Kifunga village. This people around here, we grow our food. We don't need more money because we use our food. We can plant the vegetables. We can plant some maize. We can plant kind of fruits. So we can keep it. We can eat the whole year without looking at money.
I was talking with you too because I said, "Do y'all have herbs for medicine to heal your body?" And you said, "Yeah." Oh,
Yeah.
we got that.
Yeah, we get.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have.
So you get sick or whatever, you know what plants to use. And we're gonna check out some of those plants.
Yes, we can take some plants. I will show you each and every plant we use kind of disease. If we sit here in villages, we just go on the bush and take the medicine for some roots for trees. We put on the water, and after that, maybe within 30 minutes, we can drink the water. After maybe 1 hour, you feel already better. Then that is we survive here.
I know I have issues with my bowel movements.
Yeah.
And you said you got something just for me
Yeah.
to cleanse me out, to clean the gut out.
Yeah.
And then there's another medicine you use to re-strengthen your gut.
Yeah.
You said y'all use that too.
Yeah.
But what was interesting, you had made mention, y'all got a plant that where the man can get and stay hard.
Stay hard.
Yeah. And after he has done his business with his woman, it still will stay hard.
Still stay hard.
Yeah.
And still strong. Still spreading the stuff.
Yeah.
That kind of medicine.
Colleague, what you got me watching, brother? He's talking about fixing bowel movements, and he's talking about super medicine to make it stay hard.
This is what I'm trying to say. These gurus. That's why we got to play this just a little bit. I know you.
Oh no, I'm going to explain it, but I'm just wondering where is this leading to?
My whole thing is, this is what we've devolved into. This is what the Pan-African movement's devolved into. This is where we're going. Thanks for the super chat. Living in Cali. Thanks for the super chat. But this is what we devolved into. I mean, the guy seems like a nice African brother. I like to visit his village and everything. But Go Black is like, something. You're living in America and everything like that. You got to come here. And this is making the movement look fucking stupid. It's making us look real stupid. I mean. And then all of a sudden, why is it that it's important for African Americans? Why can't they start with, let's say, some Haitians? Haitians are drowning in the Gulf of Mexico trying to get to America. They got nothing, right? Why not bring some Haitians over there first? Let them try it out. You know, why you guys? why this generosity always put on Black America? You know, and so therefore people are like, oh yeah, you know, this is what we're the Pan-African. They want you to live in a village. You don't have to have no money, everything like that. You know, you just be dusty. You know, like that. And I'm not trying to knock them. That's what they do, but that's not who we are. That's not our culture. That's not who we are. You know, so.
Absolutely, brother. So let me just get back to that video so we can see all of it in its full detail. And as the brother was saying in the video, family, he was saying basically that they built cooperative economics to where, you know, they made the land work for themselves. But the only thing I would say is, you know, some of us are bougie like myself. You know, you want a certain quality standards of life. You get used to the good life, and that's what you want. But this is still impressive to be self-sufficient because not everybody's gonna fall under these government systems. But you know, you can compare it. You can compare if you want to be self-sufficient in this manner, or if you want to have a nice loft and you know. But you know, that's the purpose of us building our Black Star Pan-African community. That's the goal. But also, you know, to up the standard of living. You know, yes, you want to be sustainable. Yes, you want to use all of these different aspects of technology, and yes, you want to do your agriculture. You want to grow all these fruit trees, these vegetables, and you want to live off the land and everything. But we also have to do it at a high level. But this is something that we can all learn from while we're just joking about one or two things in the video, which is funny. So let me play this and then we just analyze the rest of it.
And it help the people that is they don't produce the water sperm.
Yeah.
And also you know, like a stuff for men, you can still stay hard. And that medicine, you see, I'll show you. And you can, once you use it,
yeah,
you feel good. And the woman doesn't leave you, and you're gonna stay longer.
That's really
okay, so
funny.
we're gonna check out, family. We're gonna check out some of the village.
Yeah.
They're cooking, and we're gonna see, you know, how do they sustain themselves. So let's move on. Let's go into your house and show, you know, your house that you and your daughter live in.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check it out. But we're gonna go in here and check out our man's house that he has here. You see, he's even got solar panels. We're gonna talk about that. Got his antenna up there.
That's what's up.
And we're gonna talk about that too. But let's come on in. So, Howard,
Yes.
this is your home.
Yes,
You
this is
actually
my
live here.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna come in here. You can turn your light on, and we can make sure that it's yeah, light. Yeah, turn the light on, and get just a little more light up in here. But what we see, family, is this right here looks like his living area that he has. And you built this house.
Yes, I built myself.
He built this house himself.
Yes.
2-bedroom,
Yes.
outdoor outing for using the bathroom.
Yes.
And this right here is where you eat.
Yes, this is I used to eat.
Okay, this is where you eat the table at. But let's check out your bedroom.
Yes.
Master Suite.
So
Dun,
this is your
dun, dun.
bedroom.
Yes, this is my bedroom.
You got a nice big bed here,
Big
man.
bedroom.
Look, he got the mosquito net
Mosquito
around
net.
it because there's mosquitoes that eat you alive, right?
Yes.
Do y'all have malaria here?
Yeah, sometimes we can get malaria. That's why we use this mosquito net. So to protect our bodies, so mosquito can bite us.
Okay.
Yes. This is my daughter room.
Okay. Got the nice bed here.
Yeah, they got
They
also
keep it
lights.
closed
So she got also lights.
Oh, you got
can
your
see-
light.
Yeah,
so she can see.
she can see
Yeah.
when
Right.
she read the book and everything.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Yeah.
And if I'm going out, then I use also this one to come out.
Did you know that AI can help you retire wealthy? And I'm not talking about investing in some new AI.
Yes, Carla, what do you think about that so far? And I'll get us back on the video in a second.
I'm like this. I mean, it's nice to see different parts of Africa and how people live. And I'm proud that the guy has a nice way of that's better than a lot of people in a rural area. The house is made out of brick, right? brick. I give him that. It's made out of brick. He has a bed. He's not sleeping on the floor.
That look like a nice bed, brother, nice and big.
Oh yeah, Africans know how to build beds, man. I give them
Yeah,
that.
so he can put that super, that super medicine to work. That aphrodisiac medicine to work.
Yeah, no, he probably has all kinds of, I can imagine. And now I wouldn't mind doing that for like a month, whatever, like that. Give me a spot one night, give me some. Let me stop.
Birth your whole generation of children in the village.
Bunch of little collars out there,
a little bunch of little revolutionaries.
But my whole thing is, about Go Black is, yes, Black people in America, you got a nice house and pool in America. You got to give all that up to do this. That's the problem I have, Pan-Africanism means that you got to give up everything, electricity, refrigeration, a nice house, 2-story house, everything like that to like this,
Yeah, the reality of, brother, is it's easier to go forward than to go back, because if you're born in this lifestyle and then you're able to just live better, it's a great thing. But you're not going to go from the life that we live into a life like this, because now the communal life and the village life is ideal if you can build. And that's what I'm always telling people, that building this, you see the logo, Family Black Star Pan-African Community. That's the idea. You acquire land and you build a town, a community together, and you make it efficient as possible, and you find different ways how to make it work. Now in this case, they're saying they're growing all the things that they need, and they're also saying that they don't need money. So whatever animals or whatever crops that they grow, they're doing trading, they're doing bartering, which is our original traditional system of doing things before coin or paper money, or before other things came in as far as money. And I'm not historian on those aspects of things, but I'm just saying that
for hundreds of years, thousands of years, they used money in West Africa, cowrie shells and everything. We had currency in West Africa. People don't realize that they didn't barter.
And that's all I'm saying. People are using different forms of things. In this case, they're using bartering system. So I don't know how long all these systems go back. So whether people are using using stones or using shells for money, it's kind of saying, once you build your own society, you can figure those things out, whichever way you want it, whether you want to use certain things for money or exchange or trade and things like that. But that's one thing I would say about this. People in this village life are very self-sufficient and as close to community and family as they can get. But we want a 21st century modern day version of this. And that's what we're looking to do at Black Star Pan-African Community, and looking to do this in other places.
It's all about
infuse it in the technology, because you have children nowadays. I mean, if you didn't grow up with this being online since you've been born, it's a little bit different. But you have ways of life where you just can't go back. You can't go back to. And in order for you to be competitive and and things,
African Americans are the most modern people in the world. That's who we are. That's why when we went to Liberia, that was one of the clashes, right? We built a 19th century society, right? And the bottom line is this: the indigenous people, right now, Liberia completely transformed the whole country because the indigenous people adopted their complete way of life. You go to the villages, right? The village and everything all got modern housing, and modern everything, So therefore, the reason why is because Liberia was a black country. They saw black people with wood framed housing and brick housing and everything. And so they just adapted, the local people adapted to that. In Liberia, you don't see people with mud houses or anything like that. You don't see anybody like that. They all live in modern houses. Once villages, right, now got regular houses that you see in America. I said, this is such village, right? And it looks like a small enclave in America, somewhere, and it's called, this is Logan Town, this is, this is Bossa Town and everything. And the thing looks just like a regular American city, Jankro said, I keep butchering the brother's name.
Yeah, let me also get some comments up. I want to show this brother some love, and I'll get right to his comment. I just wanted you to just share some perspective on that, and we can definitely get back into the video. But let me pull up these comments, and I'll get right to Jankro comments. Yeah, you like to butcher people's name.
Sometimes, man. I gotta practice more on people's names, man. Freemason, like I said, if it's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical, I'm all for it. If the Freemasons come to Africa and they're about building infrastructure, hey, I'm all for it. I don't care what your religion is. That's one thing I learned about the white man. The white man will accept anything that basically is constructive. If something's not constructive and it's just dogma and everything, then we don't need it. It could be about anything. Dranko.
Yes, it's a Jankro.
He spelled it Dranko on the bottom.
Next time he gets on, he can explain too. But Jankro. So we call it in Jamaica as far as patois is pronounced and how we pronounce things with accent. So yes, I want to give a good shout to my brother, live and calling, live in Cali. Am I messing that up? It's a live in Cali 1. So please, family, let's come together and love each other. We are too talented to be divided. Absolutely, and that's the issue that we have. And that's why we want people to be clear about the people that we're with and dedicated to, and the movement that we're dedicated to, I should say, because we're trying to get the best of us to work together. We're never gonna have a situation where the whole field get together. You know what I mean? But some of us have to just organize ourselves away from the rest of the field, because the rest of the field is polluted. It's you have people misleading you, misguiding you, false prophets, false idols, and things like that. So our goal is to organize with the rest of the people that's not in those categories, in order for us to have something literally righteous. I'm excited to book a trip to the motherland with our beautiful family. I love the tour videos I watch. Appreciate your family. I always telling people that whenever we travel to any of the countries we travel to, our goal is always going to be to just document our experience. I've shown every aspect of what we have done in Africa. The only thing I've not shown more of that I wanted to show up is us enjoying certain aspects of nightlife. But when it's time, when you just go out at night, you're just limited on trying to do anything. You just want to just relax and enjoy yourself. But we do show a good percentage of that aspect. But what we'd like to do is show you more roots, culture, business, investment, networking, and the historical and cultural parts of the country. And then just connect you with with things that we see that are just looking good as far as just investment opportunities and how to go about living and doing business. I'm just going to go to a few of these last comments. Live in Cali. Can we agree to work together for the benefit of our race, even if we don't agree anything? And in some cases, we can agree to disagree, and we can still, even if we don't just connect, we can still just be cool to where I stay out your way, you stay out my way. And I'm always down for that. That's probably one of my favorite things to let people know, because it's too much clashes on the differences, whether this person is supposed to be a Moor, this person is supposed to be this religion, that religion, this cultural belief. And we've seen it on some of these Black conscious networks where people just debating, and it's just to the point where they debate so hard where they end up hating each other. And some of them end up having real serious issues and beefs over disagreement based on things historically. And I tell people all the time, I'm like, we can debate and we can analyze history and things, but realistically, none of us was really there and things like that. So I don't think we should take it that level of personal, where you and I need to be ready to get into a fist fight, or we just hate each other guts based on these things. So, brother, I also appreciate the super chat donation and energy. How we do, family. We take energy from our brothers and sisters, and we support Black-owned business, Black-owned networks, and we put Black dollars into Black hands, and we make this money, donations, profits, investment, all those things work for our people. So appreciate the energy. And then this is your we need for invest in a. All right, so what I'm gonna need people to do, because most of the customers and most of the people that I deal with are from America, and they don't understand patois, and some people write things to where I can't even translate it myself. But So the brother basically saying that we should invest in the medicine that the brother's talking about in the video in so many words.
Mm.
So that's my best, quickest translation for those reading that message.
So what I was waiting
I
for.
saw where Floyd Mayweather is currently in Zimbabwe and is investing in the minerals, and he ain't a Pan-Africanist. Yeah, that's a good thing about it. You don't have to be a Pan-Africanist to invest in Africa and do things in Africa. But also, what we're saying is just because you're doing things in Africa, or you're in love with a beautiful sister from Africa, from the African continent, don't make you a Pan-Africanist, or you decide to do one or two things. It's something more in your heart, in your soul, and your dedication to your people, and your dedication to a movement. And then you have to just ride hard for your people and things like that.
You're right. Check us out. The Floyd Mayweather. Let me say this right. Somebody sent that to me on Facebook 2 days ago. Right? They're like, Kala, look, man, Floyd Mayweather is in. I didn't hear about the investment part. Right? Is in Zimbabwe, and they said that somebody else said. I told you about this. Somebody else said that they paid him like $400,000 to come there, whatever, like that. I guess he'll open up his boxing gym and invest some of his money in minerals and diamonds. And Floyd Mayweather just recently said that I'm an American. I'm not African American. He goes, I'm an American. And the bottom line is this: he doesn't really maybe Floyd Mayweather's educated. He can't even read. That's what 50 Cent said. Floyd Mayweather, you can't even read C. Jane Run books. 50 Cent said Floyd Mayweather is illiterate. He can't read. So he's never read Garvey. He's never read any of this stuff like that. So he doesn't know anything like that. So what I'm saying is the bar is set so low that anybody just as soon as they, like when Meek Mills went to Ghana, Colin, man, this is what I'm talking about, Pan-Africanism. The guy's riding on four-wheelers and met with the president all awkwardly and whatnot, and that's what's getting played as Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is a serious movement, And so what I'm saying is, although I'm not going to knock the guy for investing in the African continent, I welcome that. I wish more Black people with money like that could invest in the continent, right? But let's not get sidetracked that saying that, all I have to do is just invest in Africa and everything. And next thing you know, we don't have to listen to College Genesis no more. We don't have to listen to Bomani Tambo. We don't have to worry about the nation building aspect. We don't have to talk about infrastructure. We don't have to talk about the geopolitics of the thing and everything, because you just in Africa, you invested in Africa. Don't work like that in the real world. This is a serious movement, a serious movement, and I'm never going to accept people like that. If somebody wants to come there, this is how it usually works, right? We should be so well established on the continent, right? When somebody comes there, entertainer, rapper, whatever like that, hey, okay, you did your concert and everything. I remember a couple of years ago, I got caught up in that, right? Nicki Minaj went to Angola, right? And the president of Angola, Dos Santos, and his daughter invited her for a concert, right? It sold out, right? And Nicki Minaj got $3 million. And a lot of Angolans were upset and say, yeah, it's our money. Why are you giving her $3 million for that, right? But the thing is, the whole country was shut down, There were people, teenagers and everybody mobbing her at the airport. And
how much are those tickets, though?
Well, in Angola, they're probably in Africa, they'll sell a ticket for $3 US, but the government paid for the concert, sponsored, and then Chris Brown was there too.
The government paid for the concert. But I've heard prices, brother, because whether I was in Ghana or Tanzania or it was always somewhere where you heard about some artists coming in, and when I asked about the cost, and I'm like, oh my goodness, or just say one of those things, or OMG, but it's usually something where it doesn't really flow with the cost of living that average people make.
Right. So I'm like this, and Nicki Minaj had the Angolan flag raped on her. She took pictures and everything, and I thought that was going to lead to some connection. They were like, "Yo, you're the queen of Angola," and everything like that, and nothing came out of it, So she came there and made $3 million and bounced, and she was so I could never understand that. You got a country, a big, beautiful country like Angola. I mean, the way they were showing it, right? I want to find the video. The way they were showing it, the streets look so beautiful at night, right? Luanda is so modern, right? And the kids, the young people had their cell phones out. They were like waving and everything like that. They were so well dressed and everything. You would think she was like, yo, look, I'm going to make sure that I buy a house over here and I'm going to invest in this country, right? I mean, never heard anything back from that, So I'm not really, it's like the year of return in Ghana. People went there and enjoyed the place, but nothing ever came out of it. Nothing ever came out of it.
Yeah, what comes out of these things is is basically, people going and expanding their brand and building their energy. I mean, you have seen, Wu-Tang Clan in Africa. You've seen all different groups of entertainers and professionals from the black aspect of things. They're in different parts of Africa, mainly West Africa, like we talk about. And I'm not blaming them for what's not being done or anything, because it's just like any of us, you go to Africa, you get excited, and some of us decide that we're going to dedicate ourselves to building something, and some of us decide that I enjoy my time in Africa. This was great, and I'm gonna go to my bucket list. I'm gonna check it off. Ghana checked off. I'm good now. I don't have to go to Africa. And I went to the orphanage. I went to a school. I gave some supplies. I gave some donations. Bucket list checked off. I did my part. And then some people like, hey, you know what? I see a future with us as a people from the Americas connecting with our people there in an African continent. And that's what people like myself see. And that's what you work towards. And you find other other brothers and sisters, and you work together and you work at it and you figure it out, and you go through the trials and tribulations and you make it work. And that's a harder, dedication to make versus just coming and spending some money and then just going back. But whichever way, we do appreciate people connecting to Africa. But my point is that we need more of the people that's going to say, you know what, I'm going to make a move and I'm going to, dedicate myself to this move. And it's not just going to be for today or tomorrow. I'm going to put some time into it. So what I was hoping, honestly, brother, when I started seeing that energy from, I think the first time I was in Africa, when I started seeing artists was in 2007. I was in Ghana. And maybe my dates are wrong. It was one of those days, 2007 or 2008. It was John Legend and Luciana. Luciana, the Jamaican reggae singer, and John Legend, the soul singer or R&B singer in the U.S. And I was like, that's what's up. I was like, they picked two great artists, and I was like, that's a nice little setup. So I've always thought that would build, and I thought that that some of the people I was with was talking to some of John Legend's people, and they were just like anybody else that come to Africa. They were excited about this physically seeing things, and also just going to the dungeons to find out what's the big hype about the slave trade and things like that. But then somewhere along that line, you're hoping that that the energy of Africa hit one or two of them to where there's a movement of some energy going, but it just never happened. And then here we are with this Bomani and College Genesis and the rest of the field, where we have to figure it out because there's there's nobody coming to save us.
Right.
All we got is us, so we have to figure this out. But let me play this video, brother, and then we just get back to people on our regular scheduled program. So, family, we're gonna finish explaining this video real quick. Let's finish playing it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And so what is this? Because this is your area here. What's this building right here?
Okay, this is also my old house,
Yeah.
but I give my brother's son so she can live there.
Okay, so your
Yeah.
brother's son lives
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
So that's your old house, and you moved over here.
Yeah,
You
I
built
moved
this.
this one. I built this one.
You built this by yourself. By
Yes.
yourself. Wow. How much did it cost you any money?
I don't cost any money because I do it myself. I make a bricks. I go to bush to cut the grass. I cut the trees to make them look nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, hey, family, look. He said he didn't pay nothing for this house. He made the bricks. He said this is mud right here on the wall.
Yeah.
It's made out of mud, and the grass, the wood
Yeah.
on the top of what you see here on the roof.
Yeah.
You got that from the bush.
Bush, yes.
Okay. Well, great. This right here is your compost. These mounds.
Yeah.
That's your compost. And what do you use to make compost?
I take the poop for cow and goats, and I take the skin for the like maize and also groundnuts. I mix it. After that, I take water to put on top, and I take the sun to close. It must get hot, and after that, I'm gonna go to mix again. From next year, I will take to put in the garden. So that is I make.
And you put this in your garden.
Yes, I put on the garden.
You put it in the garden for like fertilizer.
Fertilizer, yeah.
Yes.
Because we don't have money to buy the fertilizer. That's why we just make a compost so we can grow the stuff on the garden.
This is the rest. All these are all your family.
This is my family. This is my daughter. This is my sister-in-law.
That's your sister-in-law.
This is also my grand-in-law. So
Which one's your daughter?
this one.
Okay, right here. She's the one doing the cooking. Yeah.
This is my
Hello. Does she speak English?
Yeah, I speak not too much, but
Not
you
too
can
much.
speak English.
Okay.
And now you're still going to high school.
Going to high school. Okay. This
Right,
building.
right here we have the kitchen to use to cook the food, and this one is a house for chicken. They can stay inside, so they can't go out because sometimes they laying eggs outside. But we protect that because the dog can eat it.
So there's smoke coming out of here.
Yeah.
They smoke food. They're cooking.
Yeah, we use the wood, so this is a fire inside. That's why it's smoke. So they
Okay.
put already the pot. They can cook a food like sima. We call sima in Malawi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sima is like ugali.
Ugari, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
And then you said the kitchen. I mean, you got what do you got over here?
This also a corn for the place to use the corn, and that is the house for cow
For the what?
cow
For the cow.
cows, yeah.
Oh, they hold the cows back there.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty.
Yeah.
Great. I'm loving this village right here. You know,
Yeah.
I like this village because it's very simple. It's easy. Are the people happy here?
They're very happy. You see when with everybody they come close, they're smiling, dancing. They're gonna show you up something
Okay.
that you really enjoy that.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's continue on with our walk. We got our beautiful children here.
Yes.
Hello. How are you?
They're just smiling,
Yeah.
not talking anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just smiling. Beautiful children.
You have also the water. You can see how they catch water here.
Okay. This is the water well.
Yeah, the water. So how that is easy to take water. It's a clear water, and we drink without problem. We don't get sick. We don't get anything. We can drink. We can wash it. We can use it on the garden. That is a well for water.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So we have here now the this is a water pump,
Yeah, this is a water pump.
the
So we can-
borehole.
Yeah, that is we can dig. Some people to get water here.
Yeah.
More different than the other one. This one also we make ourselves, but we just get the pipe to the other people for like gifty to give us to connect it here.
Okay.
So that is it.
So this is the town or the village carpenter.
Yeah, this is a village carpenter.
And what does he do?
He do like tables, he do the doors, he do the windows, he do lots of things. Once you ask him something to make for you, he can make it. Or even in bed, he can make it. Everything.
Oh, he makes everything for the
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
So he made this door right here.
Yeah. So this is the
Nice.
door he make it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So what is this right here? I've seen these right here.
Okay, this oven we make a bread.
Uh-huh.
We can make ourselves. So this oven for bread.
This
Make
is
a-
oven for bread.
Yeah.
Where did you put it in?
We put here. There's a big hole here.
Oh,
What we did, we put the wood inside and we bend it and we wait for charcoal. After that, for maybe 30 minutes, we take the wood out. We take those things like a flour that we make for bread, we put inside. Within, like, if we put 12:30, we can also take 1:30. So this is my uncle.
your uncle.
Other one.
Ah,
So you see, they make a corn. They're gonna go to maize mill to make a food.
oh, this is maize.
Yeah, there's the maize.
Okay.
So those ladies, they're busy to make a maize. They're gonna take it to the a maize mill to make a powder.
Oh, they're
So
gonna
they
grind
can,
it.
Yeah, they can grind to make a food. So they can come to you. So
And-
this is vegetable they cut. It's ready for time to start cooking.
Mm. That's the vegetable. What's the name of the vegetable?
Piru.
Impure.
Yeah,
Impure.
piru. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. My uncle is he's tyrant guy.
He's
He-
what?
He got tyrant. You know, this tire, when it's broken,
Yeah.
you can fix it until it comes straight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he fixed it.
It's
He
an old
straightened it.
guy,
Yeah.
but the brain still working nicely.
How
Yeah.
old is Uncle?
It's almost like 89 now.
89.
Yes.
Ah,
He's,
he looks so young.
that's it. That's why I tell you here, people they're looking young, but if you see, you can't be.
He's 89 years old.
Yeah.
Wow. Tell him I said
So-
he looks young.
You look young.
Tell him I said he looks young.
I wouldn't know. It's not young.
Yeah.
So my grandmother, this is second born.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is
So-
her brother.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it's So the more brothers.
Mhm.
So that the mother for him, he died almost 115 years.
Oh, so his mother lived 115 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's why you can say also 89 is you can look like younger, but it's not. It's a big
Mhm.
old mother this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All righty.
Yes.
Tell him I used to fix on these wheels too when I was younger.
I would use some of
Yeah.
To him, he like to tell the kids to plant the water fruits, so they must know how to plant the vegetable.
He takes the kids
Yeah.
to plant the
yeah,
food.
Yeah, to go to the garden to teach them how to plant the water.
Ah, he
Yeah.
teaches them very young.
Yeah,
At this age.
this age.
Huh?
Yeah, that's why every time we say, let's go to the garden, we can plant the water, the water vegetable.
Yeah.
So he took all the kids, go to garden, he showed them, you see this, you must plant like that. Next time I don't want you don't know that.
Yeah.
So that's why every time we take the kids to go to the garden to do that.
Ah, see, family, they're teaching the young how to survive, how to feed themselves.
Yes.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So these kids will always know how to feed themselves.
Yes, they know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on.
Okay.
So these are okay. What is that?
the hare.
The rabbit.
Yeah, the rabbit.
They keep the rabbit in here.
Yeah, they keep a rabbit inside there. Sometimes also we can use like for flowers. Some other people they can use the meat, and also they can use the compost, the poop. Yeah, so we feed each and every day, morning, afternoon, and night. Because you know the rabbit they can eat too much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rabbit has a lot of little babies too.
Yeah, they can make almost like 10 up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes they got 15. So that's it.
We have
The
more
trees.
plants.
Yeah, this seem like more plants. So this kind of trees, those are we plant lots of here in Malawi because they can grow faster.
Mhm.
So people they can use wood to make a food.
Oh.
Yeah, you can see they plant lots of seeds inside. So they can't buy the food because they already have lots of inside there. So
Yeah.
you plant every year, they have more food here.
Hey, you ever seen a wealthy person or a wealthy family or a jet owner? Like, I got a jet.
Yes, Color, take a break from that video right there.
Very.
Let me know what you think about so far, because he showed you the whole communal aspect of
I got two feelings about that. You know,
this
fact that,
community.
I sent you a super chat. Read super chat. It says, "Buy black family." That's my message tonight. You know, now the average African, right, can sustain himself in a village like that, and not have to worry about money and everything. But how do we get the African? There's two things Africa want. They want to move to the city. You know, they watch movies, they watch internet and everything, so they abandon the village life. The village life, as you saw, was very sustainable. You know, not to spend no money. They don't grow their own food. They don't stuff like this. You know, but how do you tell Africans to do that at the same time? They want all the things. They want cars. They want computers. They want to travel. They will do all this. I would love to see how Africans, somebody from Africa, would call in and say, how do you feel about this? Could going back to the village life, right, be more cost effective and relieve you of the burden of worrying about money and stuff like that? You know, I wonder what the average African thinks about that. You know, but because it seems like they want that for us, but they don't want that for themselves. You know, that's a problem I'm getting. Do you get that sometimes, Bomani? They're like, oh yeah, this like, but they're living in New York, they're living in the UK, they're going they're Italy and all these other places and everything like that, right? And they go into their cities and everything. And one of the problems that Africa has, right, when you see slum villages and informal settlements, was people who left their village life, which they had everything, to move to the city, even if it means living in shacks. You know, it's shacks. You know, so I would like to know. I would love to know what some of our African brothers and sisters think about this. You know, if someone says, you know something, you should go back to the village life, right? You know, until we can figure shit out and gradually bring you into the modern world, you know? Should Africans go back to the village life, you know? And like I said, the village right here don't seem that bad. You know, what do you think, Bomani, you know?
Now, as far as the communal living and the concept of it, it's a great setup and things. The only issue that you're gonna have is that it's not a modern society,
Right.
you know. But you can, and that's what I was telling people that even with our Black Star Pan African community, you have land itself. But our goal is to build modern homes, modern structure, use modern system and things like that. But if you're talking about a group of villagers living in a community in a rural area in a country, you know what they're doing is very impressive, because I'm sure that the government is not supporting what they're doing, or because a lot of times it is governments are tied up. Well, governments are tied up with the major big cities. They're not necessarily just really like example. I was in Senegal and the Gambia in March, April, when I was driving from Senegal into the Gambia, and I think this is my third time actually driving from Senegal to the Gambia. What you saw from Senegal when I was leaving from Dakar was this incredible, beautiful African country with modern infrastructure, modern roads, new cities, incredible stadiums and things. And then you're going into the rural area now, then you're seeing donkeys and you're seeing what we're looking at right now. And you're seeing some of the worst set of roads. So people are they're gonna do what they need to do to survive, and that's what they're doing. They're like, okay, no one is coming to help us, so we're gonna create our own society to where we can take care of ourselves and live off the land and things like that. But trust me, man, people would love to have modern convenience and things. Don't let someone in the village get a hold of something on YouTube where they see people living a certain life. They're gonna want that. You know what I mean? Like just like those of us who live a basic middle class life.
Right.
And you see rich and successful people be like, yo, I want some of that. You want some of that,
Bomani, but the question is, right? This is and I don't want to offend my brothers and sisters in Africa, right? Wouldn't that be given Africa's situation right now with the debt and everything, or that, wouldn't it be better to do that life than to get across the desert and get beaten and molested in the Arab countries and drowning at the sea and everything like that, because everybody that goes overseas, right, have the choice of going back to the village, living that life, but they want to go to Europe because I want to go to Europe. I want to go to America. I want to go.
Yeah. And those things come with consequences. And just like, not putting any country out there, let's use one country. Just like we think about, all the beautiful sisters in Nigeria that had to leave Nigeria to go somewhere else to make a living, doing something that they probably don't necessarily want to do. And that's the situation you have. So I respect the people in that village for being there and just doing for themselves and having their dignity and their respect, because now they have beautiful young ladies that could respectfully, marry off and one of the men there. Now they don't have to worry about those sisters being out there on the street corners as street walkers in the different parts of what country is that? Malawi. In Malawi.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the capital of Malawi is. That's how much I don't know about many different African countries.
Beautiful country. You ever seen the landscape of that on the lake?
I mean, once you get out to the rural areas and once you see certain parts of the city, but these are some of the unfortunate parts of the rural areas that's as any development. But at the same time, too, at least that man can go to bed at night in his nice, comfortable bed, knowing that his daughters are not out there as prostitutes or his sons are not out there as slaves to some Chinese
or on the side of the road.
or out there just begging or out there just even doing worse, scamming and shaking people down. So it's a level of dignity and respect. And I mean, I appreciate Go Black for sharing this video, because sometimes we have to just look back at people who they may not have all these fancy stuff that you come into this house and see, but they're probably living a more stress-free life than people like myself.
Bro, happier than you and I,
I'm definitely happier than people like myself. All I did was stress, because once you're in this world of modern business and things like that, you have to deal with people, many things. And I'm telling people, one of the tricky things is this: the people you deal with is really tricky. I mean, I appreciate all the people that have supported all our business and showed us love, but I'm also telling people that let's try to do better, to be a little more, to where we can work with each other a little bit better. And things like that. Wanted to share a conversation I had with today with someone, but let me not even get into that.
Check this out. Frank put a comment up here. I would love for Frank's opinion on that. He says majority of Africans are living in villages. That's not true. Most Africans live in the cities.
That's a good analysis. Do most Africans live in a city or in a village? I would say if we're talking about Singapore, most of the people we already know live in the city because it's a more modern urban setup. And I guess it depends on the country. I'm looking at my backwards, looking at my map.
Liberia, most people live in the city.
Okay, Liberia, that would be a great example for Liberia. In Ghana, we see the cities in Ghana: Accra, Elmina, Cape Coast.
And also, I would have to take.
It'd have to be very close, man. I don't have the numbers. I don't know if there's any statistical numbers that we can access, but it'd have to be very close. Literally very close. But I would say you probably have a larger population outside the rural area. I guess really depends on some countries. Like Ghana is so big that the top half of the country is all rural, and the major cities on the bottom half of it. But I've been hearing about that. There's a big population of people there, but it's hard to do the numbers. But it's probably closer to where you're coming from, where you're saying that more people live in the cities.
Now, I wonder, is Frank saying that the majority are feeding the population in the cities, which is not true. Most Africans import. We saw that with what's his name?
The rural areas are feeding the city.
No, that's not true. Oh, it's not true.
Well, all the farming in Ghana is done just outside Accra, and it's a big country full of farming all over the country. I'm sure they import certain things, but not much is really grown directly in Accra.
Sierra Leone, most of the rice is imported. Right? Like, what's his name? What's that guy's name that was on here? Amara, remember it? He was like, yeah, but we don't have the fertilizer and everything. I said, why are you guys importing? You got all that land. He said, oh, we don't have this, so it's not like that. It's not like that. A lot of the imports and some of that rice and stuff like that, is imported, The staples are imported. There's some things that in the markets and everything people grow, but, the subsistently. But as far as what the restaurants and everything like that use, it'd be great if, and also, like Mufasa was saying last night, it's hard to get goods from. In every country, they say, well, the problem is the roads are so bad, we can't get product from the rural area, the city, because of roads and stuff like that. You got dirt roads, you got unpaved roads and stuff like that. So a lot of stuff is easier just to import stuff, Yeah, stuff like that. So, and also it takes scale. When you talk about feeding a population, you can't just use compost. You definitely need fertilizer. And you need tractors, and you need all the stuff like that, to produce your product in large quantity, But for local purposes, yeah, villages are definitely self-sufficient, but as far as like the urban population,
All right, but definitely want to find out how much more of this video you want to play, and then want to make sure that we stay on our current subject.
right.
Which this is always part. Whatever we talk about, brother, is always relevant. That's the best thing I can tell people, because everything is all connected to what we talk about. Even yesterday, we were talking about the Black conscious community, and people like, why you guys over in this country and over in that country? I was like, that's what we do. We're geopolitical. Is that the terminology you use?
Imagine if all the conscious community, instead of talking about Egypt, was focused on West Africa. Imagine what this movement would look like.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Because that's one of the things that inspired me to be about West Africa. But let me get you off here. That's one of the things that inspired me about being in West Africa, because it's like I love the history of Egypt, and this, the greatness of this great African civilization. But the issue of it is it's so ancient, and then there has been really nothing in a modern era that really just connect us to so it's like, but the energy is just there in Black Africa. I mean, you talk about, I mean, they've what they've done in Egypt is impressive, to build what you have built in that kind of climate, in a dry desert. And then we have countries like all them countries in West Africa.
We played video. They're building whole new cities in the desert,
Yeah, between Egypt and Morocco, that's just like, the shining glory of Africa, this development. And like I mentioned to you, family, this is in a dry area. This is in more so desert area. And then we have the West Africa have the best tropical environment in the world. It's similar to what's there in the Caribbean.
West Africa, tropics, come to America. I just flipped on the Kaiser. He says Tyrone talking about that Black people were here thousands of years. When Kaiser was last, Kaiser gets a kick out of this, Talking about he's Alquan's boy, Tyrell, whatever his name is, Black people were here for a millennia or whatnot. Yeah, okay. We decided to leave Africa, the tropics and everything with abundance and everything, to come to cold ass, icy America and whatnot. Yeah, that makes a lot of fucking sense.
Or like, I'm gonna leave tropical, beautiful. Well, we do that crazy stuff now. Like we leave from Jamaica and go to England and go to Canada. But that's a different story. But I'm not. But well, and maybe it's not so much a difference. But it's like in a society, and maybe it's something that we have to analyze. But it's a good point. Why would you leave your tropical paradise and go somewhere cold? If you're living in Jamaica, like we're living in Jamaica, and we moved to New York, and we had our reasons. You're looking for a better economic opportunities, looking for better education for your children, and you're looking to this all around better opportunities so you can compete. But why would our people leave paradise to go to? I would never. That's what I'm saying, brother. I wish you and I could just go back in time in our time machine and go really verify this history, because we have so much people, scholars and pseudo scholars, debating and debunking to where sometimes we're not clear. And that's what I really appreciate. As I told Brother Chief X, I really appreciate you, brother, coming so we can have a dialogue and sharing these things out with us, as far as us doing proper research and analyzing things. And I'm not saying everything the brother said, just believes, but the point of it is adding a different side to things that we're confused about.
Yeah, we're very confused,
I was living this online, and the same debate always going on since I started the studying. Were the Egyptians dark skin, light skin, brown skin, or white? And what you see from based on what I've experienced as being in Egypt, what I've seen is from the drawings of colors to the architecture, you've seen an array of different people of people. And you see the Black African influence. You see other influence. It's really honestly incredible. But that's where I draw the line, where I don't get into it, because next people they're gonna be at each other. How could you say that that the Egyptians were not this, or the Egyptians were this? And in these fake Black conscious circles, you get into fights like that, man. like you see how them brothers be on, but son of the TV. When they be doing them debates, they be dead serious.
Yeah.
Like, like even like someone like Brother Polite, you'll see him literally, he'd be up in his books and have his reference. You see Dr. Maya, she has a reference, and it's incredible the amount of research and studying that they do on it. Definitely always impressive. But my focus for us is to connect us to, and that's why I appreciate when Chief said West and Central Africa. I was like, thank you.
Yeah,
This really needed to hear that, because we need to focus on things that's going to be tangible and realistic for us.
Right.
I'm gonna keep on going to Egypt and keep on connecting our people to that history, because it's an African civilization and African contributions. How much, whether Black, Sub-Saharan Africa, and so on, I personally don't know, but it's a shining glory. But at the same time, too, that could never be my focus. And that's why I'm about to play this one clip in a little bit, because we basically finished with the Go Black video, right? Unless you want to play more of it.
I want to ask one last thing that Frank. I wonder, does Frank live in a village? Speaking of the village and whatnot, Frank, do you live in a village? No.
From villages. He's
like, the village. Where do you live, Frank? In a city?
Yeah, that's why when I'm in Ghana, we have vendors and people like that come around, and that's how they make a living for their village. The village will make all the artifacts and things, and they'll get it to them, and then they'll be around us and selling everything. And that's why when people ask me about things, I said, I was like, I'm actually proud of these brothers. Now, some of them I've known since they were children. I was like, they have a responsibility that we don't know about. Their responsibility. The village, like you see, the brother, the video we're playing, they're from those villages, and then they have to go out to urban areas or go out to the cities, and they have to go out there and make money for their village and support families. And some of them, may have 3 wives in the village and may have a few different children. And and that's all. And so when you see vendors out there selling family, I know some of them frustrate you and get on your nerves, but try to decide, have some dignity and some love for them, because they're hardworking people. Go ahead.
I thought about something today, right? Now, if you get scammed in Africa, right? And I would ask this question to the panel, right? People ask this, right? Let's say you get scammed $30,000 in Africa, right? And if you've seen that money, right? Say, yeah, we scammed you, but look at the school we built. Look at the clinic we built. Look at the market we built and everything. Would you say, fuck you, my money, I work hard for it, or would you say, something, this went for a good cause? What would you do?
I prefer to say it went to a good cause and we're building something, because the amount of money that gets taken and us losing in Africa, or losing this when we're just doing things with each other, and nothing gets built or done. The one thing I'm always wondering, like, the people who do all these shakedown, what did you build anything, or did you turn around and spend it on white luxuries, clothes, cars, jewelry, champagne, liquor, party and stuff. So these are the things that we're telling people, like family. That's why we don't want us to get scammed. So the best thing to do is you're putting your money when we deal with corporate economics, you're just putting your money together as a small group, a small family, and you invest in that money. And if you're out there scamming people and you scam the money, put the money together and build something for the future of our children. Go ahead.
Mufasa's comment.
Yes, I would say, F you, that's my money, I work for it. Yes, and I'm with you, brother. Absolutely. I'm just being silly in a situation, because I remember one person that I interviewed before I was making our moves to Ghana. What kind of engineer was he? I want to say he was a chemical engineer, and he was running a trucking operation business there in Ghana, and unfortunately, the person that was working for him, the people from the village got to him and they brainwashed him and told him to shake the guy down. Instead of them thinking about the future of that their children could be driving trucks or could be running a trucking operation, they decided to shake the man down. He still hasn't recovered from it. Somebody I know directly that I do IT work for, and help him do business work at his office. But these are one of many stories that happened. So in turn, I would have loved for them to shake him down, turn around and do something with that money and build something, because that's what he was looking to do anyway. He was not someone that was looking to make a profit or get rich from doing business in Africa. He was trying to create an opportunity for people that he have gotten to know based on his based on one of his colleagues that is a Ghanaian. So yeah, but yeah, that's our money, and I don't want we don't want nobody taking our money and doing, because we're hardworking people. As much as whatever negative things people may say about Black people in America, I'm here to vouch that people here are working hard on the plantation. My mother posted a picture with her and the rest of her nurse friends on Facebook, saying that we're on the plantation where we're getting underpaid and all kind of stuff. And that was a hilarious picture she posted on Facebook. But it's rough. So people who think that oh, we just got money like that and just want to shake us down, they have no idea how hard we work for our money. But definitely, if it goes like that, at least build something from it. That's the only thing I can positively say about that situation, and that's not what we're seeing. So that's the problem. So that's why our family, we have to work in organized group for group investments, and that's what me and Kala's here talking about and also working on as we work to deliver Liberia for you and guaranteeing you that this will be your the end goal and the solution to your problems of what you've been having in different parts of Africa. And then for those who want to do advanced connection with us, we're still building that Black Star Pan-African community / town, and we need more of your help so you can get some of this land in the town, outside of even the land that we have, and work on your projects that you need to work on. And together we'll do like what me and Kala was talking about. Me and Kala was talking about Mr. Walt Disney, which was a brilliant man.
Mhm.
I think people like Walt Disney, I'm not glorifying white people, because sometimes people like, some of you guys, like somebody asked me why we glorify certain things, and I was like, it's not glorification. It's you just being a man and having respect for another man, and saying, what, this man builds something for his people. He builds something for the world. Builds something as a vision to create. Because ultimately, when you look at the Disney operation, it creates a ridiculous amount of employment and ridiculous amount of business and connections and network things that me and you would like to do, because we think about all of our young brothers and sisters on the African continent, and you see them all the time, brother, when you go to Liberia, when I'm in other countries, and what they want, they just want a chance, an opportunity.
A job,
Yeah, and what you always tell me, the best thing that you can have is a good job, and I agree with you. And the most stressful thing you can have is a bunch of business like myself, and then your time is tied up. But we're not trying to discourage entrepreneurship. I'm just telling people that you have to deal with things that no one is going to teach you that you have to deal with, and the psychology of people is something completely different. But the best thing you can do is have a good job. And I mean, and I was talking to one of my young brothers on the block, and just trying to just talk with them, and just like just like other people reached out to me when I was younger in that age, and just trying to drop some knowledge, and trying to like, hey man, when you're this age, you got to be about your money and your business. You got to, you got to put those things in place to where when you're our age, in our 40s and 50s, you're not out there, trying to compete with, with people for, welcome to Walmart job and things like that. You're someone who are skilled, and even in your skill, if someone won't hire you or give you a certain positions, you out there making a living, using your skills, like I'm trying to think about how much IT jobs I've had. I think I only had one IT job, and the one that I really want, Delta wouldn't give it to me. So I just kept on building my own business. But even and you make your money from that, and you just gotta hang in there and fight enough. And that's what I'm saying to people, that in order for us to progress, we have to build for the rest of us also. So just like, let me go back to Disney when they acquired that land, because I was just watching a few documentaries, and we probably still have time to play one or two short things, including that. And I looked at the land that they had, and they built their entire, like you always talk about, focus on. They built their organ. Now I have one or two videos that I already loaded, and I can show you and things like that. But they built their infrastructure. They built their water system. They built. And then that's all you're telling people, like, you get enough land, and you build an organized operation where it's self-sufficient, and and that's a part, and that's how you compete. You can't compete if you don't have anything to compete with. But we can definitely get into one or two of those videos. I was watching one. It was an animation video, And these things are always great to study because I want to say when I don't know the exact timeline when Walt Disney died. I think the whole Disney World project didn't fully come to to completion. I think it was a little bit after.
And they thought
that's the gen. Go ahead.
They said, look, man, he was right. Disney was right. You know who picked up Disney's ideas? Asia. These self-sustaining cities. Now they call them smart cities. America began the suburban sprawl, and look where we're in right now: housing shortages and everything like that. Waste. Disney said, "Look, man, you can have everything in one area, right? And boom, 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 industrial zones, people work, everything like that." They said, "No, that's too robotic. That's like communism, and that's control." They said Disney was a dictator, all stuff like that. So it never materialized and everything, but that Epcot experimental prototype city of tomorrow and whatnot was his vision. He said, look, man, these are going to be the prototype cities that we need to build, and so like that. But Asia, they building these cities, and it's working. It's working. They're giving everybody a high standard of living, right, in a small space, and so America dropped the ball. Black people, we're following behind America. We're following behind America. Even in Africa, why are we building cities that you look like European cities? Why not we building? We could probably raise the standard of living of everybody if you built those smart cities, and everything like that. And you give everybody, you have a work zone here where everybody can work. You got a shopping area. You got the general district area, and you got the housing and everything like that. You got rail cars and monorails and everything like that. So most people don't need cars and everything, and everybody has electricity and all the stuff for the modern world, And so and I believe that's the future right there, And now that's adjacent to the Disney world, right? Where millions of people come from all over the world, spend all this money in a place called Disney, and they got more jobs and more opportunity and everything like that. We could do the same thing, on the continent, Imagine that, man, if we start building stuff like that, where people come and for their vacations and stuff like that, and they're staying in the state-of-the-art cities and everything with trains and, buses and everything like that, all organized to the highest level. We just have to think outside the box, We just have to think outside the box. You're muted, Bomani.
Yes, family, and that's what we're doing. Outside the box and building the future. I was about to play this one video, loading it up, and
Okay.
I have another video that you posted also. We can get into that, and I can just close out that video that we're watching from Go Black, unless you want to play some more.
No, we got the gist of it. It was a good idea, as far as like, that video solved a lot of questions I had, right? Because I was under the impression that people were starving in the villages and everything. And I couldn't understand why are people always moving to the cities,
City's nicer, man. City life is good. You lived in New York.
Yeah, I know. But
city life is better.
You got Frank talking about he's glorifying the village right here. Why does he live in the village?
From living somewhere tropical, I love being somewhere where you can just be in a modern world, and then you can plant you always want to have your mango trees and things like that planted, and the list of this whole bunch of trees, especially if you're just familiar with that environment. And moving to New York City, got me to appreciate, where I'm from as far as this tropical Jamaica, but more important, a tropical world where you can grow your fruit trees and you can have the nice, beautiful, fresh climate, and the weather is warm and everything.
Year-round nice weather,
Year-round, brother.
Yeah, why would somebody go from year-round nice weather to come here and freeze to death in America? Yeah, we did. Yeah. That's why I said these motherfuckers make no logical sense, And Sister Petrell last night, I love her to death, man. But, I thought she was going to, I said, maybe Chief X is in trouble, man. We got some, she's a heavy, and then it became all pseudo, no disrespect to the sister, but, all pseudo stuff, And I'm like, the pseudo stuff, man. People are acting on this stuff, They're making life decisions on this stuff, I'm like,
Well, brother, we already know what we know. So as we seek and we do more research, we just have to, when I personally get there to Egypt, these are the questions I would ask, but I'm not going to take them personal, whichever the answer is, because again, Egypt is a great part of Africa, but my connection is to make West Africa work because that's where our greatest level of investment opportunities is right there in West Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And it's connected to our modern day culture, modern day struggle, and people should definitely take advantage of other opportunities in different parts of Africa. So I appreciate her being there in Egypt, and as time go along, it's something where you learn and you grow and things like that. But that's why Canada has so much good debates, because the topic on Egypt alone will cause some serious debates and things, because it's still one of them, it's still one of the few ancient civilizations that we see still standing, to where you have concrete documentation, or you just see something this visually that have last the test of time. It's not like when you go to a Roman Roman we go to Italy or Greece, and you don't you only see so much of what they built that are standing, is my point.
Mm-hmm.
And like my thing that's always as shocking is the Great Pyramid. I mean, you just look at that thing and like, wow, and the first thing that come to my mind is like, I would love to meet the aliens that came down from outer space and built it.
Yeah.
But obviously that's it's something that people did, but how did people do it is another thing. But it stand the test of time, and it's still there. But move forward to the 21st century. When you talk about repatriation, we have it all in West Africa. We just gotta we can really work it out and really bring investors to West Africa. It's a dream that I've not given up from this going to West Africa, and just fallen in love with the energy and the culture. And when you're trying to do certain investments, these are the countries that you're honestly gonna have to do investments in. They're all right there in West Africa. I'm not saying you can't do anything in South Africa, East Africa, or North Africa, but this is what we can focus on together and actually get things done. So when they start doing all these debates and people call themselves Moors and start doing all that stuff, it was always interested, but I've always felt that I wasn't connected to whatever the hell they were talking about, even though some of those people I know, and some of those people that you either learn from or you're connected with in the past and things like that. But I'm here for us to pave a new future for ourselves, and like we talk about, people may have whatever they need to say about Liberia, but that's what you and I came together as brothers and talked about and decided that we were going to do. This has nothing to do with anybody else. If y'all want to push something else, y'all push it. But me and Kala decided we're going to work together to push Liberia, based on the fact that after we talked for so long about so many things, and we analyze everything else that's going on in different parts of Africa, especially with the heavy level of failures in all the countries that I've been to and things, and none of us can say that Liberia has that failure of this. We send a group of Black people there in the last 10 years, and they have been shaken down, and all kind of things happening. Maybe there was just a high level of failure, and and so on. So that's where we at with the end goal of everything that we're talking about, and that's why we have the title up here, Afrikstan analysis, because we want our own towns, our own nations, our own communities, and we want to be self-sufficient. We want to be able to guide our own destiny.
Once we have our municipalities on the continent, we're free.
Exactly, and that's another thing I meant to talk to you about. Brother, you be sharp with it, man. Serious. The other thing, municipality, and my pronunciation, municipality, and that's what I like what Disney established. They're seeking for power, and they're seeking to have more control over their destiny. And in order for them to be having more control over their destiny, they know that they couldn't do something like go get some land in a state where, or in a town or a city where they didn't have control over what they're looking to do. And I'm sure they had these things planned. I don't know how they put, Disney. I don't know how they put the board together, but it seemed like Disney had a board of people who have carried on the vision of the founder himself.
Yeah, have you been to Disney?
Oh yes, absolutely. You know,
You got the Disney Police Department, the Disney and the police department. They have the Mickey Mouse ears on and whatnot. I'm like, damn, man, you got the Disney fire department, Disney hospital, and everything like that. It's like a Disney court, you know, everything like that. Disney magistrate and everything, you know, where you get your license, Disney. So it's all Disney. You know what I'm saying?
and that's what you mean by your own municipality, because they have their own, like you mentioned to me about the fire trucks, you know, about all of the civil services that you need. And that's what me and Mikala have been talking about, family, especially the last 2 years. We've been talking about these things and we've been going at it, and you know, we analyzing it, and that's what we had to present with you. Go ahead.
That's the Afrikstan end goal, is to establish municipalities on the African continent for the diaspora.
Exactly, and just like how, and you know, if you're not clear about what Kala Genesis is talking about, that's what we're talking about. Disney, not saying it's the exact same thing, but the flow of the concept of you having your own, you know, control over your own, you know, kind of having your own kind of local government to say, to where you can handle the things that you need to handle. Do you really need the government to do everything for you? And as a matter of fact, they built their own infrastructure, which is the most impressive thing, because then the government. If I'm a government and you're telling me you're Disney, you're coming in, you're gonna build your own infrastructure, I'm like, I'm giving you a thumbs up and a check mark, and where do I sign? Because that's the burden on governments, having to build and maintain infrastructure.
Also, you're creating tax base for the host government, and you got your own tax base, you know, so you're sustainable. You know what I'm saying? Because everything we can't rely on donations. We have to get to the point where we have our own tax base. You know, we're on revenue department. You know. But we can say, okay, we need to bring this investor in. That's going to bring in jobs. That's going to create tax income and everything like that. Remember, watch the movie Jaws and Jaws 2. Remember that?
Yes.
The mayor's like, yeah, you know, Amity is a summer town. You know, remember that? He goes, summer town. If they're not going to spend their dollars here, they go to Cape Cod, wherever like that, you know? So he's like this. We want to bring in their job of the mayor and the city council is to bring in money and revenue. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we want to be, the point, you know, where we're bringing in money and revenue, you know, through tax base, you know, and stuff like that. And we also collect property taxes, you know, and sales tax, all stuff like this. So once then you're self-sufficient. In America, let me tell you something. The reason why we have 3 levels of government, federal, state, and local, right? They knew the way the Constitution set up was like majority of people, right, should have control over their local life. The local government provides you with the basics that you have. You know, maybe having federal subsidies and everything, but the police department, your fire department, you know, your ambulatory services, your clinics, hospitals, your schools, and everything right there. You have to have a tax base, you know, your school board, and you have to have your local tax base to be self-sufficient. So that's what we're talking about. You know, to the highest level. When we do that, and we're have our municipalities and everything on the African continent, you know, more people will come. More people will trust and say, you know, something, you guys got it together. I can come there. I can get my residency. I can go to the municipality, get my business permit. If I want to buy a house, I can look at the land deeds department, you know, and I could do all that, you know, stuff like that, you know, and register my property and stuff like that. All the things of being self-sufficient. That's the next phase of nation building.
Yep. There you go, family. Kala talking about the future of nation building, man, and that's what Kala, and that's what I'm saying. That when we listen to other people talking, are they talking about the future of nation building and, you know, the things we talk about? Nah.
No.
So, you know, but I'm telling you, you know, so family, stick with us. You know, we don't have all these ridiculous viewers like all these other people, but you know, we're real with you. This is our Frank. I got a question for you, Kala.
He says, not everyone wants to live in the cities. You could have fooled me.
Well, statement.
If you want farming, you need to go to the village. Land's available there. Yeah, the land's available, but you also need capital. You need transportation. You need fertilizer. You need a market. You need buyers. You know, there's a lot to just farming. Just thing. I used to do farming. My grandfather was a farmer in North Carolina. It's not an easy thing. Farming. People think farming is easy. Farming is not. You know, you need an infrastructure set up where when you farm, right, you can get your harvest and stuff like that to market. You sell it either to the grain combine, or thing. A farm is sold before it's even planted. Let's say you got your corn is going to harvest in April, right? There's a price for your corn already set before it's even thing. Africa, we need commodities markets, which is people like Africa grows year round. So let's say you have a farm harvest every two months. Tomatoes would grow. It takes about a month to grow, about a month, right? So every month you're planting tomatoes and everything. You harvest it, right? And then the price is set by in the future, what we call futures. People buy your stuff before it's even harvested. We say that tomato price is going to drop because we got a glut in the market. All these things need to be analyzed, and stuff like that. When we start talking about real large scale farming, we're moving away from subsistence farming. I think what Frank is talking about is subsistence farming. We can't sustain that anymore. If you have tomatoes, right, you have a company in the country that's going to buy your tomatoes because they make ketchup, they make tomato paste, they make stuff like this, So he's going to buy up a lot of that. And then the excess will sell to local markets and stuff like that. That's the sort of farming we have to get to, but that takes really government and everybody planning, So and also African countries have never utilized like the Asians did their villages. There's a lot of stuff like let me look at that village right there, right? That guy right there, where you got these people with these skills in the villages. Do you know how Japan got industrialized? Do you know how many parts and stuff like that were made in rural villages and everything that supplied companies like Mitsubishi, Hitachi, and everything made right from the village where people stayed in the village, right? 1 minute they're farming, next minute they're making parts for engine parts and stuff like that, And so I told people in Liberia that I said, look, you got a lot of craftsmen and stuff like that in the villages that could make anything, right? Why not give them a contract to make furniture? Why don't you give them a contract to make furniture? Why wherever you're importing, you could be manufacturing right there in the local village. And I've seen that in Liberia because they make some serious furniture, and I'm like, wow, and I'm like, I was very, very impressed, by what I saw.
Yes, brother. We have the folks who just gotta put them to work, and as you and I talk about, provide whoever that we're dealing with in business training, because one of the most important aspects of this business itself is whether it's your staff, your people you're doing business with, is training, cross training, and dialoguing about what needs to be talked about to be on the same page and just get things done. Simple, basic things.
Video.
So this video I want to play, it talks about how Disney became a government, just to keep things in perspective of what we're talking about, how people are miseducating and misguiding us, and not representing Pan-Africanism and nation building. So these are the things that we need to talk about as a people, on that level. I mean, not saying that we're trying to just go to an African country and then just saying, oh, we want to be our own government and we want to run the country and do it. And it's like, that's the confusion what people are being confused about. Disney is virtually, outside of their conglomerate power, they're virtually harmless. They don't have a navy, they don't have Marines, they don't have soldiers. They may have securities and police and things like that, and they may have spies, but they're operating, within America. And the main thing is they're controlling their destiny, and that's what we want to be. I don't want to be in Africa to where we have no control over our destiny. And this is what Kala always break down as far as Afrikstan. And let me just get this video up. And then let me know if you want to break anything down about an Afrikstan before we play this, or let me know if you want to do it after we play the video. About a quick 9 minutes.
Okay, it's cool.
and if you step foot on their Disney World property, that mouse... In Disney, one mouse reigns supreme, and if you step foot on their Disney World property, that mouse is now your sovereign. This is the story of how Disney World became its own government. The mid-1950s were a turbulent time in America. The Korean War had just ended, and it wouldn't be long before the U.S. would find itself mired in another in Vietnam. The U.S. was also in the middle of a Cold War with the Soviet Union that looked like it could turn hot at any moment. While Elvis Presley was shaking his hips on national television, leading to millions of parents having to cover their children's scandalized eyes. It was right in the middle of this time of upheaval that a man named Walter Elias Disney opened his very own theme park in Anaheim, California. It was a place where the public could go to truly get away from it all and see their favorite animated heroes from the screen come to life. It was a place where their wildest dreams could come true. For a price, of course. Disneyland was incredibly successful, so much so that Walt was soon looking for a location for his second park, one that he would make even bigger, grander, and more importantly, more...
Before Jobber, it was late night.
Because even though the park had been a huge achievement, Walt knew that it had a flaw. Surveys of visitors to Disneyland showed that only 5% of the park's guests were from the eastern half of the U.S. Apparently, even the happiest place on earth wasn't good enough to convince New York travelers to spend their hard-earned dollars in California. This meant that Disneyland was missing out on 75% of the nation's population, and with it, the largest pool of tourists in the country. But Walt had a plan to fix that. His big idea was an even grander park, a whole self-contained world of happiness and whimsy, all infused with that Disney magic, of course. A Disney World, if you will. But this place was going to be different from the first park in Anaheim. Disney wanted far greater control over the surrounding areas, as he intensely disliked the businesses that had popped up around Disneyland, which he felt detracted from his vision of what the Disney theme park experience should be. He needed the land, and a lot of it. But more importantly, he needed it to be in a place where he could wield ultimate authority and where no pesky local officials would try to disrupt his grand plan for the world's greatest theme park. Disney turned his eyes to Florida and found what he considered to be the perfect location. Sure, at the time, it was nothing more than a stinky, steaming swamp, but Walt could see past that and recognize the potential for his Walt Disney World Resort. He found a site inhabited only by skunk apes and alligators, and which had the added benefit of being very close to the planned Interstate 4, as well as the Florida Turnpike. In addition, McCoy Air Force Base, which would become Orlando International Airport, was also near the planned construction site. This placed Disney World in a spot with easy access to major transportation hubs, which suited Disney's plans to bring that other 75% of the country to his new resort. There was just one problem. The 30,500 acres of land Disney was eyeing was cheap for now. But if word got out that the Disney Corporation was looking to buy land to build a new resort, prices would undoubtedly surge, potentially adding tens of millions of dollars in costs to the project. Thus, Disney World would have to be planned in absolute secrecy. No one outside of the organization could know about the park. That meant that even internally, no one was allowed to utter the words Disney World, and the project was referred to in-house only as the Florida Project. Any leakers knew that they would face the wrath of the most powerful mouse in the world. In order to keep the land prices down, the Disney Corporation created a slew of shell corporations that it used to acquire the land in question. These corporations bore more exotic names, such as I-4 Corporation, Latin American Development and Management Corporation, and Reedy Creek Ranch Corporation. This tactic successfully kept landowners and the government unaware of Disney's slow takeover of 48 square miles of Florida. But they soon ran into another problem. Mineral rights in the area belonged to Tufts University, which could invoke its right to mine for minerals at any time and could force the removal of personnel, equipment, and even buildings. This was obviously not going to work for Disney, since Cinderella's castle isn't exactly mobile. Luckily for Disney, they eventually managed to negotiate the mineral rights away from Tufts, acquiring them for just $15,000. Now, with the land for the park secured, nothing could stop Disney from making their dream come true of building the place where dreams come true. Sadly for Walt Disney, he wouldn't live to see his dream fulfilled. He died in 1966 after a battle with cancer, just 1 year after the public announcement of Disney World. His brother Roy O. Disney took over the park's construction, and he too would make sure that this wasn't your ordinary run-of-the-mill theme park. As Walt had himself said before he died, Disney World would only stop growing when imagination ran out. Such a massive planned theme park would require more than just hotels, restaurants, bathrooms, and even transportation. It would need all the same services as a small city. But for the Disney Corp trying to negotiate and plan the administration of city services on such a massive scale with the Florida government wouldn't just be a bureaucratic nightmare, it would also dramatically add to operational costs. And it would mean Disney wouldn't have near absolute authority over its own massive property, something that the mouse couldn't and wouldn't tolerate. To successfully control their own land, Disney would need to negotiate with Bay Lake and Lake Buena Vista municipalities, essentially taking over the role of government. Disney sought to effectively govern itself, free of any outside influence. But it's no surprise that this idea came with a fair number of detractors. Critics of the plan argued that if Disney was granted absolute sovereignty, it could, for all intents and purposes, regulate itself, dictating things like the local minimum wage and even what is or isn't illegal. Disney pushed ahead, though, and petitioned hard for the creation of a special district that would essentially be under its control. While landowners in both Bay Lake and Lake Buena Vista would still be able to vote on governance within the Disney district, as a major landowner itself, Disney would have incredible power to enact statutes and measures. Finally, after persistent lobbying, Disney got its wish, and suddenly Disney World was free of the restraints foisted upon your average Joe theme park owner in the rest of America. Well, not quite. Disney did win the right to control its own infrastructure, largely free of statewide regulations and any associated fees for public services. This meant that Disney would be allowed to build its own sewage and water systems, as well as roads. However, the company would still have to follow federal safety guidelines and environmental regulations. You know, if they felt like it, because honestly, nobody was really checking for a long time. This special Disney district would be named the Reedy Creek Improvement District. It's governed by a 5-member board of supervisors, which are elected by landowners of the district. Since Disney is by far the largest landowner, it's no surprise that senior Disney executives are routinely elected in landslide victories. Reedy Creek Improvement District is a democracy like the rest of the U.S., only here every choice is Disney. The district is completely free of county and state control, except in the payment of property taxes and elevator inspections. For this, though, Disney would need to provide its own fire, medical, and environmental services. In addition, while it operates a small army of security staff, Disney must still rely on county law enforcement and the Florida Highway Patrol to make arrests. Disney is free, however, to enact its own building codes and ensures the buildings are able to withstand 110-mile-per-hour winds due to Florida's habit of getting in the way of hurricanes. For utilities, Disney uses a subsidiary, Reedy Creek Energy Services, to collect and manage wastewater, as well as dispose of its own trash and generate its own electricity. While Disney basically owns the district, most roads in the district are still public, save for a small number of minor and dead-end roads which lead to Disney attractions. The Reedy Creek Fire Department, basically subsidized by Disney, is responsible for responding to fire and medical emergencies throughout the district, though Disney also keeps a large number of on-site medics for park emergencies. Disney World has been a huge economic boon to the area, though. It employs 62,000 people at the park itself, not to mention the millions and millions of dollars that get brought to the area and spent at other businesses by the millions who visit the park each year. However, it's believed that the Disney Corporation owes the Florida government untold millions in property taxes. By pumping money into the election campaigns of officials who promise to keep taxes low, Disney has managed to evade large sums in tax revenue for the state. Recently, however, Disney World property has been reassessed, and the company's tax bill has increased enough to warrant a slew of challenges and lawsuits filed by Disney Corp against Florida. Disney's self-regulating special district is pretty unprecedented, and as the company continues to grow and expand, it might be looking at similar strategies in other places around the country. So, you never know. One day you might wake up to find the mouse planting his flag on your front lawn. And with his trademark giggle, he'll inform you that you and your whole family now belong to Disney too. Now go watch the video Disney doesn't want you to see. Totally messed up things that have happened at Disney World. Or click this other video.
Yeah, spectacular, you know, how they did that.
Yes,
Yeah.
brother, that was impressive stuff, brother. But that's the title of the video was how Disney World became its own government. So that's what I wanted you to speak on and compare that situation, because when people think that we're doing something in Africa, they think we're doing this strange, weird stuff. And I tell them, no, we're not doing anything beyond just what we need to do and beyond just what everyone else is doing for themselves and their family and their people.
Right. And also, you got to understand something, right? If Africa is serious about African Americans coming to Africa, it's going to take something like that, you know? That's why we said the Afrikstan analysis, the building, getting land, infrastructure, and building a community, And so that's exactly what it is. But of course, when I talk about a theme park, we're talking about we could do that and everything, but we're also talking about building cities, towns, and industrial zones and everything like that, where we basically could have people can go there and have employment, have a university, imagine that university being built and everything, like several universities and everything, technical colleges, trade schools and all stuff like this, a whole civilization, a new civilization in 40 square miles, 40 square miles, and then also whatever the host country is, that way they're going to get millions of dollars in tax revenue, And so, like I said, this is the only way forward. Like I said, I always look at Disney and Epcot as an inspiration for the Afrikstan, getting land, building the infrastructure, and you have a sustainable civilization. That's what we are controlling. We saw one thing about Disney. He didn't want to be controlled by local magistrates. You saw that in local governments, So he said,
exactly, but which big corporations or who really want to get caught up like that? You want to be able to just, you want to be able to come in and do your thing, because what we have to look at is the end result. The end result of what you have is when they mentioned 63,000 people. I remember, in one location,
working there,
and then think of, and I tell people, think of the planes that are coming in with people in reference to that, the transportation as far as taxis, buses, restaurants, hotels, resorts, companies who have moved their operation or headquarters in that area to cater to the business that they're connected to, based on the fact that Disney World is there. So my point to people, once we build some of these things, like in Afrikstan, what me and Kala has been talking about, or we build self-sufficient communities and things, then you think about all the things that work in and around that operation, and and if there's more of us together as Black people putting our money together and making these kind of moves, we're in a better situation, because you want to have control over your destiny. You don't want to just end up in a certain African country where next thing you know, 50 years later, everything that you built is owned by the government or somebody else.
Or some other government comes in and starts shaking you down and stuff like that, And so we have to be very, very selective of where we build this. What's up, Jughead? Where we build this. That's why I said, to me, two countries that come to mind is Angola and Liberia. Angola's told me that'd be a great idea and stuff like that. But we had to get to that point. We have to make the Ghana thing work. The Ghana thing has to work. And then we say, oh, look, these are all the problems we have in Ghana. This is a shortfall. This is I think we could do more in Liberia. And then this other country says, something, we like the success you guys are doing. People are moving to the continent. You guys, not only that, when you got Black people from the West coming there, what's going to follow them is investment, investment. Africans don't understand something. You build something like this on the continent, right? You're going to get American investment, because, to be honest with you, America is not going to let Black people take their dollars and they're going to try to get in on it, whether it's IBM or whoever. They're going to be like, oh, look, man, let's get in on this and everything like that. They're going to the continent every day. Let us put our money up and so we can provide jobs and get in on this market. We got to create something. Look at Las Vegas, right? People were crazy. Why would you want to build a city in the desert, But look at Las Vegas now.
And even bigger than Las Vegas now, look at Dubai, which which is a newer version of a Sin City in the desert.
Right.
And so, Jughead, greetings, brother. Let me just at least bring Jughead on so you can Jughead, you can unmute yourself and join us, brother. And let me read your comment, and you guys can we can all just get into it. That's your comment, Jughead. You're telling us we should build our own operation like that, and I appreciate it. And I was just showing an analysis of what Kala has been explaining to people. And I should try to find different ways to to translate it into something to where people can just literally just get a tangible feel of. And this is one of the persons who have done it the best. I mean, they've built an empire to where almost everything that you and I watch on the network is owned by, you know, Disney of some sort.
Dubai, all these people are modeled after Disney. You know, a model after Disney. You know, a planned city, the idea of a planned city, you know, for a purpose of Disney was just entertainment, you know. Dubai did the same thing, but they were focused on business. You know, we want businesses to be a place where businesses can operate globally. You know, think about it. Where can you go where a company from China could sit down and have lunch with a company from the United States, you know, without having to fly? It's Dubai. You know, so they had a good idea. No one thought, I would never thought about that. Why would somebody go to some desert in Oman or whatever like that? But they were right, you know. You create a place where businesses could come and business could do. We were living in a global world. And so, like I said, this idea. Now, the Echo Atlantic had the same idea, but Echo Atlantic, I don't know, Juggy could probably tell us more about that. You know, I don't think they had the Fashola had the idea of building something like Dubai and Disney or whatever, like the planned city. But I think it should have been more of a Pan-African thing, you know, and it wasn't, you know. So it's
yeah, I don't really get their vision of things. And as we can see, the success of the different the different things, just like Ecolandic, that they're building in the so-called Middle East or Western Asia, or whatever they want to call that part of the world, you see their success as far as them putting their investment money to, you know, and recruiting some of the best people in the world to be a part of that whole future. And you know, all of it is built, but we still have. I don't want to be picking on Nigeria, Ecolandic City, but when we're talking about rich Black people in Africa and the rest of parts of Africa, and Nigerian specifically, you know, where's the collective game plan? Because I'm sure whatever Dubai built since I think I was there, I got there in 1999 on the naval ship. You know, I was there for a few days, and from that time to 24 years later, it's one of the most incredible things that people have seen out there, and then other cities in that area are just popping up. But it's like when we look at the same situation as Echo Atlantic, we can see the big differences. You know, is you know, a whole bunch of rich Arabs put their money together and they just did things on a whole different business level and they got it done. So now I don't think the same formula has been put into Echo Atlantic, and I don't think
Echo Atlantic and Dubai.
There's no similar support also. But it's like what? But the biggest question is like why? When you have all of these, you know, it's not like we have a continent. It's not like the continent is that poor, and you're talking about one of the more richer countries, Nigeria.
I'll tell you what. First of all, good morning, Bomani. Good morning, Kala. Good morning, the chats.
Good morning, brother. Break down Ecolantic for us. We're listening to you.
I'll be delighted to, but I'll be delighted to. Unfortunately, with Nigeria versus tribalism and niggernomics. See, with the Arabs are patriarchal, yeah. I'm not pulling my punches. I'll tell you straight. Nigeria practices tribalism and niggernomics. Allow me to elucidate. See, the Arab states, gentlemen, they're patriarchal. They're not plain. They're patriarchal, and they have their Islam. They're serious-minded about business. Okay, because they're not tribalistic, they get things done. They focus on hard work and collective endeavors. Unfortunately, Black people, Nigeria in particular, because don't forget, first of all, the money is foreign investment. That's number one. Don't forget, Africa has not got leadership. Africa has what I call them plantation overseers. Nigeria is not a sovereign state, money. Nigeria is a plantation owned by Shell and BP. We're not sovereign yet. Nigeria is as sovereign as I'm Chinese. Gentlemen, do I look Chinese to you? Do I look Chinese to you? No. Nigeria is as sovereign as I'm Chinese. That's a problem. Nigeria is not sovereign and free yet. So we've got a bunch of cowardly plantation overseers misleading the country. That's a problem. So Arab boys have leadership. We don't. That's number one. Number two, the Ecolantic is foreign investments. That's number two. You see, those foreigners are building Ecolantic for their own purposes, not for us. That's the difference. For Africa to see, it'll take Black people like us from diaspora to collectively pull our resources and build our own Epcots. Now, if you look at, imagine Disney, that's a great concept. Let me go back to Disney. Back in 1966, Disney formed a concept called Epcot, EPOCT. the modern city. Check it out on YouTube. Epcot, EPCOT. That's modern for Qatar.
We played it. The Epcot. It's called Experimental Prototype Cities of Tomorrow.
Thank you.
That's what all the cities you see, Dubai, and even in Asia right now, model after. You know.
Yeah, Qatar, all of them, Abu Dhabi, all of them. NEOM, the new ones are built out in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, NEOM, NEOP, and the KAC, the King Abdullah E-commerce city. They're doing bigger versions of Dubai. These people are serious, Bomani. We're not serious. Well, we are. Majority of people, they're lollygagging. You see what it is, Carla Genesis? Our people are lazy and selfish. We're going to wait for someone else to do the work. That's the problem. We're sitting back on the backsides. Not you and I, wait for someone else to do the work. What's not going to happen? That's the problem, Bomani Keller. Most of the people, especially in the UK, in what I call so-called first world countries, are sitting back on the backsides, comfortable. They don't want to go back to Africa, waste decades of their, so not waste, spend decades of their lives building Africa. We're too selfish to do that. That's a problem. Why is look, you mentioned Bomani in Dubai in 1999, 24 years ago. How did Dubai get from success what it was to what it is now? Because in those times, Bomani spent 2 decades, invested 2 decades of their life, building it up. That's why, because they weren't selfish. They invested 2 years or decades, build up, and look at it now. It paid off. Black people, we're too selfish. We're too selfish to do that. We're too individualistic in the West. That's the problem. So those that are serious, like you and I, and Carl Genesis, and they pull their resources and go back, then things will change. But yeah, that's a great concept. Epcot, as a brother Carl just said, there is a model that was the genesis of these new ideas back in the 60s. Back in the 60s, but look at it now. And others I followed in Singapore. They have a version in Korea. Songgok City, SONGDO, Songgok City in Malaysia.
Building, geez, man, I want to move there. It's gonna be, and not only that, the Koreans did. We're talking about Pan-Asian, Pan-African, like the city is basically competing. These cities in Asia are competing for the brain power of Asia. You're gonna have Thai people there, Vietnamese people there, Malays there, all competing at a high level, living in these new eggs. So the world is changing. The old antiquated nation states that we inherited from the West, got to change. That's why the Afrikstan is so freaking important. The idea that we could, the best and brightest could be in one place, building and creating and everything like that. That's the future. That's a future. And I don't know what to tell everybody. Why is Africa not developing? Hey, look, you got a whole giant continent out there, right? India and China has a population of entire Africa, but they got one government making decisions for for a billion people a piece. Africa got 54 countries, right? They can't coordinate anything. There's not even a national, international peacekeeping operation. There's no industrial zones where companies from Eastern Africa has shell companies on West Africa, right? The Eco-Atlantic should have been like, okay, let's see if we can get Kenyan companies, Rwandan companies, and everything like that. Let's get Black South Africans in here and everything like that, right? It was just, we're going to build Eco-Atlantic, but let's get some people from the diaspora to come there and do. They didn't have that vision, that African, Pan-African vision. Asians basically said, look, if we're going to build something, right, they're not going to build their new smart cities, right, for waiting for Europeans to come. Europeans are Asian. They're like this. They said they saw all these young Asians getting education and skills and trade and everything like that. So let's say let's bring some of these Asian people in there, So now you got Japanese and Koreans living in the same apartment buildings and everything, and working together and everything. So something new is coming out of a thing, So that might transform.
And Asianism, but it's been effective since you and I talk about since you and I talk about the Singapore leader Lee Kuan Yew.
Dr. Lee Kuan Yew. Dr. Lee Kuan Yew.
Dr. Lee Kuan Yew.
That's the greatest statesman of our lifetime, man. Yeah,
so that's what happens from those things is, like you talked about a little while ago, Pan-Asianism. Now, since more people are from different countries, it's kind of like when I was in living in Brooklyn. There's a bunch of us from different parts of the Caribbean. Not saying that we organized and built anything, but you start meeting people from similar places where you're from, and then you start networking and connecting, and then next thing you know, you're doing big things together.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what's really going to happen with all these Asian nations just being more global, and them coming together, and then there's really hopefully there's no war going on in the Pacific at this moment, because that's another volatile area.
That's how you stop wars. When you got people making money together and building together, they're like, oh, we got a lot in common. We're all Asian. And that's the future.
And that's what we're hoping that we all say together, like we all we're all black, we all black African people, like just like the three of us from 3 different parts of the world. And it's similar to other people that we have on the panel, where it's just from different parts of the world. And that's what you're always hoping that, that's why we play that nice banner for you family, talking about talking about Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, building a global black business pipeline, because that's how things kind of spark. Is that what you're saying also, Kala?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We have to move beyond you're Black American, you're Jamaican, everything. We have to build the Afrikstan, that place where, we're nowhere from different places, but, we're building a new civilization. Something new is coming out of it based on the fact that we have a common ancestry, common gene, common phenotype, That's what the Asians did, Now you go to Asian. I don't mean to hate on these people or get jealous or whatever like that, but I see, you go to like Singapore and places like they say, oh, here's a nice Thai in the restaurant. They got outdoor stalls and whatnot. Oh, you can get some Thai noodles here. Of course, here, this is the Vietnamese spot and everything like that. And you got young people and whatnot talking on the street and everything like that, going to movies and fellowship and everything, going to work or studying together and stuff like that. Where is our version of that?
Oh, so yeah, Carly, so you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Yeah,
go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Sorry, Carly, man, I'm so eager. I want to hug you guys now. I'm so eager. When you guys talk, you help so much. I'm very hopeful, even though sometimes I can be cynical. I'm very hopeful. I'm never saying to you why I'm hopeful, because what's happening now in the UK, look at America, your country, what you built. What's going on there? The fuckeries, the killing. A lot of people getting fed up now. Even the coons get fed up with the situation in America. All these killings, all these abuse, what's happening. Whites now getting more opposite, calling you the N-word to your face now. Get more arrogant, more bold now. So the time is right now for Afrikstan to build, because once we get started, I'm telling you, Kala, what happened? You see a floodgates of people coming in, a few that coming to give us a support, because what's happening now in America and UK and Europe, all these killings, the abuse, people drowning in Europe, people drowning in Italy, people sinking the boats on purpose. People get fed up. When we build Afrikstan, we build our black Singapore, our black Doha, but Doha is the capital of Qatar. Build our black, because Dubai is city-states. People forget, Abu Dhabi are city-states. They're not countries. The Emirates is I think the seventh Emirates. I forget the name of number 5. There's seven Emirates. And the 2 big ones are Abu Dhabi and Dubai. They're cities. But then we got to start small. People get put up, they think, oh, Pan-African, the whole continent. No. Start small first. Then you expand. Once they see the full, when we start up with Afrikstan, you'll see it, Colour. Millions will come over to put the support. There are a lot of coons, but a lot of people that also that are good-hearted and just waiting for people to start first. When we start, we'll be the genesis. We'll be the catalyst for change. And people are us free, and people are like us. Once you put out Afrikstan, you watch. Millions will join us. I'm telling you, I'm very hopeful. People get fed up with the fuckeries. They get fed up with the shootings in America, people gunning you down for no reason, come to your house, dragging black people at the house, stripping them naked in the street. What? Like back in the plantation. What's going on there? We're 2023. Completely like slave.
No doubt, right? If you could provide something black that's equal to what people know, it's not that, it's, something like Bomani said earlier, it's easier to go forward, right? Than it is to go backwards, If you basically, like I said, you build you build, they'll come, You build these city states and everything like that, and and the people, like we always tell people all the time, black manufacturers buy black, one out like that. We have that energy going on, and then people getting education and stuff like that, and getting their skills, everything. The more skilled people you supply, the more educated people survive. Then you got the also people who just want a vacation, retirement, and stuff like that. If you have all that energy, right? Yeah, an Afrikstan would definitely work, you know? And you tell people all the time, yeah, it's a Pan-African state and everything like that. People come from different parts of the diaspora in the world to live and everything like that. And you see people walking down the street, or everybody's black, the government administration is black, and everybody's like that, you know? Yeah, people will come, you know? I have no doubt in my mind people will come by the millions, you know?
Well, yeah, millions.
Absolutely, and Kala, I'm with you on that. You know, we believe people definitely will come, and as we flow back into the main topic, that's what I want to get Jughead on. This was a topic, Jughead: the miseducation of Pan-Africanism and nation building. Con artists and false idols are misleading us. So while we're talking about that in a direct and indirect way, we're just doing our usual this general talk about Pan-Africanism. But what I want to find out from you is how you see this this movement itself. Because in some cases, we're wondering if we're being miseducated or we're being educated, and sometimes you don't know the difference, and sometimes you're confused. Sometimes you find out 5-10 years later on that what people told you, whether it's your science teacher or whether it's your principal, even your parents, it was just a lie. Just just like, I don't know if when you're younger, your parents probably told you about Santa Claus and you was probably excited, and then and then one day they turn around and tweet that Santa Claus is not real, and things like that. You may have been heartbroken, but you may have just literally process it well to where you understand the situation is going on. But I don't know if that's the same situation dealing with our people, because there's a lot of information that we're getting as we live in a more modern time, and you have people challenging research, and you're wondering, do we need to just completely just rethink everything and then put our best effort forward? So that's part of the situation, because when you think about some of the people with the popular views and the popular subscribers, it's just on YouTube talking their foolishness. They're also at the same time too, whether they're selling you something or they're pushing their agenda, but it's like, is that agenda pushing towards Pan-Africanism and nation building, or is it just misleading and misguiding people? Are they really just con artists and false idols?
Well, Bomani, so okay, your question that you posed for the topic of today's discussion, if I may address that directly, please. Yes. Number one, as a black African in the UK, I can start from here first. The blacks have been there for almost 9 decades. So to beat us up, but I have to tell the truth. Black UKs are an embarrassment to the black global community. I'm telling you straight, But it was 9 decades, ain't built jack shit, I've been Pan-African since 1991. I've joined various groups over here, and none of them were serious. None of them were serious. That's why I joined the BAIO 3 years ago, pre-COVID. And I know the history of Black Americans, what you've done, what African Americans, who are successful what you've done over the last 200 years. So that's I won't go for it again. Give it you so much. So now regarding the topic of con artists, yes, unfortunately, our movement has attracted a lot of people that just want to throw in interests. Problem also, my mind, is that a lot of people think Pan-Africanism is a panacea. It's like Shazam. Imagine what everything's done. No, Pan-Africanism means hard work. It's not easy. See, people reject it because it means you have to get your backside and be accountable to each other. Black people don't want to be accountable to each other. That's number one. Number two, we're too comfortable in the West. That's number two. Number three, we're too individualistic. Pan-Africanism means that you work collectively together for a common goal. Most blacks don't want to do that. That's the problem, you see. So this movement will separate the wheat from the chaff. But that's good, because once I don't want to work, you stay over there. When we build our black epicos, our black Dubais, our black Singapores, we're not going to forget. Like I said last week, we've got a cool database. All those that have said, I won't work, remember who you are. Because don't forget, we've got to separate, as Garvey said, everyone is go back to Africa. There was like Kunis Owens, Jason Shitlock, I don't want them back there. Larry Elders, I don't want them back there. Let them stay in the plantation. I don't want them with us. Those can stay over here. And when we build up, when we build up black Singapores, our black Dubais, our black Qatars, and we will, we're not going to forget who's trying to undermine us. Our coup database we're full up. And when they come at the border, they get border checks. We say, no, Larry Elder, you stay over there. You don't come back. No, not cool this hours. You defend the black men being killed by white police officers. We don't forget. You stay over there. We don't come back in. We have border checks. No one's going to come into Afrikstan. No. Afrikstan will be selective. It'll be selective. I'm not ashamed of that. I'm an elitist. We're the best. We're the best. I don't mean those who know most money. I mean those with the intellect, those with the integrity, as well to build Africa. Those who want back. Those who are traitors. The Larry Elders, the Alan Keys. Imagine that saying, "Thank you for slavery." Imagine that black man saying that. Thank you for slavery. Are you insane? So one of the problems, Bomani, last 4 or 5 decades has been all rhetoric. That's okay. Let's move forward. As Carla said, move forward now. Let's do 3 decades. We'll see who's serious. I'm serious. You're serious. Carla's serious. A lot of others are serious too. We'll meet up down next year when I'm coming to Liberia. Before we'll meet up physically, and a lot of things I've got plans, but don't say it over the line. I've got plans to make money legally that I'm not going to put on the air. We'll meet up face to face, and we'll discuss offline what we're going to do. And we will meet up, I promise you. If not later this year, next year we'll meet up physically, and we'll discuss what we're going to do financially offline.
All good, man, but yeah, it doesn't always have to be legal. We could do illegal stuff, you know what I'm saying? That's a good way to flip money.
No. But what is? We'll straight shooters. Because with me, if it's legal, which it should be. You know,
we got street guys telling me that they want to get into the Pan-African business also. They said they need to move some of their money.
well, listen. Look, we're not naive. Look at drug man. We're not naive. After arms trade, drugs trade is our biggest trades. So we don't. These people aren't clean.
Hey, the American government make a good living off of drug dealing. Let me not stop there. But I mean, realistically, yeah. I mean, it's the game gets dirtier than people I think it is. But no, I'm not saying basically what we there's a thin line between legal and illegal and things like that. But yeah, our goal is to be. I would say the word is righteous.
That's righteous. You're right. Correctly. Righteous nation building. Righteous
even the people. It's like this. Even the people who are telling you all these things, they're the worst criminals. The people who are are plotting the law and laying the law. They're the ones evading the law and literally just So sometimes that's what I'm saying. It's a whole miseducation of everything that we're dealing with. So we have to rethink things. But yeah, just to put things in better perspective, family. Our goal is to just create righteous opportunities for us to get things done. But we're definitely open to some of our people who want to just invest some of their money in our operation. I mean, I'm sure Las Vegas wasn't built with all legal money. and Kyle Genesis is the expert on these things, so I'm sure he can tell me these things. But righteousness is where we're looking to do. And sometimes righteousness also means you're taking investments from certain place and not looking down on that person and say just because you come from this part of the world don't mean that we shouldn't include in doing something with you. So it's a tricky thing as far as legal and illegal and righteous.
Yeah, no, it's and I'm always about doing things righteous, but when you look at how America was built, right? America was built on trading human bodies. That's how I got it.
So before that, before that, genocide, 111 million red people, 111 million slaughtered, 111 million. The blood of the black man and the red woman, black woman. The genocide. Sorry, Color, go on.
The opium trade, right? Where the British were taking opium from India and deliberately got rich because the Chinese didn't have anything the British wanted. They said, we got tea. Saying we got all the stuff. He said, we got silk. What do you trade it, right? And so basically they were buying from China and they were going broke. So they said, we got a favorable balance of trade, right? And so what they did was they found a way to not only tip the trade balance, but it was in their favor. That was the opium war, the opium. They started addicting the Chinese to opium and whatnot. Next thing you know, all that silver start coming into the British coffers and everything. The Chinese burned the opium boats, and the British came and they ended up taking ports like Canton, and Hong Kong and places like that, later Hong Kong,
The Boxer Berlin, the Boxer Berlin, the Boxer Berlin, 1908, the Boxer Berlin,
the Taiping Rebellion, and all these places like that. So what I'm saying is, we live in a world now where it's time for the black man to come up. It's time for the black man to come up, and we're gonna do things right. But the thing is, though, there's a thin line, right? I look at these people getting rich off of cobalt. You have 40,000 children in the Congo, right? That should be in school, should have health care, as young as 3 and 4 years old, picking cobalt, right? And the world sits back and says nothing about it, And so I'm saying like this, what's going to happen, right? What's going to happen? I look at the fact that why is the British petroleum and Shell, right? Why are they even making a dollar off of Nigerian oil? When are we going to basically say, let's take these oil fields back, right? If they put sanctions on for 20 years, let's wait it out. You know what I'm saying? And when we do that and everything, we'll be in a strong position. But we cannot go another 20 years of having white people owning all the wealth in Southern Africa and everything like that. Something has to get, something has to get. The billions and trillions of dollars that's needed to build Africa and whatnot. It's got to come from someplace, And the easiest way I can start is, the wealth that the white people have in Africa or whatnot, it has to be somewhere taken, As simple as that, that's the easiest way to do it. That's not even drugs, nothing like that. Just the wealth of these mines that the Europeans own still in Africa and everything like that, the diamonds and everything like that. We have to take that shit back,
Yeah. So Carla, we mentioned Nigeria. Back to leadership. Nigeria, Africa has no leadership. Last leadership was killed was Mugabe died of old age 3 years ago, and Gaddafi was killed by Obama and Hillary. Since then, Africa has plantation overseers. Nigeria's never been independent color. Nigeria is led by
African leader. I said that.
Yeah, Nigeria's. Sorry, go on.
We don't have real leaders on the continent. What you have is you can see what I'm talking about to prove with my point, right? African armies, right? They're not there to protect the borders or like that. They're there to keep the people suppressed. That's all. And protect the Europeans' interest in Africa. That's what they turn over to the Africans, You're going to basically, we're going to give you independence, right? But all our shit, you got to make sure that our shit's protected. We're going to give you enough money to run the government, whatever like that you got to do. We'll give you some bullshit about credit, your currency. We'll boost your currency. We'll do all stuff like that. But the bottom line is France is rich because it monetizes African cocoa and African gold. France don't go cocoa, but it's a cash crop. They can monetize it. You can monetize anything in the world, right? If anything that could be a commodity that could be sold, you can monetize it. You can print value to it, And what they do is they tell the Africans, okay, we're going to give you your credit rating is this. And this is how the Africans benefit, right? Okay, let's say the Africans manage to have a manufacturing plant, right? Well, because you're part of the French Union, right? You have access to through trade agreements in the French Union, right? To sell this at a certain price to a former French colony in Asia. Why do you think the Vietnamese are so big in West Africa, in French Africa? What does the Vietnamese got to do in there? Halfway across the world. Why are the Vietnamese selling Nigerians rice? Remember they're begging it. Don't sell rice. Nigerians like, we're gonna grow our own rice, Like, no, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. I'm like, these Asian motherfuckers, what the hell are you telling us that we can't grow our own freaking rice? Because they had it good.
Yeah, but Carla, I don't blame them. I don't blame them, Carla. I blame our leadership. They were cowardly and retarded. I don't blame the Asians. I blame our cowardly, retarded misleaders. That's what I blame. They're cowardly and they're retarded. So go continue, Carla.
Also, and I give Nigerian credit, right? Remember a few years ago when Nigeria said they didn't want to be part of that ECOWAS thing, right? Because what happened was all these Francophone countries said that if they have a free trade, right, they would have access to Nigerian markets, right? And Nigeria said, well, what are you going to get? What we're going to sell to you, right? We're going to give all these Francophone. And also, just because something like this farce called the African Free Trade Zone, right? How many Black Africans are actually taking advantage of that? You know who's getting rich off of that? The Lebanese, the Indians. Oh, they love that version of Pan-Africanism, right? That's fake Pan-Africanism, you know? Mufasa said Nigeria still wanted Asian rights. Tons of it's still being smuggled in. Yeah, they got smuggled at least. You know, at least they're not getting the free ride. So I'm saying to myself, the African Free Trade Zone, right? You know who loves that sort of Pan-Africanism? The Afrikaners in South Africa. You know, they love Pan-Africanism, right? Because the African Union has redefined Pan-Africanism and Africanism as anybody born or living on the continent, you know, as an African. You
see, Carla, the main as a Pan-Africanist, I'm obsessed with rooting out of the wheat, separating the wheat from the chaff. Ever since last time, I mean, I forget the Wazungu. I focus on the traitors from within. Once you have a purge, well, I don't really care what I say. I don't really get on the platform, so I'll be careful what I say. Once you have a purge, everything will be easy. From day one, we're respecting the plantation of Jamaica, of South America, or whatever, or Louisiana. We've been undermined from within. African tribes that gave the Africans to the Portuguese. The Africans that sold them to Arabs. From day one, we've been betrayed. Once we solve our internal problems, Carla, everything will be easy.
Yeah.
I focus on within first.
Yeah, until the traders fear us more than they fear the white man, nothing will ever change. Until basically they fear us more than they fear the white man. They fear the white man and his sanctions and whatever he else going to do, not be invited to some conference where they get a free meal, you know, and free hotel lodging and everything like that, and being hailed as a great leader and everything. Africans love praise from the West, you know, praise from the West, you know.
That's big problem. That's big problem. That's why here in the UK, when I cut Nelson Mandela, I wasn't a pushback because it's a bit of a topic, Bomani. But let me try and bring us into this. So Nelson Mandela was one of the biggest traitors in Africa. He was the Mobutu because he had a chance. When he came out in 1994, he was the most popular blacks in the world. I thought second to Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was one, but then was second. He was number two in terms of popularity. He had a chance to galvanize the whole black world. If he had done what he should have done, which is change name from South Africa to Azania, take the land, like Mossadegh, when Mossadegh came out Iran, what did he do in 51? He took it all back for the British.
Yeah.
51. Same thing, Gaddafi in 69. Chavez in 99. Why don't we do the same? How can you let set of the resources? That's stupid.
But check it out. Jughead, do you know the story of that? Mossad in Iran, right? He took them back from the bridge. The CIA came in, right? And they got in there with a propaganda campaign, right? And he said, we took the oil and everything like back, right? And he was democratically elected, right? And the British and the US CIA came in and they started paying off students and everything like that, or troublemakers, to riot and just cause trouble and everything. The country spiraled out of control. Next thing you know, he's out of office, right? And they put the Shah in power, you know, to do their bidding.
Yeah.
And then what the hell did the Iranians like? What the hell did we do? You know, we thought we had it bad because of propaganda. They miseducation, misleading, and everything. That's why it's so dangerous. Propaganda is so dangerous when you do have anytime you have the West and they don't like your leader and everything. And I always said this. I asked this question, and I'm going to ask Jughead this question. Every time I hear the term the opposition in a country, right? Most often the opposition are just there for the West to build up like a straw man, you know, to when they unleash, the opposition, like they always do with Kagame. What about the opposition in the country? What opposition? We're on the track to modernization, right? What can the opposition do? Can they show they're going to do better? No, but they need to govern too. It's their turn to govern. Why? So they can take the country backwards, you know?
Carla, sorry. as I said before, I'm not apologising. Unashamedly, I'm for benevolent dictatorship for the first 5 decades at least. I'll tell you why, because Africans were too stupid. Africans haven't got the brains yet to appreciate. Yeah, I'm too rocky. I'm telling you, because you said
your brother. Imagine like this Chinese Communist Party, right? Do you think they could have gotten there where they are if they relied to the peasants and everybody voting government? No, they said, look, this is a central plan. Like Lee Kuan Yew said. You know what Lee Kuan Yew said? He said, the first generation of leadership, right? We just said, this is how it is, like it like that, right? He said, and we basically made people to, he said, we persuaded people to think and do things our way, right? He said the next generation, what they did was they started doing things like opinion polls and what the people thought. Then when they got a lot of feedback, they said, you know what he said? We got to do a better job in convincing them of our way. He said, look, we know the way, And so
yes, brother, yes. Teach.
He said, if we would listen to the West, Singapore would have fell apart under some misguided idea of now Singapore is the highest per capita income country in the world, higher than Great Britain, its former colonizer, because they stuck with its principles, right? And it's easy for people look, nation, like you said, Jugga, it's not easy. There's going to be times and trials and tribulations, right? But what happens is when people start going through trials and tribulations, like in Iran, right? Oh, this guy ain't doing nothing. Why do you think there's a coup every year in Guinea and stuff like that, right? Nobody wants to discipline themselves, say, we got to make a sacrifice and boom, boom, boom. This is what we're going to do. We got to take 10 years. We're going to 10 years. No African ever said that. Look, I need 10 to 15 years of your time. In those 10 years, we're going to go without. Things are going to be rough. You're going to have to work hard and everything. But we're going to show you where this is going, and you have to trust us that we're doing that, right? And say, this is the way it is, right? And then after like that 15 years, 20 years, people are like, okay, you guys were right. But and Black people, I think we just, no, man, 5 years, my situation ain't changed, whatnot, and next thing you know, they're rioting in the streets and everything like that. And next thing you know, you have a coup. And they're back to square one, because people didn't want to discipline themselves to take that 20 years. Every country needs that 20 years of turning itself. Forget about the outside world, 20 years, something else.
Minimum. So consider minimum 2 decades. You're right. Minimum. You're right, Carla. Because look, Carla, look at as I say, what's Dubai? Last 24 years ago. That time Dubai was still developing, a bit of a, it wasn't what it is now. Look at now. Was called Central later. Because they had what's called deferred gratification, Carla. Deferred gratification. That's what we lack as people. Deferred gratification.
Yes. Delayed gratification. And like I said, why do people leave Africa, right? Because instead of building a continent, right, we want to basically, we want it all now, And I'm telling people, I said, we have to build a continent. The continent's not going to build itself, right?
No.
That's why I said the idea of an Afrikstan where you could make that thing saying, this is going to be painful and everything, but we're a country was like, we're willing to concede these square miles, right, to build this city-state that's going to connect the Black world together in one place, the intelligentsia in one place. That's what the idea of the Afrikstan is all about. That's not going to come overnight, right? But people have to realize, just like Noah when he built the ark in the Bible, right? People were laughing at him. Remember the Bible? People laugh. Oh, he building a boat. It's all desert out here, right? When the storm came, they were banging to get in, and that's what we have right now in the Black race, And so it's people don't like Paul Kagame, But Paul Kagame is like, you look at Rwanda in 10 years is going to have middle income status nationwide. Rwanda is the only African country that does not have shut down all its foreign schools. It has all public schools where kids got laptops and everything. Rwanda has no natural resources, right? But it's becoming a technology and manufacturing hub. Why? Because they had strong leadership. I wonder what Obama thought about Lee Kuan Yew. You know, I wonder what Obama thought about Lee Kuan Yew. You know,
people hate his guts.
Well, that was what the video is about. I mean, I'm sure he has to do is. I mean, there's no need for them to have any issues with each other because they're on the same side. I mean, that's that's one of the relationship America have as far as military relationships with Singapore.
Obama was on this thing about, like, he went to Ghana to talk about, you got some leaders that get in power and they don't want to leave power. So Ghana has a succession of governments, an elected government. That's what you judge Africa by, having elections where people go into
brother. The answer to that is yes. That's a lot of what they do.
Yeah, Obama speech in Ghana.
Because I mean, the reason why I say that because you hear in their speeches and things. They have had consecutive elections with no problems. They look at these things as a part of the evaluation. You got
to be kidding me, right? Elections gave us George Weah in Liberia. Elections. You got to be kidding me. And then Colin, you're a dictator. Bro, I know for a fact. In the Bible, that's why we said we need an Afrikstan, right? Because we can't put our future in the hands of idiots. You know what I'm saying? They're elected.
No, but I mean, look at. I mean, the thing of it is, it's no disrespect, but it's like, let's look at the track record of some of these countries.
Yeah, just abysmal.
I mean, it's been a disappointment for the whole, for the last century. So we got to change tactics and come up with some better strategies, family. So that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but people fighting us to Africa. It's like, where's the so-called African American intelligentsia that's sitting down with Paul Rucco? You want us to come there to Kenya, right? He says, "Oh, come to Kenya." Okay, to do what? To do absolutely what?
Well, to enjoy the beautiful life that they have set up for you. When you get there, they have all these fancy places that you can live in. You can spend your money. Everything is being set up for you to come and spend your money, but not for you to be a part of the future of the country. And that's what people are starting to see. It's kind of like, if I'm going to Dubai, I know that's the game plan. I know that's the setup right there. I know that situation. But it's like I'm going to my own mother Africa.
Yeah.
But that's not what you're going to. You're going to people expecting you to come with big money and live a lavish life so they can make their money from you and things like that. Interesting. So, but Jughead, before I cut you off the last time talking about thin line between righteous and legal and illegal, we're talking about the topic, and I wanted to find out what you thought about it and the words that we have in there, including like misleading, miseducation, con artists, false idols, and things like that.
Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, as I said before, any great idea attracts ne'er-do-wells, stragglers, time wasters, BSers, and the genuine. It attracts all five, unfortunately. The latter are the minority, unfortunately. That's the end endeavor. And look at for example, that Kala gave. One of the great Muhammad Mosque came to power in Iran, 1951. In 2 years, you had these, the coup sponsored by these idiots inside Iran under minority governments. When the Shah came in with his brutal Savak police, the Savak, S-A-V-A-K, they started crying. Well, it's too late now. It's too late now, you idiots. When the Savak came, busting your head, the Shah's secret police, now you're regretting it now. It's too late now. So, it's the same thing with us too. You get these people now that undermine us, about these con artists. I can mention some names, but I won't to keep your channel non-controversial. But unfortunately, as I said before, this Afrikstan is so important because once you build it, we have a mechanism which I'll discuss off air to stop it from happening. I'll tell you now, brothers and sisters, Afrikstan will not be sabotaged. I'll tell you now, Afrikstan will not be sabotaged. I'll tell you why, because we'll have mechanisms to stop people being infiltrated. Because as you said, when we start building, what will send the agents to undermine us? The Candace Owens, the Jason Shitlocks, the Larry owners, they're coming, they're trying to come in. They won't work because we'll have mechanisms to stop them from happening, which I'll discuss when we meet up face to face. But anyway, back to the title of discussion. Yeah, look, since Malcolm X and Khalid Mohammed, We've been led astray. But we're back on track now. What we're going to do is meet up physically, the ones that are serious, and build our little small vision. Start small, that'll get us back on track. Look at what's happened in the past now. Learn from it. Identify the traitors, the underminers, those that will come with the different programs, and that's how we can avoid it in the future. But look, Bomani, we've had colonizers, we still got them now. People that come on to hold up there, come on, Black Women's Guard. People talk about all this spiritual crap into industrial. Listen, I think it's about industrialization, not spirituality. I'm not knocking spirituality. Spirituality is not our issue here. It's industrialization, modernization. That's what we need. Not the Black Women's Guard. All this crap like talking about people like Dr. Umar Johnson or young Pharaoh. Black Women's Guard. Or people like the white Rastafarians. Put a black man on pedestal. Haile Selassie, a British agent, a traitor. Forget spirituality for now. If you're spiritual, live in your house.
Did you say British? Did you say British agent? That is wild.
Yeah, I tell you why. Because when look at all the African leaders that have been killed revolutionary, Morris Bishop from Grenada, what's his name? All the ones that Steve Biko, Thomas Sankara. You know, when the British say when the Italians invaded Ethiopia, 1939, he didn't fight the British. He ran to Britain, Haile Selassie. Menelik II, the Battle of Adwa, 1890. Menelik II defeated the Italians. In 1890, Battle of Adwa, 1890. You know, and Selassie didn't do that. He ran to Europe. I'm not putting him down. I'm telling the difference. Well, he wasn't Messiah. Put it that way. They put him on the plateau as a Messiah. He wasn't. You know. So what I'm saying is we've got to identify those people who are genuine, those who aren't. Garvey and Carlos Cox both said it themselves. And then they trust Selassie. What I'm saying isn't unusual. I'm just reading the material. Marcus Garvey and Carlos Cox both said that Haile Selassie was not the man we thought he was. That's one example. But anyway, back to Pan-Africanism. So was he a con man? I don't think so. But his watching was put him on a pedestal. The Rastafarians who were in the UK and done nothing at all. They come around there with the red dreadlocks and just smoke. They've done nothing at all. The blacks over in the UK. They sit around and talking rubbish and smoking ganja, and they're totally useless. That's why the black community there. I've sold them. I'm here physically, mentally. I'm with you guys in America and Africa. I'm there physically. Spiritually, I'm in Africa and with Black Americans and Jamaicans. So they're the three groups that are more serious about building for our future. Because let me say that, Brother Bomani and Keller, this is imperative. It's not optional. Africa must have an Afrikstan, because if we don't, where we're going now, African leaders sell off our land by 2050. If we're not, Africa, we could be tenants on our own land. Africa could be totally owned by foreigners. Where it's going now, where the Africa's lands be sold off by the African misleaders. So if we don't build out black Dubai's now, a black Qatar's, a black Singapore's, a black Japan's, we're finished. Because right now, land's been sold off by the acres every second. The foreigners come and buy up land in Africa. I said before last week about the colour. By 2050, Japan, China and India alone, population will be 5 billion. Right now, India's population is 4.4 billion. China's 1.3.5. By 23 years' time, or 27 years' time, there'll be 5 billion. 5 billion. And then in land resources, we think they're going to be looking for land resources. They'll be looking for Africa. And India and China are more powerful militarily. If you got to defend it militarily, we're done.
Yeah, Africa needs nuclear weapons, strong states. I never hear anybody talk about why Africa don't have nuclear. Why not, right? Not North Korea just fired a missile into the Sea of Japan and whatnot, and saying, their provocation, it keeps the world on board. Well, let's see what North Korea wants, whatnot. Do you think if African countries had nuclear weapons and whatnot, there'd be sanctions on Zimbabwe right now? No. Do you think the whites will own the farms and the farms and the commerce and everything in Southern Africa? No. Because they know, say, okay, what it could lead to. You know, bottom line, nobody respects Africa because they're like, yo, if it really comes down to it, you have no military power. You know, you have no military power, you have no navy, you have no nuclear submarines, you have nothing. You can't wage war against us. You know, so we got a whole entire black race that can't defend itself.
Carla,
Absolutely. I wanted to introduce the next person that we had, but Amara, hold on. Jugged, go ahead and wrap up on what you were saying, and then I'll just bring in Amara.
Thank you, Bomani. Just to back up what I said. Carla, it's embarrassing. Look at North Korea has lower GDP than most African countries. There's lower GDP and GNP than most African countries. But it has about 60, 80 nukes. Pakistan has a lower GDP than some African countries. The GDP has 200 nukes. Pakistan and North Korea, both poor countries. Well, Pakistan resource rich, but economically poor in terms of fiat currency. Both have nukes. How can Nigeria not have nukes? It's embarrassing. North Korea has nukes. It's a poor country.
Like I said, when being black, I've learned my whole life, nothing ceases to amaze me anymore, you know?
Nothing, brother. Brother, you can't shock or surprise me anymore, man.
Deal with Negroes, man. Deal with the Negro, man. It just nothing surprises me.
Niggonomics.
I got a PhD in Negroology. You know,
there you go, man. So I got we got one of our good brothers, Amara. Always good having our brother on.
Like that, it's all Negroism, you know, globally, you know, Negroism.
Well, Carla, let's bring in Amara. Amara, welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, brother. Always good having you here. What do you think about our subject tonight, the miseducation of Pan-Africanism and nation building? Con artists and false idols are misleading us.
Well, I got two things to say.
The floor is yours, brother. Rock on.
First of all, everybody, the Continentals and the diaspora both have two versions of Pan-Africanism. They see things from two different perspectives. You see, we in Africa, we already don't got our Pan-Africanism. We got the African Union, regional bodies. When push comes to shove, we work together. That's as far as our Pan-Africanism goes. And you have the diaspora, they have a different brand of Pan-Africanism. They see things from a different perspective. The problem is 400 years of separation really shows how we think, how we look at things, you know, the whole thing. You're always gonna have idols, people that want to profit from Pan-Africanism, whether it's the continental African version or the diaspora version. You got people that will want to profit, and people that want to spread false information, people that want to enemies of progress. You always have those. So from a continental standpoint, you know, all I can see, what I see from the diaspora is you have genuine people who are in a minority. You know, they actually go like Bomani, who actually gone out there to Ghana, and you actually own physical land, and you actually put enough physical structure that somebody can go over there and verify. You have that one brand. Then you have these other people on doing these YouTube videos talking about I'm doing X and Z and Y project, and I'm selling land, I'm doing this, scamming people. You see what I'm trying to say? So, but that boils down to also by the relationship between the continentals and the diasporans. Because plenty times diasporans don't get close to the Continentals like in America. Because the Continentals are the ones that pull all the strings, that got all the information, all the Rolodex, that have everything. All the networks, everything. But I see this as a trend. When diasporans want to go to wherever in Africa, they lean on more the diasporans. They cut off the Continentals. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a feeling right there that Continentals in America particularly, you know, don't get along with diasporans. Or from a Continental standpoint, we, you know, when we get robbed like that, we look at it as like, oh, okay, this is a continuing trend, because in America there's this saying among Continentals that these people think we don't know anything. These people think they don't understand us when we speak English. They don't, it's a whole bunch of things right there that, you know, they think we don't know. So that's one perspective, that they lean on their own people. Even in Africa, they can't even ask us. They lean on their own people. You see what I'm saying? So really, the standards are different. The standards are different, and people, I feel sorry, because in America, it's hard. It's hard to save your money in America for a project in Africa, and you go over there and somebody scam you, or somebody, you know, it's hard to come back and rebuild. You know, we're here. We know how it is. I mean, you can take a loan from a bank. You got to pay the loan back. You take 100,000 from a bank, or 20,000. You understand what I'm saying? From your credit card or whatever, and put it towards a project, that goes down the drain. You left with a debt over here. That means you got to work for some that you don't have no benefits off of. But that's the problem right there. That's the belief system. But it will breed, because of the belief system. It makes the diaspora in Africa have the monopoly. So that gives the room to scammers, crooks, con artists, you know, as well as the legitimate guys. The legitimate guys are good. If you can pick the legitimate diasporans that go over there and link them up with the Continentals, you have a group pool of people in which you can lean on. You see what I'm trying to say? But just because there's this the vibe that the Continentals don't know nothing, or they don't like us, or this et cetera, you lean 100% on your diasporans. You see, people like you, Bomani, doing a world-class job. But for every Bomani, there's 700 people trying to drown a Bomani down. You see what I'm trying to say? So that's the situation right there you're going to get. That's from the perspective of a Continental. You know? It's hard. I feel bad for like you, like a Dynasty Amir, Brandon. You know, I could count like 5 or 6 guys that are actually outliers that, you know, are putting their heart and soul into the whole thing.
Yes, we
but
have.
Surrounded by a bunch of scammers, other people that.
Yes. Well, I appreciate you saying that, brother, and you know, and for the other brothers that you mentioned, the same also. You know, I know they're all dedicated in that movement. You know, regardless if I agree or disagree with them on certain things. You know, we have to give them their respect and credit for being out there trying to build certain things. And yeah, we are outliers, and you're trying to figure things out, and you're trying to do certain things. And the people that you have that you're connected to, like some of the people that, you know, we're connected to, they don't exactly always help our people, and you end up looking bad. And I think all of us have been a victim of that. So
no, well, I'm telling you, first set of people you talk to is listen, the Continentals in America have nothing to lose. If a continental in America or England or Europe, you understand what I'm saying, have a conversation with you, you're not paying him, he doesn't need it. They got a well-paying job or he work multiple jobs to earn a living. You see what I'm trying to say? So he's not trying to profit. You see what I'm trying to say? If he helps you get to where you need, those are the first people you need to talk to. The continentals on Africa are a whole different kettle of fish. You can get the good ones and you can get the bad ones. You see what I'm trying to say? But your first protocol are people like us. If I give you free advice, we got my whole entire family have 1,500 acres of crop that we're planting. You know what I'm saying? When we harvest, the money is distributed. I get my own money, it's sitting in the bank over there. When I want to withdraw, I withdraw. That's how I lived in America. I never fought for a promotion or a job. I always have my share of my own money, put it in the bank. I let it build for a year, I withdraw. You know what I'm saying? I had a Bank of America account, and Bank of America was a few banks that would do that. Let you withdraw. They have connections with those banks over there. So I have nothing to lose. So if you see, if I come close to anybody, it's free advice. It's genuine love. Seeing somebody go through a struggle and trying to help. That's the problem right there. I see a lot of these diaspora, well-meaning guys go over there, don't even cut off completely the continentals in America. The continentals in America don't want a dime from nobody. If they help you out of love. They got money, they earn a living. They can run whatever you're running, they can run it on their own, or they're already running it over there on their own. You see what I'm trying to say? But people, those continentals over there, you're gonna find two kinds. One that is desperate and hungry and can come up with a game. Another one that's genuine. But you need to lean on somebody that doesn't have nothing to lose. I mean, I'm well taken care of. Your similar projects, we have some, I know a lot of my friends over there that have multiple houses, rows of houses, apartments. They're over here collecting the money over here, and then they're keeping a professional job over here. They're getting money from more, similar to what I do with our farming project. You get your money, you collect your rent, you collect your own house, put it in a bank. When you need it, you withdraw. So those people, by that, by them having such status, they people who mean something gravitate towards them. You know, I don't mean no brag, but from the airport to the police force to the military to inside any other government office, I have so many family members and people I went to school with and whatever that I could just call on for anything. So it's a lot of continentals. They smoothen the way before you ever set foot on the continent. But they've been cut out of the process. Yes, a continental is gonna run a mouth. Yeah, we arrogant. We run a mouth and we full of ourselves. But if you're really a real businessman, you don't look towards that. You look at what you can gain from there. A lot of diasporans do not do that. They lean 100%, 100% on people on the diasporans over there. One, because culturally they're connected. Two, when they speak English, they can understand each other. When they're looking for a wealth of experience, they rather go through them, you know, and use their connections they've made than talk to us.
Yes, in some cases, and let me just give me a minute.
That's your biggest wealth of anything to smoothing your way over there is right here in the United States. The continentals are over here. are well connected. I don't mean to brag or boast or whatever. Our connections.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are so well connected that you forget about people like myself that want to connect with y'all.
No, wait, see, that's the problem right there. That is the problem. That is the problem. Nobody's forgetting about you.
You know what I'm saying?
Nobody's
I may be from a little small island, but you know, we produce.
Nobody is forgetting about you. Did you make
your Garvey and Bob Marley? You know what I mean? Give us some.
No. Did you reach out? Well, now I'm just saying, for example, okay, say roll back. You don't gone far into your project. You have done it the hard way, and you've done it on your own. And luckily, you never ran into somebody that scammed you or tried to. So you're one of the few.
Oh,
okay.
Trust me. I've had my fair share of getting.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say.
Of having to fire attorneys and fire other people because you losing money because people are playing games with you.
Yeah, because you use your money to learn.
Yeah,
right? Listen.
Well, people talk about they pay for a college education. When you join this movement and you're trying to do this kind of business, you're really paying for an education. But the thing of it is, once you learn and go through the situation, if you're able to survive it, because some people, once they go through certain things in Africa, they're done. They're back here, and some of them just end up in mental institutions. It doesn't have to be like that because it's so traumatizing. You're going home to Africa to give your best energy, and then it doesn't work the way that you want it to work. Not saying it's all cases, but it's a popular thing.
I'm telling you, boss man, let me tell you this right now. If every diasporan that wanted to invest one dime in Africa did one thing first, consulted continental Africans over here, get a wide opinion from them, they wouldn't have to go through half of what they go through down there.
But sometimes, but that's the thing of it is, all the people that we have that we're dealing with, sometimes we're dealing with that situation, even that turns the wrong way, because even I'm hearing that, I have Ghanaians here that I connect with in America, and some of them rather just do work with the project that we're working on because they feel like they're going to be an easy target. And it's the same thing as myself, going back to Jamaica. Sometimes I'm scared to do certain things because, you feel that you'd be a target because it's always easier for us to beat up on our own people.
No, what I'm saying, you're missing something, boss. You're missing something.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
Okay, somebody like me that what I'm doing now is generational. It's
you just come from the wrong country. If you came from like Liberia, you and I would be best friends, or from Ghana, you and I would be best friends. But you come from Sierra Leone, so I don't know.
It's not the wrong country. My country's not the wrong country. That's first things first. Secondly, what the connections I got and the establishment I got. You see what I'm trying to say? Is that people over there. If that's what I say, people don't have anything to lose. If somebody got it going on, they got money coming in from over there. You see what I'm saying? Why does he need to reach out to anybody? One thing I know in business, you see what I'm trying to say? You the one that wants, that's a rookie in the entire process. You go out there and reach out to people that are well established. Some people give you 5 minutes of their time. You see what I'm trying to say? In the real world, you find out diasporas over there that are well established, generationally well established. I mean, like there's some clients that we have right now that were there. They told me we've been buying from this farm since your granddaddy. You see what I'm trying to say? Why don't you find out, first of all, if people like those don't care, they got money coming in, they got everything coming in. I mean, somebody like me that cares, I'll reach out to you guys or whatever. But most of those people don't care. I mean, they're well established. So if you're the one that wants to establish in a particular place, You're the one that needs to gather, do the groundwork, and find out what. First of all, I never seen diasporans go to African churches, African mosques. I never seen them present at each country has a association. You see what I'm saying? Like Sierra Leone, we have the Sierra Leone association over here for people that live over here. We have a full administration. Everybody that has any kind of skill here is on a register. Anybody that got any kind of your look addresses, contacts, everything. You see what I'm saying? I never seen any diaspora go over there or attend none of those meetings. That's why that's the meet and greet.
Go, Amara. The Sierra Leone Association met with the mayor, assistant mayor city project with Atlanta. You know, remember that? The mayor of Freetown came to South Carolina and Georgia and stuff like that. So there are outreaches out there, you know.
Yeah, but they're gonna come to reach out. I'm telling you. Listen. You're the one that's going out there to do business.
Hey, brother, please. I hope you're not. Don't blame the victims. You know, don't blame the victims.
You see, that's you guys' problem. That's clearly you guys' problem. Because if I was in your shoe, this is what I do. Even in my own business, in our own business, right? I fly. That's why I got thank God I got a U.S. passport. I don't sit back.
Hey, what does that mean? Is the African passport?
I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you because that gives you entry into 150 countries. Nobody's stopping you. It gets entry. Whenever you use a U.S. passport, you get access. So I'm the one tracking. You know, these big shots in the palm oil business. For example, Indonesia, this is an African product. Palm oil is an African product. But the British took it to Indonesia and Malaysia, and now today, 90% of the export, an African crop, 90% of the export market is Indonesian, is from Indonesia and Malaysia. So I could sit back and say, oh, that's African crop. I could go out. Listen, you know how many times I've been to Malaysia? You know how many times I've been to Indonesia? I'm the one with the African crop. I'm the one reaching out. I'm the one trying to get these cosmetics companies. Same thing with my cousin. She's over there in Paris trying to reach out to all over Europe. Wherever those guys are, she got their itinerary and she reaches out. So when you're behind the 8 ball or you're trying to establish, you're the one that goes out there and reach out. But people think
Amara, is Sim Darby company in Sierra Leone?
Sim Darby company? I haven't heard of them.
That's the biggest palm oil producer. They're in Liberia. You know, they're right there on the
well, in Sierra Leone, it's individual farms. You see, in Sierra Leone, people produce. They got 2 companies. That was the export company, which we were part of, but we backed out. We didn't renew this year because what they'll do, okay, they got those people that go around with all the farms, go to all the farms and collect all the palm, right? And export it to European countries. They're like middlemen. Okay, then you have other people that's trying to strike it out on their own. That's what I'm trying to do. Me and my cousins, we're trying to strike it out on our own. You know, try to build our own contacts, trying to establish relationships on our own. We're giving it a shot. We're giving it our all. If we don't succeed, we'll go back to these big middlemen that gather all the palm oil to export to the Europeans or America. But we just took a different approach. That we got to stop what we're doing, give it an honest shot. You know, chase these guys down, reach out, do whatever you got to do, wherever they're speaking at, wherever they got a symposium, we're there. Wherever they got a trade show, we know they're coming right there. You know what I'm saying?
We're trying to reach out. Mark, you say you got 1,500 acres of palm under cultivation, nursery?
No, we have 1,500 acres of palm oil. It's not nurseries. It's the full grown
okay.
palm trees. Full grown palm trees. Some we sell domestically. Because there are other people like Indians and stuff like that. They make soap. Then they have Sierra Leonean companies that do soap and some cosmetics. They buy from us locally. Then it's edible oil. Then we used to give a percentage to these guys that we're getting all the farmers to export, but we're stopping that. We just want to genuinely see if we can strike it out on our own. So you got to go. You reach out. Like now, my dad had a couple of people come over there, but their deals were garbage. So our younger generation, we trying to see if we can, do these things on our own. You gotta go where these people are. You gotta reach out.
Yeah, Mara. I mean, this is a very impressive of what you're doing now, and I got you, Jughead. And you make a great point. But unfortunately, the network of what we're building. Well, my good brother Goham is working in energy of Sierra Leone. But yeah, if you are more into the countries that we're into, we can definitely do some stuff together because I like your energy and your style. You understand.
No. Hey, this is what you're trying to do. You want 45,000 people to come for my head, right?
No.
We're taking resources and spending it in Ghana, right?
No, well, the closer country will be Liberia. But I mean, you represent one of our African Diaspora brothers that's here in America, and literally just trying to find good people that we can work with to get some things done. To understand a 21st century modern way of this business and not just some of the foolishness that we have to deal with in Africa. Because I tell people, a key word: those who knows it feels it. I'm telling you, and sometimes until other people feel it, they have no idea what you have to go through. But we're tired of the foolishness going on in Africa. Guide my good brother Jughead.
Amari, welcome. But is this the Fresh Prince? Amari, is that familiar? Is this the Fresh Prince?
No, this is not the Fresh Prince of Wakanda, but these are Fresh Prince of something else.
Oh my God!
I'm a Crown Prince. What's the problem?
All right, welcome. Welcome. Calm down.
No. Oh, you said Fresh Prince. I think Amari said you're the Crown Prince, right?
I'm the Crown Prince of my kingdom. What's the problem?
Amari always talk about his kingdom. That's what I respect about it, brother. He's about his business and his people. Two important things. Same thing with us.
I come from the ruling family.
Somehow, brother, I like this. Somehow we have to figure out a way how we can do some of this international business together, because that's where the future for us together. As brothers and sisters on the African continent and in diaspora, is literally finding out how we can create this global Black business enterprise.
He does be able to broker a deal directly with thing. Let me ask Omar before Jughead gets on. Let me ask you, Omar. All right, let's say, give me the logistics of this, right? If you're going to export to Europe, right? You're going to use to ship the stuff there, right? African doesn't have any real shipping company, so you got to rely on their European Western shipping schedules. How would you get that there? Let's say they want it on a certain date. You're not going to harvest at the same time, but how do you get that there? See, they look at that too. It's a piece of advice. How would you get that there?
The transportation is a big issue. Where I thought about the transportation. That's why we used to lean on these cooperatives that go around the farm. These middlemen that gather things on bulk, because when you ship in bulk, sometimes it's not only cheaper, is that the Europeans bring in their own transportation. It's part of the cost. Even you're right. transportation is a huge problem.
Remember a couple of months ago on, and I said that one of the things Africa could do, right? Like study the Japanese, right? The Japanese in your history lesson. I'm a historian, right? The Japanese said, when the Westerners came there, they said, something, we don't have any boats and everything like that. We can't even ship to all the cities. Jim had all these cities on the pole, right? So what they did was because they had one central government, right? They could do this, right? West Africa got to figure out a way how to get all those countries on that coastline right there, from Senegal to Liberia, right? To have a coordinated shipping commission, right? And they would basically contract out boats, right? Boats and vessels to service just goods and services along the coast to increase trade, and a couple of ships that go to Europe, right? And so everybody's on the same page, right? And I said that, right? But in order for that to happen, right? I'm not hopeful, because I'm saying to myself, you got Freetown and Monrovia, two big cities right there. There's not even a highway system or anything that connects those two cities after all these years, And so,
to answer, not to cut you off, but to answer your question, at the moment, everybody does it on their own solo. There's a lot of vested and personal interests in all that. You see, what you got to understand is when it comes to governments, they got their own personal interests. Whoever's the government rep is in there, he got his own personal interest in there. You see, he takes his own cut. And the thing is, everybody wants their own deal, because they can make as much money as they can individually. You see what I'm saying? They'll talk all day about regionalism and Pan-Africanism and blah, 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 and blah. But when it comes to sharing, that the thing, it dwindles. It dwindles.
But Mark, how do we change that? So how do we change that? That's all the issue. How do we change that dynamic?
One thing you got to understand in Africa, whenever a government leader or government rep signs any kind of documentation, he benefits. So unless the businesses, which is tough on us, to give a percentage, some kind of fee to the government rep, which is an added cost to the customer. You see what I'm saying? Or it's just a tough situation. It's you can't. I'm a member of a political party, and I know the compensation system, top to bottom. It's a compensation system in there. The only reason why people take political office is because they could get the perks from and trappings from the office. That's how you build your retirement. So that right there is different. That's why the people don't want to work together. Because if they work together, the pool of money is even smaller. But if you can go ahead and strike your own deal, you can get your own. Because say from Nigeria all the way to Senegal, okay, they make a commission just like Kala is saying, and they export X amount of goods. They're gonna do the mathematics and see how much can I gain out of such an arrangement to get along with it. You see what I'm trying to say? If the perks and the benefit of coming together outweighs the personal individual benefits from the individuals politically, they're not gonna go for it. Anytime they sign something, Pan-Africanism or come together, they benefits. That's the key word. For that guy to get that signature on that paper, they got a benefit. Remember, when the guy benefits, he got to take care of he got to make a donation to his superiors. That's how the compensation system works. If there's not enough, okay, right.
So you have to ask me a question. How do we change that dynamic? That's my question. You gave me, we said before, you repeat yourself.
How do you change?
Yes, what you described. How do we change that dynamic?
You might have to have war or eliminate political parties, the whole governmental system, the elite completely.
Or maybe we need to end tribalism and all these small kingdoms and unite and build one big. Nation.
It's not a cause of that.
I mean, Kala, understand where I'm coming from. That's what we talk about, Kala, right? That's what Kwame Nkrumah's trying to do, right? Get rid of all of these.
Tribalism is not a cause of that. All political parties, all our tribes are in government. For example, every government has all the tribes in there. In whatever position you might be.
Is that every country or is that just Sierra Leone?
Most times, most African countries, people put proxies. Listen, if you can get somebody from another tribe that thinks your way, you see what you can present them to other people and be like, oh, this man is a member of another tribe. So that's is in the Constitution. When they say when you compile government positions to give people different positions, you have to give different people from different tribes. Okay, for example, I'm from the Timnit tribe, right? So if say like in our company, right, they said they're supposed to hire a whole. I'm gonna give you a typical example. All the tribes. Now, because some of my tribe members moved to different parts of the country, they intermarried to different tribes in different countries. But all those people that work for us, they might have come from other tribes, but they're my family members. Do you see where I'm coming from? So you're not eliminating the fraud. You see what I'm saying? We still can come together, even though we come from different tribes, and come together and benefit ourselves. You see what they pass that test easy. You know, all they need to do is find somebody that thinks their way, might come from a different tribe, but they control him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This tribal shit stuff is killing us.
I'm telling you, like every government.
I want to hear from Brother Kala Genesis because these are the things men have been talking about tribalism.
Tay Brown made a stupid. I'm not comment.
Well, go ahead, share your mind, brother. Go ahead. There's a comment.
Apocalypse. No, it's not the same thing. You know, it's not the damn same thing. You know, banks have what we call lobbyists, right? They pass legislation to benefit them. There's a process. Okay, if it comes out the company benefits like Disney did and everything, there's a process, right? What this is a circumvent of the rule of law. In other words, basically, you have a deal, right? And you have a law, and Amar's telling us, even if you have this commission, right? Someone's going to circumvent the law and say, you know, you want your paperwork signed and everything, I want my cut. That's not the same thing, Tay. You know, we don't do that in the West, you know, in the modern world. That person will, you know what happens with that? That's bribery, and that person will be facing 100 years in jail, you know, of public trust, you know. That's very serious. I don't know what country you live in, right? But you've seen that, Bomani, right? Where politicians take a cut and everything, and you think it's just, next thing you know, he's facing 300 years in jail. And they thought 300 years in jail, you know, public trust, everything. You've seen that happen here, you know.
What is that, or espionage?
Yeah, you know, taking inside trading and stuff like that. Yeah. Remember Michael Milken and all these other people when that the savings and loans thing and whatnot. You know, people went to jail for hundreds of years. You know, and so therefore, yeah, you may happen like that, but there's no open thing saying this. In other words, basically, when you look at America, even though there may be corruption, somebody may get away with it, whatever like that. You saw the mafia did with the parking things in New York. They were basically taking money from the parking garages and hiding it in overseas accounts and everything. And they use forensics to recover and prosecute them and everything like that. You got to do things to get away with that stuff here. What I'm trying to say is this. If when you have a situation, right, and also in America, even though you may have that happen, right, people don't lose out. You know, In other words, basically, if let's say this commission that I said, right, was going on, right, and Mamaro can go to a shipping company and have his stuff shipped and everything because it's ready scheduled ships that come in and out and everything like that, you know, and it was working, right? You know, you have something, right? But he's telling me even before it even starts, right, someone could hold that up. You know, that's scary, you know. I mean, tell me something that's obviously going to create millions of dollars and bring millions of dollars could be held up by somebody talking about they want their little cut.
Yes, that's
Can I respond? Can I respond to that?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
When you say millions of dollars, you see that's across the board in every industry in Africa. When say for example, a group of Jamaicans, a group of African Americans are about to bring in $1 million to the communication system of X country in Africa. Okay, the man that is approving it, you know what he thinks about? Okay, $1 million. Okay, how much of that can I get? That's the first thing he thinks about. Okay, now he comes to creative ways in which he can get compensated. For example, if everybody's pitching, Kala pitches $1 billion, Bomani pitches 900 million, my man over here pitches whatever. They come up with something called an auction. People pitch. You pitch and tell people why the communication system you're about to bring to a country or X, Y, and Z or your shipping program will benefit whatever. That man doesn't care about that. You see what I'm trying to say? All he's looking at, which one of these guys I'm creating, there's a public, is what is called, what I say publicly to everybody, and is what I say privately to people. You see what I'm trying to say? He's got two sets of rules. Publicly, if anybody interviews him and say, well, these are the rules right here. You know, we have a transparent system, blah, 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 blah. Okay? What you call when nobody's around or whatever, he comes up with another set of rules for himself, which is, which one of you guys are going to bribe me? Do you see where I'm coming from? So if you have ethics, strong ethics, the people that have strong ethics and want to do good are always the losers. That's why Chinese and Indians win. Because when they come in, these guys come on paper, they put out a process and say this process right here is X, Y, and Z, just like Kala said. Okay, now don't go by, you go by that. Then there's what is called the fine print, which is the guy that gets his own rules. He's doing his job, but if you read the tea leaves, you'll be like, okay, this guy is gonna have one-on-one outside of this meeting. We're having a meeting outside of a meeting. I have to meet you and say, hey, yes, for the public, for the sake of the public, or for the sake of transparency, or for the sake of authenticity, we had that meeting. But now we have another meeting, which is one-on-one between me and you off the record. Off the record. That's what he's looking at. The guy that is most exciting off the record, that can give him an exciting offer off the record. That's on the record and off the record. You see what I'm trying to say? So anybody you put it over there got his own set of rules.
Amari, might come in, might interject. My brother, Amari, we've heard all this. You're very clear and concise with your explanations. What we're saying is, back to Brother Bomani's topic of today's discussion about the future Pan-Africanism, past con men and whatever, misleaders.
Yeah. And make sure you get the topic right. The topic is right on your screen. Hopefully you can see it.
Yeah.
So then we can reference it correctly, but continue our Jughead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bomani's been a victim of comment before. Here in the UK, there's people, a guy called Prophet Kwaku, I mentioned his name, that did bad things to Brother Bomani. I know
Prophet Kwaku from Garvey Town.
Yeah, Prophet Faku, I call him. So I know the guy. So what I'm saying is, how do we circumvent these characters, Robert Marley? You have any ideas? How do we circumvent these characters, these ne'er-do-wells, these conmen? How do we circumvent these people so we can pull that Afrikstan? Do you have any suggestions?
I just told you about the compensation system of a political party. Okay, let me break it down.
But how do we circumvent that? How do we circumvent that? I've asked you, how do we...
If you eliminate, first of all, so in some cases, like in Nigeria, people that work in the civil service and people that work for the government, members of the government, are well paid, but it's still greedy. You see what I'm trying to say? The thing is, one famous thing back in the day was having Swiss bank accounts. When you do an audit and try to trace these guys and see if they're corrupt, they have a Swiss bank account. A Swiss bank account, the Swiss people never cooperate with any auditors. You see what I'm trying to say? There's no paper trail. So as long as you can make it to a Swiss bank account, there's no proof that I'm corrupt. I stole anything, I took anything. Okay? Another one was the Cayman Island. I don't know, Bomani know about that. Cayman Island used to be famous for that. People hide stolen wealth. You see what I'm trying to say? Secondly, it's a compensation system. A compensation system. I, the head of communication, I'm supposed to bring in all, my president comes in and say, we're going to improve the communication system of X country. Or we're going to have a shipping system for X, Y, and Z country. Okay? When they put you in that position, when you're appointed in that position, your job is to maximize the office. Get as much as you can. Okay? Cleanly, don't get caught. Now, when you get the proceeds to help yourself out, remember who got you there. You split the company, you split the money, spread it around. Spread it around supervisors, spread it around people that brought you over there, spread it around. You see what I'm trying to say? It gets all the way to the top. A percentage gets all the way to the top. I'm telling you facts because my dad was a professor, right? And he served in different government jobs. And the one thing they hated about my dad was ethics. Anytime they came in and ran an audit on my dad, down to the dime, they couldn't find nothing missing. But my dad was always in the dark. Always. He not only was the Deputy Secretary General of a regional body called the Man River Union, which is the #2 position in that company, but when he was in the university, he ran an old department, ran his own budgets. Okay? There are foreign people coming in, making donations. Foreign universities coming in, for X, Y, and Z, whatever project they had jointly, they came up with a scheme. When they came over there, my dad was always, that's what they always say, you guys are stupid because you suffer, because your dad's ethics. But these guys were so good at hiding. There's no track record. The track goes cold. You see what I'm saying? Hiding money, you can't prove it. And then you can compensate the people that got you the job. It's an inner world system. I'm telling you. It doesn't matter the personnel. Forget the personnel. Forget the political party. It's systematic.
Okay, brother, sorry to cut you. I've asked you 3 times. You answered the question, so I'll move on. Amari, let me put you on the spot now. It's cut for all the BS. This is just all of us. When I'm at 2023, okay? We're 7 years from 2030. Next 2 or 3 years down the line, when myself, a brother, Kala, and before meet up, as that pull our resources, so build an Afrikstan, are you going to join us? Will you join us?
I already got something going on.
No.
What kind of proposal?
We all got something going on. What we're trying to do is create a black business pipeline, global black business pipeline. You're in this country, we're in this country, we're in another country, and we're just doing business and we're getting money and we're just helping our people and making things happen because all we got is us.
Hey, now you guys are talking. Now you guys are talking. Because that's what we do in our own kingdom. You know what we do?
Perfect. I mean, I wish you was in like the right country, like Liberia.
But we find our own money. We don't depend.
We can work with you in Sierra Leone.
Yeah, we don't depend on the regional. When the regional minister comes in, the regional head, sometimes we send them projects for our kingdom. Sometimes he approves, sometimes he doesn't approve. Sometimes if you bring in foreign people or you bring in investors, he picks the ones he likes or the ones that compensate him more.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're corrupted people.
We found
like
a way to find ourselves.
Can we, I mean, is he someone we can pay off because we're corrupted people?
No, it's not. You don't go there. Don't go there.
Pay people off, whether it's for money or women or
No. Because why?
Yeah.
No. I'm telling you, why the Chinese?
Everyone have some level of addiction. I just mentioned the 3 most popular addictions.
No. I'm gonna tell you why the Chinese and the Indians win. Because the Chinese and the Indians don't talk like you. They keep their mouth shut. And there's no track record of them saying a word anywhere.
See,
do you see what I'm talking about? Huh?
Yes, I got you, Marg. Continue with what you're explaining, but I was just trying to interject to share with you.
But I'm just saying, the way you
we
put
need to get something approved. We can use 3
that
different
tactics. Invite you in his office.
3 different tactics. Money, drugs,
you know why?
women.
I'm telling you, that's why we diaspora.
Every man have a weakness. It's usually one of the 3 or all 3.
No, but you're not gonna drag him and a bunch of his supervisors and a whole bunch of people in a scandal. So why the Chinese they always get their stuff approved? Never have they launched an audit, or any kind of a scandal, and they went through the Chinese and they interviewed them and interrogated them, and they said a word. But I know a lot of people that have been rich off of that. A lot of Chinese, because that's how the Chinese do business. Similar with the Indians. They have a group code of conduct within themselves. They're higher ups or the people that are already, same thing with Lebanese. The people that are already established tell the people that's up and coming the rules of the game. What you should and should not do. Worst case scenario, you don't never, any one Chinese guy that blows the whistle, he messes this up for all future Chinese contractors coming in. Now, the guy doesn't want to touch you with a 10-foot pole because you're notorious for loose lips.
Bomani, may I come in, sir?
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, I'm talking to Bomani. This is not yours. Yeah, Bomani, look. I've heard what he's got to say. It's interesting, but he's not asking any of our questions. I've asked him repeatedly, how do we change this dynamic? Because it's toxic. We can't. What is described as toxic, and it's gangrenous. It can't progress. Because I'm telling you now, I don't really understand the situation we're in, Amari. Is right now, Africa will be under siege. If this continues, by 2050, 2045, Africa will be tenants on their own land. And I will no longer out.
We're not going to be talking our land.
I'm speaking, please. I'll do things. Like, show me courtesy I showed you. I don't think I understand the situation we're in. Right now, Africa's under siege. By 2050, India and China population will be 5 billion. They will need land and resources. Okay? Their population, they can't feed each other now. We're thinking like when they're 5 billion between them. They look for land and resources. Guess where they're looking? Africa. If we got to defend ourselves, we're finished because they'll come in and they take over. So
I bet
before I'm talking. Okay. What happens? I'm asking me a question. How do we strengthen ourselves, empower ourselves economically, militarily to prevent that? I'm asking this question, how do we stop the corruption, empower ourselves economically, militarily, so we can prevent that happening? How do we progress industrialization? How do we start that industrialization process? He's answering my questions. He told me about all these schemes and things that people do. I don't hear. We know this. I don't hear that nonsense. We know that. How do we reverse that situation? I'm asking. He's not asking a question.
Amari, I just want you to just take your time and answer all the Jughead questions. But one thing I want to ask you before you continue, every one of us have either a picture or video of ourselves, a picture or a photo of ourselves here on YouTube. What I can see is like a green screen in your background, like it's like a wall. Why can't we see how you look? Why can't we see a beautiful, handsome face? I mean, I may have one of my sisters or cousin that want to marry you, but they don't.
I'm married.
Well, hey, you guys in Africa have lots of wives. You can have another wife.
No. I'm only going to tell you a little bit.
No, I mean, brother, can I get a picture of you?
No. I'm tied. Okay, I'm tied politically.
Amara, why can't you?
Listen.
Kala, if you can unmute yourself. Kala, I mean, let me know if I'm going crazy. But we need for people to at least have a picture of themselves. Like I have this nice, beautiful picture of myself in my shirt and tie as a business professional, and this is how I really look. You know what I mean? I can even turn on my camera and I look the same. I may be a few years older than that picture, but I still look the same. But we don't know how you look, brother. We've been giving intimate details about you. I've even proposed one of my cousins for you to marry.
No, you're not gonna get that because I'm happily married.
I have fine Jamaican cousins. I'm not sure if you've ever been with a Jamaican.
I'm happily married to one woman.
You may be happily married.
No, wait.
I'm not sure if you've ever been with a Jamaican woman.
No, this is personal.
Okay,
really?
Can you change your profile to show a picture of yourself so we can see how you look?
Listen.
Well,
I don't want to say.
My next question is this. Why would you want to hide yourself?
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you why.
Brother, visuals are important. I make a living from being visual.
Bomani, he's AI. Bomani, he's AI. He's not real. He's AI. That's why.
Yeah, I think he's a computer. Or maybe he's operating from a remote village somewhere where there's no lights or anything, so you don't want to show you his background. But that's fine. You don't have to put on your video, but you can at least. Amara, is there any way you can upload a photo of yourself?
Okay, I'll upload a
photo. Even if you can't, Amara, can you turn on your camera so we can see how you look? I've been talking to you for like about a year now.
I'm telling you why. I'm gonna tell you why.
All right, do you have a Facebook page so I can get to? So I got a
Facebook profile, but I'm not gonna do that.
We can't really trust people who won't show their face. Like our Color Genesis, don't they have these guys? I think it's Professor Black Truth and Jason Black. I mean, those two clowns. I don't know. I don't even know their exact name, but it's like, is it like Professor Black Truth and Jason Black?
Okay.
And they don't show their face. They talk all this stuff. We get confused. We need to see who people are. You know what I'm saying?
Let me answer you this question. Let me answer this. Okay. Okay, you can I'm gonna tell you this. I'm tied politically. What's going on in Sierra Leone right now? I'm connected to a lot of people, and even when I go, there's certain things that goes on right now. They're checking names, they're checking faces, they're checking addresses. Even when we go on Sierra Leonean channels, because they have what is called some kind of cyber thing now, where they check people that are disgruntled against the government or anything. They do a cyber check on you, and if they find out, really, I'm not supposed to be talking like this, because if people really see me and know me, I'm getting phone calls tonight that, hey, you running your mouth like that, you know doggone well you're not supposed to.
Oh, for real? Is there a reward?
I'm not, you see, you guys are from free country.
What we want to know is there a reward? Is there a reward?
For what?
for turning you in.
You see that? You see, that's what I'm not going. You see, that's the problem right there, because most of my family members don't come on things like this because there's a trace, and once there's a trace, they got your names down, and I'm not helping people that are connected over there, because if I say any bad thing about the government right now, I got people that the government helped that are my family members that they'll get into trouble.
So basically, you're telling us all of this.
That's okay. Now listen, if you're not comfortable with me putting a blank thing, that's okay. But I get people in trouble.
Show us a picture when you were like 25 years old, because I know you're like old as hell. You know what I'm saying? But show us a picture when you're younger.
How old do you think I am?
About 75.
I'm not that old, man. I'm not, but on a serious note, that's why I'm doing it. Even when I'm on Sierra Leone social media, whatever, I put a scene on because they're tracing. They're tracing you and they're tracing your background. When you go to the airport, they're looking at names, they're looking at your profile, they're looking at that goes on. Ask anybody from Sierra Leone.
Is your Amar your real name?
Yeah, that's my real name.
Yeah, what is your last name so we can?
You see, you're trying to get me into trouble now.
Google search. I think
maybe my name is Dombaya.
I would like to get the reward so we can do.
Dombaya, yeah.
He's AI. He wants to Elon Musk. He's AI.
I'm just saying it may be a reward for him, because based on what you're telling me, it seems like your country's like this. Your country got this military thing going on, like this military operation going on where they need to be in high surveillance.
No, it's just my uncle lost the election, and
so we already know who you are already. You gave us all the information already.
No, I say my uncle lost the election. They don't know my face.
Well,
they don't know my face, man.
The person who lost the election only have so many nephews.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Listen. The people with my name, all of us are over here. So even when I go to the airport, they check names.
Now,
because there's a social media, there's an anti-social media law right now. Huh?
Are you a skinny dude?
No, I think
it's not about being skinny. Whatever. That's not being skinny.
I think it's medium size with a big head, like 5'8".
That's not a thing. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. This is going on right now as we speak. So even my uncle says most times don't call my name into a lot of things. My brother is well connected, and you know.
Yeah, Carla, that's why I'm glad you and I are not any kind of prince, you know what I'm saying, and things
like that. What I'm trying to say is, but I got a lot of people that are well connected that me speaking freely sometimes is going to implicate them.
Yeah, so the best thing to do is not to come on these platforms.
Like that.
But trust me, brother,
all right. Well, I'll be like the rest of my family.
No, I'm saying you can come on and share information. I'm not saying to you, if there's a reward for you, I'm collecting.
No, it's not the Sierra Leone government is not going to give you no reward for whatever. But they're checking on people's social media presence, and you talk against the government and stuff like that, and you reveal certain information, they're going to use it against you.
Exactly. So since you've been talking about the government, and if I turn you in, I should get a reward, right?
I'm about to get off. See, that's the thing right there. I'm about to get off. Because
in my personal opinion, some of the I don't think, Omar, you do anything. I know you're politically ambitious and everything like that, but some of I'm just talking about my experience with dealing with Liberians, right? If there was like an internet police, I'm all for that. Yeah, some of the shit I be hearing people say, man, I be cringing, like, oh man, you know what I'm saying? Online, recklessly online, you know, lying, making shit up, and you know, plotting shit and whatnot online and whatnot, you know, and
well, that's why they passed the law like that. Yeah, something like that. But they're abusing it.
You're not doing. I have not seen Hey, I've been listening to you for a couple of years. I've not seen you say anything like that. So what are you worried about?
I just told you. This guy wants me to get into trouble. I just told you my uncle lost the elections, right?
Well, the president got reelected, you know.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question about that. Dinah Samir was celebrating the president get reelection, you know, and his president of Sierra Leone is an ex-warlord. What do you think about that?
It's not. You see, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not an ex-warlord. It was in the military when they fought in Liberia. Sierra Leone sent their representatives over there. He was part of that. They came in and overthrew. Well, you about to get me into trouble. They overthrew the president that my dad used to work for. But when my
Momo, was it Momo?
Yeah, my dad used to work for him. Yes, my dad was one of the key people that used to work for him. And the thing about it is these people gave my dad a position. Okay, they overthrew Momo, and they still gave my dad a position. And my dad worked for 4 different governments. Okay, including those people. Now, a lot of my family members are benefited, you know, in high positions, running everything from banks to different things that are government positions. So I gotta watch what I say because my uncle just lost the election, and it was really terrible. My cousin got shot. It's bad, man. It's bad. It was my uncle won the election cleanly. It could have been the president of Sierra Leone today.
Well, how did he won it cleanly when he lost? I'm confused.
How did that happen? Trust me, man. I'd like to know this.
Okay. Because the data that they produce is a fake data.
I get it. The Russians hacked into the computer.
The Russians did not hack it.
No, it's North Korea.
Nobody hacked anything. The guys just came up with their numbers. They did not count and get the official votes. The real votes.
Yeah, they're the literate people counting votes.
If I was the president, I got machine guns sitting there at the polling, I'm gonna say, yeah, I ain't see nothing. I ain't see nothing.
Listen. The European Union and the United States did not recognize the president because of the process. Because
you told this current government,
this current government, and so everybody found out that the process was fraudulent. Okay, they found out the process was fraudulent, and they asked the guys that did the process to have all the data revealed. They refused. So the head of the commission just went ahead and announced the old president as the winner. So it's bad, man. I'm telling you right now, it's bad. My cousin got shot at the political. The party office was surrounded by soldiers. They were shooting in there. My uncle was laying on the ground. Foreign journalists were there. All types of people were there. And the process, my cousin was shot. So when I gotta tread carefully, man. I gotta tread very carefully. So even when I give you inside information, I'm trying to help you guys understand how the system is run. You know, so I don't do it in a way I implicate family members of people that I came by the information from. So I'm just there trying to help. So y'all got a better understanding of how the system works over there.
Amar, may I come in? Amar, may I come in? Amar, may I come in?
Come in.
Thank you, sir. Let me give you a good suggestion, if I may. Next year, by 2024, I'll meet up physically. I'll meet Brother Kala and Bomani physically. Because I'm commitments. I made commitments verbally, and I'm sure I will honour next year. Because no more BS. Because I mean what I say. I say what I mean. Why don't you join us? Then we can see you. Hold on. I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished yet. You can join me. I think you're AI. But if you're not AI, you can join us. See, you're a full person. You're not AI generated. You speak physically, unencumbered. How about that?
Where y'all going?
We're going to Liberia.
Oh, next door?
Yep.
Okay, I'll go over there.
Yeah, Amari, you've been to Liberia before, right? What do you think of Liberia, Amari? Give me your honest opinion about Liberia, unbiased.
There's just somebody next door.
I mean, you're from Sierra Leone, so I'm thinking that you have, and it, I may be wrong. Do you have experience on understanding?
I know he would have
Liberia.
Basically, it's just like Sierra Leone.
Is Liberia, so basically Liberia is like a more Pan-African version of Sierra Leone?
It's a Pan-African version. What you mean by Pan-African version?
It's a more Pan-African version.
What's Pan-African? The diaspora Pan-African, or the continental Africa Pan-African?
The culture of Liberia is more black conscious because of the Constitution and everything like that. You know, you talk to average Liberian.
Sierra Leone Constitution, you
Only
have to be. Say what?
Freetown, bro. You know, majority of people. You know, that's why the people. You know, when you got independence, the people in Freetown wanted to be their own independent country. And they said, look, you know, the way we think and everything like that, we do better if we succeed. They were going to break Sierra Leone up in independence, you know. Then it became a.
But in order for the British was like, we're going to have laws to protect you guys. So part of the Sierra Leone Constitution, the citizenship clause says you have to be Negro, both parents, 5+ generation should be Negro. Or your historic whatever line, DNA, your DNA, period, should be Negro from both parents to be a citizen of Sierra Leone. You see what I'm trying to say? They did that specifically for the people that created Freetown. So it's there. That's why Lebanese get mad all the time. They say they could speak the language. They could they do everything. They could marry a Sierra Leone woman, but they still can't be a citizen. Because those laws
is that correct, Kala? Because you told me that Lebanese were getting citizenship at a citizenship.
No, I'm saying they're not getting citizenship in these countries, but the thing is though, citizenship is a big thing. It's a big thing, and like me personally, and let me say this, right? Let me say this. I don't want somebody jumped down my throat before I finish what I'm saying, right? I respect these African countries, right? And I believe, right? And I'm never with the type of dual citizenship. I don't believe in that, right? I believe black people from the West, right? When you go to at least when I'm Liberia, right? You already have a certain privilege, you know. When you go to Liberia, I feel guilty about this. I feel like the country actually belongs more to me than the average Liberian struggling, you know? And so therefore I'm saying to myself, like when I was there and I helped my wife register to vote and everything, and they're doing the voting and everything, I just sat back there and watched and whatnot at the election register thing in Burrillville. And I'm saying to myself, these people, the only thing they have, right, protect them is their vote, right? And I think it's selfish for black people from the West, right, who already can go to these countries and do a whole lot of stuff, own land, do all that stuff like that and everything, could have money coming in from the West and everything, to take the one thing from the local people that they have is that the citizens. I think that should be in the hands of people who say, you know something, I'm going to be a Liberian, right? I'm giving them my U.S. passport, everything. You know that's not going to happen, you know? I'm giving my U.S. passport, and I'm going to be a full-fledged Liberian citizen. You know, Liberia would be that country had it not been for that 1980 coup. You know, there's a lot of black people who went to Liberia, gave up their U.S. citizenship, and we can't do that now because Liberia is not developed at that point. So a lot of Liberian Americans and African Americans go there and they use their U.S. passport to get or buy property, open businesses. You can do whatever you want to do, right? When it comes to election times, right, you got people sitting around for years. They have nothing. They don't have money coming in and everything. Why should I have the right to vote or decide something in that country or whatnot? I don't think that's right, you know? And then also the Lebanese. The Lebanese are not going to, when they talk about citizenship, they're not thinking about giving up their citizenship to Lebanon. They want a thing where they have the privilege of being from Lebanon and everything. Lebanon's a poor, backward country, right? It gets all its money from Africa. You know, all they do is just take, like my driver told me, he said he worked for Lebanese. All they do is take money that's wrapped in plastic and everything and put it on boats or planes and ship it out. All they do is rape these countries, send the money outside of Africa, you know? So you give them citizenship, you're asking, that's like a death wish, you know? They're already influencing politicians and everything in these countries, you know? If you give them citizenship where they got the right to vote, you can't expel them, whatever like that, that's like a death sentence, you know? And the race traders that's bought off, a good thing in Liberia, majority of Liberians, I would say 90% of them are against them having citizenship, right? But there's a small number of Liberians who are bought off who are saying, oh, Lebanese have been here, they like this, white people should be citizens and everything. Our country doesn't know. White people are not going to develop Africa. The only thing that's going to develop Africa is black people. You know, we get our shit together. You know? That's what I think about that situation.
Okay, let me say something about this citizenship thing. This goes 200 years when there was no Lebanese in Sierra Leone. I'm just saying this is specifically done for the diasporans that left here and created as protection, to protect them from being kicked out, because there was a Timni king. There are two Timni kings, right? There's one Timni king called King Nibana, was the one that sold the land to the freed slaves. Okay, that agreement is on paper. Then his brother didn't want them around. His brother's name is King Tom. The first settlements that he had, he destroyed it, because that area where Freetown is Timni land, our tribe. You see what I'm trying to say? When his brother was not around anymore, he destroyed the first settlement. So they had to go back and renegotiate. So when they were creating a country called Sierra Leone, these people brought it up. He said, well, wait a minute. Remember the first time we bought this land, we came all the way from America, Jamaica, Nova Scotia, and created this empire. And a Timni king destroyed it. What's to say if another Timni king down in the future say, oh, no, this is Timni land. I don't honor the agreement of my the past kings. So they had to put something down on paper in the Constitution to say, okay, Negroes, people that went through the experience of the transatlantic slave trade, those people, you see what I'm trying to say? Say we are qualified to be citizens and only us should be. So nobody should come over here and take our land. You see what I'm trying to say? That's across the board.
Let me ask you a question about something. Then why is it Sierra Leone is doing the DNA thing to connect with, like me? I couldn't become a citizen because I have no DNA from that region of Africa. You know, most of my DNA comes from the Congo, Eastern Nigeria, Cameroon.
You know, so, the only way, there are 16 tribes in Sierra Leone. The only way you can qualify for citizenship if your DNA comes from one or two of those tribes.
But what happened to the regional constitution, though? Like you were saying.
Yeah, but no, that's the.
I think it's talking about foreigners. It's talking about foreigners, like the Lebanese and people like that.
No. What I'm saying is, he said that Negroes could come and be citizens, but
the original Negroes that created the city of Freetown, those Negroes needed protection. That's why they put it in the Constitution that only Negroes can be citizens citizens of this country. Okay? So the latest version, you're talking about the 1960 Constitution. The latest version was in 1992. That's when they did the DNA. That's an upgraded version of the same Constitution. But the amendment was done in 1992. The original law was passed in 1960. So we're talking about two different time periods. That DNA thing is a recent thing. They call all the diaspora.
The DNA thing. Isn't that tribalism?
That's what I'm trying to say. They call all the diasporas. They call all they had people from Grenada, Jamaica, Nova Scotia, United States, all those people. They call them in, politicians as well as other people. They call them into a conference. They had a conference in Sierra Leone. So they had two camps. One camp said, just like you say, if you come from the diaspora, anywhere in the diaspora, you don't have to have DNA. You can come to Sierra Leone to claim citizenship. That was one of the pitches made by one of the camps. There was another camp that said no, only we that have DNA to that geographical area. We are the only ones that's supposed to. So of those two camps, they went into a vote. Okay? Listen, let me finish. They went into a vote. When they voted in favor of DNA as an updating, when you update the citizenship law. You know what I'm saying? Then they drafted a draft which they sent to the politicians in Congress, which they passed. But there was wide consultation among these people. They went all over. They even went to all over South Carolina. Momo went to South Carolina. They had sent a delegation to Grenada, Jamaica, Nova Scotia, Canada. There was wide consultation before they took. They upgraded. This is the latest upgrade to the Constitution. That's what I'm trying to say. So,
yeah, but Sierra Leone would benefit if it basically just said, something. If you got skills and education and money, you're welcome to come in. And that's what I think.
Have a law like that. You can have as far as business, you can have a partnership with a local 50-50 partnership in which you can have your skills and your experience and your money or whatever that you want to bring to the country. That's as far as they go. But as far
that's
as
why I like Liberia's plan. You don't need all that. You can just come there and when I start a business, you don't have to have a 50-50 partnership with anybody.
Well, that's how it is. Well, with the diasporans that can get it through DNA, they don't have to. They don't have to deal with anybody. They can have it their own way. They don't have to be in one partnership. Yeah, go ahead. Like
brother, one little thing, interjection. We're not Negroes, okay? We're African. We're Africans. There's no area called land called Negro or legend called Negro. We're not Negro. We're Africans. We're not Negroes. Okay, we're not Negroes. That's their term.
I think it made just the way the constitution was written was Negro meant African back in the day. It means Black African.
In 1960. In 1960.
Because remember something. There's a lot of people like white people in South Africa call themselves Africans.
Yeah.
So in Liberia, they say Negro, Black Negro, African origin. So they're very specific about that. You can't be. I remember this one Afrikaner guy was angry because he couldn't get land in Liberia. This motherfucker I can't stand, but he trolls me all the time. This guy named Johannes, whatever the hell. He fought the Angola War and whatnot. And he always brags to me about all the Angolan girls he sleeps with and whatnot. He says, yeah, I'm in Angola and we're screwing all your girls and whatnot, and I employ Angolans and everything. Like, I'm like, dude, we're going to drive you out. No, you're not, Kala. Everything, you stay in America. Africa belongs to us, Afrikaners. And then he said he went to, all of a sudden he said, it's to spite me. He went to Liberia one time. He said, I'll treat it really, really bad up there. He told me, white man, get the hell out of here and all stuff like this. I wanted land. I was like, dude, you will never in a million years own land in Liberia, bro. You'll be dead, If you saw a white farmer from South Africa and Liberia. Yeah, but that's
so heartwarming because that guy's I put in the chat. I'll troll that name. That guy, that invader. Please put his name in the chat before you go. I'll troll him because that guy. We have to retaliate. We have to retaliate. I wish it was true.
I haven't seen him in a long time. When I was doing Blog Talk Radio, he used to troll me all the time, and then he found me on Facebook when his name is Joe. You can find him, right? You know, his name is Johannibus, something like that. You know, and he's I know I say you're a fat bore. That's right, but I got the pretty African girls. You know, I got 5 of my bed a night. You know, I'm like, dude, man. You know, I'm like, yo, bro, it's you know, he's like, yeah, I'm in Angola.
Akala, you know what you should have told him? You say he got 5 of the best African girls on his bed. All those girls are prostitutes.
Yeah, he said they work for me. They work for me on my farm. You know, and I'm like,
all he can get is prostitute. This is the thing right here. That was well known. Anytime any girl
you have to explain the difference. You said prostitutes.
What I mean, prostitutes?
Yeah, because it's a thin line, brother. It's a thin line.
No. What I mean, prostitutes, people that they do the job for a living. If you go to,
I think to be honest with you, right? I think a lot of these guys, right? They go there and if they spend the money on a girl, they're taking her out to nice restaurants. You know, that's all it takes. And I don't think the girl's a prostitute. Prostitute means you're paying.
No. I know what I'm talking about. There are girls the girl that really wants you, the one an African man, she doesn't do none of that. Whatever the African man got to offer, that's what she go by.
So how do you explain the Gambia? Where you got all these...
A friend of mine was telling me
those girls out there are prostitutes.
He was telling me that some of the nicest women are prostitutes. The finest women, the prettiest ones.
Okay, we got a different standard of what is called nice. You're looking at just empty beauty, just physical beauty. Okay, then we got standards. There are some girls that will never, ever, ever. Most of them, the real girls that people take serious, never ever mess with anybody outside of that place. Whatever their man got is what they eat. Whatever their man got, that's what they got. And most of those girls that mess with those other people, nobody takes them serious. Nobody's gonna marry them, put them in a house or whatever, because
they're party girls.
No, because they showed something about them. I don't have
party girls.
I don't have straight nose. I don't like pale skin. I don't. So if that's what you're attracted to, you just showed yourself. So I'm dark skinned. The African is dark skinned.
We don't really know who you are because you're never gonna show your picture. You're gonna
okay, you should really try to get me in trouble. I'm telling you, man, this is dead serious, bro.
So how about a picture of your dog or a picture of?
I'm not gonna show nothing.
Show your hand. Mama, show your hand. Let's show your hand. So you're black. Show your hand. So you're black.
Nah, bro. Hey, you're right. I'm not supposed to be talking the way I'm talking and don't implicate people, because those people that connect when they hear me talk, they connect the dots. They say, "Oh, you related to X, Y, and Z, and you said such and such." And okay, well, now we're investigating that person. You see, I just brought trouble on a family member.
That's true. Yeah. May I come in? There's a reply. See, thank you. Right, brother. You finished, brother? You finished, brother? I didn't. You finished?
Go ahead.
Yeah, back to a situation about prostitution. See, being serious on a serious note, see, our women are black women, are black women. They're therefore the best women in the world. I'll tell you why. Look at the reason why. Look at Qatar, the Emirates, and Dubai, and Saudi Arabia. Why are women doing prostitution in Europe or in Africa? Because the men have created for them an economy for them. The men have done their job. So our women, I don't blame our women, because if we'd done our job, our women would not be doing this. That poor bastard in Angola fucking those black women. If Angola men have done their job, they would not be happening. So we're building our black Dubais, our black Afrikstans, our black Qatars. That shit will stop. Reason why you don't see Kasai women in Italy doing prostitution. There's a reason for that. Not because they're more better than our women, no, because them men have done their job. Reason why you don't see women from Dubai or Abu Dhabi in say, I don't know, Portugal or London doing prostitution. Because men in other countries have done their job. We have to do our job. Then that shit would stop. That's what I'm gonna say.
Listen, but it's not those women that work. It's a job. You see what I'm saying? The women that got pride about themselves, they don't work like that. Whatever they got to eat today, or whatever their husband goes and bring in, that's what they got. That's what you look for, morals. Okay, those other girls got morals. Now the other girls that are into prostitution, they're on the job. It's a job for them. You see what I'm saying? To get money from like that. Then you have the other women that whatever their husband, like I said, whatever their husband got or whatever they got, they're content with it. They rather stay where they at and preserve themselves than do stuff like that. They're girls like that. And that's why when an African man sees that you dated one white guy or Lebanese or Arab, nah, they're not gonna take you serious. Everybody, even if you want to marry, everybody be like, what? You married that girl that was out there and she then passed around from Lebanese to white man to whatever. That's the one you trying to marry? No, the family wouldn't agree. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, Amara, you're talking a lot about this stuff. I mean, how do you know so much about this stuff about prostitution? Were you a former pimp or something?
No, I'm not a former pimp, but we're the man around the area. When I mean a man around the area, we're the boys in the hood. You see what I'm trying to say?
The boys in the hood up to no good.
No, what gets around? What gets around? You see what I'm trying to say? And people talk. Well, what gets around and people talk? Ah, man. It was this girl that was so intelligent, so smart. You know? She messed with a Korean guy, and they've been given a nickname, All Aboard. You know, the Koreans used to come in with these big boats, these fishing boats. So, you know, when they're about to leave, they say, all aboard, everybody, all aboard, we about to leave. So that's the nickname they gave the girl. The guy had to leave. We give nicknames like that. All aboard, there she comes. All aboard, that means you're messing with the Koreans. Another one they used to call another prostitute girl. What do they call her? Disease spreader. Oh, that was because at one time, first when AIDS came out, it was these foreign guys that were coming in that had the AIDS. You see what I'm trying? So they scared all the girls. They say if you mess with any one of these like whites or Lebanese or whatever, these foreign people, you got AIDS. So I don't know if they got AIDS or they didn't got AIDS. Just the fact that you mess with them, they give you that label. So as soon as the guy come around, oh, there she come, AIDS, 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 AIDS. That's how the young man in the area do. They do stuff like that. You know, they clown you. So nobody wants that stigma, even though it might not be real or whatever, but they don't want that stigma that, oh, you messing with somebody that mess with Indian or Lebanese for 50,000 or this much money or that. Nah, that's not a good reputation. Most of the girls
what's wrong with Indians and Lebanese? I thought that would be
but that's the feeling. That's the feeling right there. That's the only reason
I come up. Yeah, they mess with.
There's nothing wrong with the people, but they don't in Sierra Leone in particular. They don't take you serious. If you ever mess with Indian or Lebanese or whites, you're either gold digger or prostitute. They don't give you a label automatically.
Is that how it work in Liberia, Kala? Does it work the same way? I mean, because Liberia and Sierra Leone is right there, so it's all the things that Amara is saying. Is it the same thing, or is he just making this stuff up?
Well, I don't know about Sierra Leone, but like I said, when I seen Liberia, I was impressed with the fact that the whole time there, I didn't see one prostitute, anything. I'm sure it went on. Now, there's one place, right, when I went there in 2021, right? The one guy was telling me right outside the hotel stay there, he said, "Oh yeah, in that place right there, the women, yeah, like that." So I got a white.
Oh, so they're like a brothel there, like in.
Well, it's like a club, like they got these back alley clubs where, but it's not on the streets, they got the clubs where where you can buy some beer and there's girls there, stuff like that, and they're like, yeah, some guys going there and everything like that, but most of these guys down there, like, I'm not interested in that, man. All I want is a good job, They were completely unfazed by that shit, They're like, it was like this. And also, one thing you don't see no foreigners. It's just some local guys maybe go there and, mess with the women and stuff like that. But, for the most part, you just don't see that. I don't know why that is. I thought I was going to see a lot of that when I was there, and I did not see that both times I've been there. And I was like, this is amazing, Made to Amara's point, a lot of the women, there's a stigma if you are seen with a white man or something like that, and people like, look at you like, like, oh, geez, she's one of them, It's almost a good thing if you see a black woman with a white man, right? Unless she's like a professional dressed woman, modern, you automatically assume that white guy is paying her or something like that, whether it was true or not. You automatically see it. It's like that in the Congo too. All of a sudden, we see a white man with a black woman in a lot of parts of Africa. She's always deemed to be a prostitute, whether that's not the case or not. And a lot of white guys are frustrated, like, man, nobody wants to date me because they think, I'm gonna be looked at as a prostitute, and everything. So, that part of that thing of what I do like about Africa, That's why I was shocked when I see what happened in the Gambia. That I'm studying, the Gambia must have always been like that when the Europeans were there. So it's something embedded in the culture where that's acceptable.
Yeah.
Most of those prostitutes over there, they from what I'm getting, because I got some family members that stay in the Gambia. From what I'm getting, because the Gambia has a tourist industry, and so they're outcast. I mean, Africa, for you to be an outcast in Sierra Leone, they call you Rari girl. A Rari girl is a girl with a bad reputation. Let me tell you, somebody might stab a Rari girl. You see what I'm trying to say? People walk past that because you consider the scum of the earth. There was a girl that got stabbed, and the mama had to go to identify the body, and the mama started getting mad. You say even prostitutes got a life. They got a mother. They got a this. They got a that. Everybody passed by the girl's place till it was a journalist that went was doing investigative work. They went and told the mama, and even the police was sluggish to go over there. But like, man, who that? Huh?
It's still a human.
She had it coming. She had it coming, man. She had it coming.
I disagree with that because you're still dealing with a human life,
It happened, man. It happened. The mother went on TV and said, even a Rari girl, even the prostitutes got a life. So nobody don't think down on. They look down on you. They look really down on you, man.
My brother, you know what I mean? Yeah, you have to make a living. You have to make a living.
Yeah, but they look down on you, and like you can't, like some of those girls, they try to get a life. They're trying to stay out of that life, and they're trying to be serious. Woo! One thing about Africa, to label you see, we got all these labels, witches. If you're a witch or you practice voodoo, juju or voodoo, or what, all these people got bad reputations. Witches, prostitutes. Once they gave you one label, in Africa they got a group thinking. Once they one person around there, hey, this girl X, Y, and Z, to prove yourself. out of that. That's why even in America, when I see some of these girls trying to date a white, I say, remember, you got to go back to Africa. I say, you doing that, you got to go back there. In fact, even kids, this is how bad like Sierra Leone is. When you have a kid with a white girl, you know what they tell you? If you have a good friend who pull you to the side and be like, bruh, you sure that baby is yours? And you can huff and puff all you want, and even want to get into a fight. But they'll tell you why the baby don't look like you. Because in Sierra Leone, our kids look like our grandparents or our parents. You have to have some kind of feature in you that looks like your grandparent or your parents. Something, or somebody in the family. Somebody, just wanted to say, well, okay, there's a validation test that, okay, this kid is really your kid. No DNA, no nothing. So you come with a white kid, they'll be like, bruh, you sure that's not a white man's son you carrying around? People get mad. People get in a fist fight. And don't let that kid go into a public school. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. You want to go out there and play soccer in a hot burning African sun? You know what they tell you? They say, man, take a break. They take you out the game. And you be like, no, I want to play.
I mean, he'll be a privileged kid's.
No, they take him out the game. You know what the coach said? You know what the coach will say?
Girls will like him, and everybody will look at him.
No. You know what the coach will say? In Sierra Leone, you know what the coach will say? They say you got to pass out. And you can hustle all you want. You can't handle the African sun. That means you know one of them. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, and we can handle the heat, and we can play soccer all day long. But the guys, he goes out there, he starts sweating. They'll be like, okay, I'm not responsible for you, man. You're a white man. I'm taking you out of the game. Which is
brother, is that how your folks treat a human being? The guy, he's at least 50% African.
Listen, they don't go by that. I'm telling you, bro. In school, they clown you. You run, they be like, man, let me check your skin, man. You red, bro. You sure you're gonna be out? You say, y'all pass that man, this man, white man, some water, man. He said, we're not responsible for you, man. You about to pass out on us. You're not one of us. You can't keep up with us. So the kids, those mixed race kids, they hate their lives. They hate
So someone like that, don't all the ladies want him?
Yeah, some ladies will want him, but we the boys tease him. You can't hang with us.
Well, I mean, Amar, all I'm gonna say that you're just a hater.
It's not me. It's everybody. Everybody. That's what they will say. I grew up in school. Listen, when you went to school, that's when every mixed kid that came into school end up hanging out with mixed kids because they clown him too much. So much that they make fun of him so much that it hate everything about being African. He'll just hang out with the mixed kids.
So you're bragging about how mean your people are to other black people or other people that are more biracial.
They don't consider, listen, mulattoes in Sierra Leone are considered white. If you're mulatto and you're a female, you got a flat butt, they say you got a white woman's butt. You don't have a black woman's butt.
What if I come there to Sierra Leone with a sexy red bone? They're gonna think that she's white?
If they come with a sexy red bone?
Yeah, like color. You always talk about a red bone.
Okay. Yeah. The nice ones will keep it to themselves. But the people that are open about it be like, if you want to eat African food, they ask you sure you ready for African food? So we're not responsible for your life, man.
Yeah, it's funny how our folks are, man, because it's like one of those things where, like, Kala, you ever been anywhere with like a sexy fine red bone and everybody like hating on you?
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, I did. My last girlfriend.
I've been there. What is it, brother? Amar, we both have the same situation. What is it, Amar? What's up with all this colorism things like this, y'all? I mean, because you're like, oh, they're not 100% black and all these other things.
I'm telling you, man.
I mean, are you blaming the victims? I mean,
I'm not blaming the victims.
If they're a victim, I mean,
These
It's not like
guys,
it's supposed to be that way. I mean, it's like
people that we went to school together, man.
their parents mixed, and now
Their
they're
dad, one dad is one is wife. The woman is Russian. She was teaching ballet lessons in Sierra Leone, right? They call her Mrs. Luba.
somebody knocked her up.
Professor Johnson, Wilshire Johnson, right?
He was giving it to Johnson.
I'm telling you, man. Then the other Americans, one the other boy used to run, so the girls would make fun of him to say he wanted to run barefoot. You see what I'm saying? Because in Sierra Leone, they say if you really want to be a real track star, run barefoot. Don't run with spikes. You see what I'm trying to say? Then you really a Sierra Leonean. So the guy went out there and said he was a real Sierra Leonean. So he was running a 400-meter race. And when he was done, everybody was like, God damn, bro, you too red, man, to be
You're telling me your people are very prejudiced.
They are very prejudiced. So the guy
or in a modern day terminology, we'll just say that you guys are hating on the red bone brother because he's gonna get all the women.
Yeah, listen, they're making fun of you at the same time they're prejudiced. You see what I'm trying to say? You eating African food, and they take a good look at you. They be like, bro, you sure you're supposed to be eating that?
They go color. You can easily be looked at as no, you're not that light. You're brown skin, but color. I mean, is that what people gonna judge us on? Our complexion, how dark, how light we are.
The bottom line is, like I said, man. I'm like this, man. I seen people black as they say. I consider myself blacker than most people because of what's inside me and shit, And I'm like this, all that stupid colors, stuff like that. Look at Malcolm X, right? Malcolm X, black through and through. That's the case, man. Somebody like Malcolm X, oh man, you too light skin, you too light skin. Like that's stupid stuff. We gotta let that shit go. It's what's in the person's heart. What they believe in about the continent, man. You be turning down your next Bill Gates, your next, whatever,
No, listen, he can come in as Bill Gates, he can do what he want to do. But on the side, it's just jokes. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you want to, particularly like politics and whatever, somebody like that mix want to get into politics and they'll be like, man, look at this white man. You may just sit your ass down there somewhere. White man like you.
Why so many Africans love Obama? That's what I don't get. Why they love Obama so much? He was mixed race and everything like that, And Africans like, oh, we got an African president and all this stuff like this. They love Obama though.
Listen, anytime an African listen, Obama is not real African because the expectations of Africans is different. When you have a real true blood, let me say a continental, because Obama was raised in America. When you have a continental African that rise to that position, you understand what I'm saying? Everybody depends on you. Your expectations are high. Oh, I got a brother such and such in a high position. Now he'll open doors for us. He'll make things better for us. You see what I'm saying?
Right? Or were they wrong?
Yeah, they were wrong. They were disappointed.
Africans Obama deported when not,
Yeah, but that's the expectation. Anytime you see any African, y'all diasporans, but if y'all get into any position of influence and you get approached by Africans, they're looking at you from that perspective. If I could get this man to see my way and help my people or help me out on such and such, that'd be good. I got somebody in there that I could talk to. That's from me. That's part of me. You see what I'm trying to say? That's how you want.
Is that how we get these king and prince and chief titles?
No, that's by blood. It was always there. Before the British.
What do you think about somebody? What do you think about the RJ Marty situation, Amara? This guy, light skinned dude, they made him a chief in Senegal, you know, and stuff like that, you know, and a point I'm trying to make is about something that bothers me, right? Is the fact that in Liberia, right, for example, right? I've seen situations where I had to freaking debate people and whatnot. You know, they say, well, the African Americans are not pure African blood and everything. So they like Ware, right? Because he's a son of the soil and everything like that. He's son of the soil. And everything. With son of the soil, that means that he's unmixed, he's very dark skinned and everything like that. So they believe that he's a true African and everything like that. And everybody else is just have other ancestry and so that stupid stuff they propagate. Is that progressive? Is that any, you know, what does that do?
You see, this is the thing about these people. You know why they say because they're in the majority. You see what I'm trying to say? Like when you guys go, you guys are in the minority. That's why I said, like the people in Freetown, Sierra Leone, they had to make, when they were creating the Constitution, they had to make so many laws that protect not only them, but any future generation like you guys or your grandkids that want to come to their way are protected. You see what I'm trying to say? Because that's the problem. Even in Sierra Leone, it's a problem. They tell the descendants that they're not from there. They came. You see what I'm trying to say? So that is there because then they tell them they're not African because their culture is not African. Okay. Their culture is your culture. Maroon, Nova Scotian, United States. That's why they got their culture together, the culture they practice.
Let me ask you a question about culture. Let me ask you a question about culture. I got to get off in a minute. Check us out. Culture is dynamic, right? Do you mean to tell me that if a person lives outside of Africa, right? Africa is not defined by race, you know? And I do believe, and let me say this right, this is a real serious problem with the whole discussion and everything, is that we tie blackness to a struggle, you know, and power, right?
That's true.
And a lot of Africans, you know, on the continent, indigenous Africans don't do that, right? They like this. It's like, to me, let me say this, right? And tell me what you think, right? They never had the experience of dealing with white people, right?
Sure. That's true.
They have the luxury of be like, oh, I'm African, I don't have to do anything right there. But I noticed, like a lot of Liberians, when they lived in America for a little while, right? The mindset changed, you know? Yeah. They're like, you know, what's going on, O'Shea? So I'm saying like this, so that mindset changes once they come to the new world and they experience racism and they experience how the socialization or something like that. Their kids get uninvited from a party. Their kids get called the N-word and stuff like that. So that basically like this. So when they go back to Liberia, they're like a little more conscious about race. But unfortunately, like the majority of people still on the ground, like, you know, like, well, a true Liberian is, you know, this. And they're like, yo, I'm still a Liberian, but the only thing difference is that I'm having experience, you know? There's no, basically, just because you eat cassava and jollof rice or whatnot, does not make you more African than somebody who may lived in the United States and ate cheeseburger. You know?
Okay, let me answer the question. And, yes, that's true. That's true. You know why that is? Really and truly, let me tell you this. If people don't come to America, they really and truly do not know anything about the Black struggle. If you take the curriculum about what they teach about slavery in the schools, it's so watered down. It's so watered down that, like, when you hit me the question about slavery, I gotta sit back and think, when was the last time my teacher, any teacher, taught me anything about the slave trade. That's how far thinking. Now I gotta to satisfy you. Now I gotta rush and read a book and do something. But that's how it is. We so watered down. No. Let me finish. You see what I'm trying to say? As opposed to you guys that the education is so upfront that from when you young, when you're a kid, all the way to an adult, till you go down to your grave, you are taught that of the slave trade or your struggle as a black man. Our education system is not like that. Our parents don't teach us anything like that. They say, yeah, once upon a time there was slave trade, and that's it. That's why you stop. So when I'm in a conversation with you, you so far ahead that I'm giving you a blank expression, because now this man is talking about X, Y, and Z, and I can't relate, and I can't say anything, because I got to think, when was the last time any teacher taught me anything about the slave trade, and how detailed was it? You see what I'm trying to say? Most people draw a blank.
Let me ask you a question about that. Now, me personally, like I said, I wasn't born a slave, right? But I know that was my ancestors, right? And I'll give you another example, right? When I heard about the story about King Leopold, right, and 10 million Congolese killed, right, that does something to me. I want to understand the worldview of Africans, where something like the transatlantic slave trade is like, oh, that happened to them, right? Not happened to us. How come they don't have a sense of, they call Africans, say we're Africans, right? But they have no real empathy for the people that were victims of this transatlantic slave trade, you know? And I'm saying to myself, we as Africans, we're racial conscious because we live in the West, but I still don't understand how you look at other people, right? You got people in let's say one part of China, right? And when the Boxer Rebellion happened in the northern part of China, they still felt some sort of connection because it was their country, their country. And so, but why is Africans don't have that same, okay, wow, people went through slavery and everything like that. That's us that went through slavery. They don't see themselves as a collective African, but yet they always call themselves African. It seems like the African identity is something that came out of slavery, to the victim.
Okay, let me answer this question. When you say that problem, I just told you the education system is so watered down. With you guys, your emphasis on being black and your struggle and where you came from is airtight. You see what I'm trying to say? The education system is thoroughly taught. I'm telling you, in history class, you might have one class about slavery. You see what I'm trying to say? Let me answer. I'm answering the question. You just gave me the question. You know what I'm saying? The education system does not emphasize the slave trade, just like every other thing that happened in Africa. You see what I'm trying to say? It's so watered down that it's not thinking in my memory. Like when you ask me anything about the slave trade, I gotta think far back when any teacher taught me anything, because that's how little they teach us about it. And secondly, the history is more immediate. You see what I'm trying to say? What happened to the people that are presently in Africa? If you want that, there's more emphasis on that. You see what I'm trying? The tribes and where they got their backgrounds and their kingdoms or whatever. There's more emphasis on that than there's emphasis on the slave trade. You see what I'm trying to say? So if I don't interact with you, people, continental Africans, they'll never come to America and they'll never interact with you. You see what I'm trying to say? It goes like that. And then secondly, since they teach you a little of it, so this generation, they came up with like, well, that thing happened like every other thing else in Africa. That happened a long time ago. And with like every other thing else in Africa, well, it happened a long time ago, and we're dealing with what we're dealing with today. You know, that thing happened to those people back then. That's the attitude we got towards it. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying is from a human point of view, right? Do Africans see themselves as like if I look at a thing, you see that people that look like you are packed on slave ships. So how does Africans feel about that? Are they angered by that? Or they're just like dismissive? You know, what is the general attitude?
Personally, I'll tell you. Personally, okay, I feel bad about it. 1, 2, and that affected me because I was close to Black Americans in all this time I've been here.
So if you never came to America, you telling me if you learned about the slave trade?
I'm very close, and this is what I struggled with. I'll tell you my own personal struggle. Okay, like I find between the Black man and the Black woman is more forgiving of me than the Black man. The Black man in America is never forgiving of me, and it shows in every aspect. Like I'll be at work, I'll be the hardest working. I'll go all out for a Black supervisor. Okay, this happened to me several times. Or I know the little leagues that my kids join. I go all out for the team. I do all the extras. But you know, the only person that gives me any kind of break or go by my action is the Black woman. The Black woman consciously in the back of her mind is like, yeah, they give me the side eye. Yeah, these people, they're trying to come close, but they sold us into slavery. But I go by this man's action. Maybe he's different from his ancestors. With a Black man,
because I never in my life.
Listen, this is a personal experience, bro. I'm telling you.
You sure you're not making this up, Amari? You sure you're not making this up?
I'm not making it up. I'm not making it up. There are 2 black Americans, man, that one just passes away. R.I.P. to Jazz Johnson, a brother of mine. We went to college together. You see what I'm saying? It was the only one of we started working together till he was when he was going in to apply for a supervisor position. Just because of the way things were in North Carolina at the time. I said, no, I don't see myself as a supervisor. I'm over Black men, and the head is there. That, well, you look at this African, whatever. You over us? I'm not going to work as hard for you, X, Y, and Z. Okay, let me finish. Okay, that brother was one of the few brothers that treated me like a real brother. In 27 years, I deal with over thousands of brothers. It's always one thing after the other. Okay? I'm not going to let that. There was one time somebody worked less as hard as me, and they gave him a promotion over me just because I'm African. Yes, it happened because somebody pulled me to the side and be like, who, African? He gonna be over us? Hell no. These motherfuckers, they sold us and this, da, 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 da. I get that a lot. The women, let me finish. My best time in America with Black American people, period, was with the women. The women are the only ones I take out that treated me.
What about the white folks? What about the white folks? Don't the white folks treat you better?
The only women, no. I never did. Listen.
Don't you like white people?
When I left Africa, and when I was in America, I'm not attracted to white people. You know why? Why I like Black people? Why I always hang around Black people? Is because
We're cool.
A white man is not going to take, I can be the hardest working man in this company. And a white man that's lazy is going to get a promotion ahead of me. So I hate that culture. I'm never stupid. I'm never that stupid. I mean to the black people because we have things in common. What we have in common, we could be the hardest working people out there, and we don't ever get a promotion.
Absolutely,
so I have
brother.
that.
I think
I
most of
have
us
that
been there.
commonality with them. You see what I'm trying to say? But within us, a black man was my biggest enemy. It was always. I'm telling you, everything.
Because I mean, Amari, when you're approaching our brothers, you can't be stuck up, man. Like you, like some kind
of. I'm not stuck up. It's not stuck up, bro.
Like
bro.
I'm the most
the most down-to-earth man you ever meet. I'm the most hardest-working man. I go the extra mile. I do everything extra.
What's the definition of hard working? You get it.
What I mean?
You just out there, yes sir, boss, yes sir, master, and just going to work.
No, give me a task. I go above and beyond.
Things.
Okay, that's one. 2, I volunteer. 3, I go the extra mile.
And
I don't ask for money.
Basically, what you're saying is,
listen. I don't ask for money.
So you do a lot of ass kissing.
I used to give it to a black man I worked for. I cut that shit. I cut it out. One black supervisor, female supervisor I had. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, she moved. Our team had the best performance. I was part of that team in North Carolina. We were number 2, 3 in the region. She got promoted, and when she got promoted, she said, I'm not leaving you. I said, no. I said, I'm not gonna call her name. I said, yeah, I'm not gonna call her name because I have too much respect for her.
Oh wow! Did it go down like that?
She said, you're part of my team. She said, you don't ask for a raise. You don't ask for money. You go to listen. You go the extra mile.
I want to hear what he's gonna say about what you did for him.
You do the extras to make the team survive. You see what I'm trying to say? So when she was getting a promotion,
you're like an MVP then.
Listen, when she was getting a promotion, this thing, I read the tea leaves, bro. Listen, there are plenty of times promotions came up. I turned it down. You know why? Because I see myself, I don't see people going the extra mile for me because I'm African. I don't see, first of all, they don't understand you. You see what I'm trying to say? You came from somewhere else. And then you run the show, they give you the bare minimum. The bare minimum. Okay? The bare minimum. Okay, you see what I'm trying to say? I turned down a lot of supervisor positions because of that. I can't
say this. It's the same thing if somebody like myself, I came down to Virginia from New York, right? I got, like I said, because I got here in Virginia, right? If you were not born here, right? The first grade or kindergarten, you were always outsider. I tell you what, I could count the number of black friends I've made in the state of Virginia. I've been here for 32 years, It's like that. I'm an outsider, they don't, I'm from New York, so that's.
But Amar saying situation is different, I'm saying he's a black man from Africa.
Yeah,
and then other black men that be hating on him.
And going down to the South, whatnot, I have friends, let me tell you something. I have friends that went to Winston-Salem College, right, and you know what happened to them right now? It was so bad, right? They had to leave and go to Norfolk State because of guy drove them out, and fight everything. New York. Not African Americans.
I don't know how you echoing, but you're echoing.
I'm giving you my personal experience. The thing with a black woman supervisor, a black woman does not. I'm telling you, bro. A black woman supervisor was my best supervisor in America because she go by your action.
I thought you did something. I thought you did something for her.
Huh?
I thought you did something special for her.
No, I had three black supervisor females that I had that I worked for, that I went the extra mile and I got the reward for it. Do you see
So
what I'm
you're like a hopeless romantic then. You talk about black females. So
Yeah,
you're not a
yeah,
super
yeah, listen,
top
married women respect. Listen. When I go to my job, I do my job. I excel at my job. I'm not in there fraternizing. Okay.
Fraternizing.
Okay, I'm not in there fraternizing. Okay, I'm not in there fraternizing. I'm telling you how the black woman treat me and how the black man treats me in America. I never had a problem with no black women in America. The best thing I take out of black America is black women. You see what I'm saying? They're the ones that the best of times, that even when I didn't want my promotion, you know what the lady say? She say, "You're part of my team. If I get moved up, you're gonna go with me because I'm not passing you over to somebody else's team after we don't did all this hard work and build a team together. So you gotta take a promotion." Yes? Because it got to the point that I'm telling you, I don't bend over backwards. People tell me, bro, they say, "Woo, look at that dude right here, he African, he's trying to apply for promotion. You're a dumbass African. Come on, you don't even speak English and shit. You want a promotion out here? You think we're gonna work for you? Look at this, bruh. I don't got it all, bruh. I'm telling you, that's why black women, when it comes to black America, if I say anything bad about black, I make an exception for black American women. Because they're the only ones that really did me a world of good over here, bruh. That I can count on. They go by your actions.
It's seriously,
you know, even when I'm in a relationship with some, we talk out everything, by everything, slavery, everything. And you know, they go by your action. We're like, well, okay, your ancestors did that to us, but I'm gonna see what you do. You see what I'm trying to say? A black man.
Did somebody pay you? Huh? I mean, did somebody pay you? Because, I mean, I'm trying to see your agenda. Did somebody pay you or something?
Pay me for what?
Like, I mean, did Omar Johnson pay you to come on this platform?
Oh, man, nobody pays me, but I got my own money, man. Listen, I'm telling you facts, my experience. My personal experience.
You sound like you're working with Omar Johnson.
Listen, that's the problem with you guys. You don't listen. When people try to explain their own experience, you're not listening. I'm telling you. The black women supervisors were my best supervisors in America, bro. Best supervisors. You know, the black man supervisor, you see what I'm saying? A lot of things I was the hardest working guy, and I had to find out things late. I was the last one to know. Motherfuckers that didn't do shit or do half of what I did just because they was black.
So are you like one of the guys that they call a simp?
A what?
A simp.
What you mean simp? It's not a simp. Listen, I work for listen, bro. This is real talk. This is real talk. I'm happily married man. I got a wife at home. I don't need no woman in no street or no corporate job. I'm telling you facts. When I want to move up, this the things I went through. Two brothers. I'm telling you, the guy R.I.P. to Jazz Johnson was to him and one other dude, Earl Thomas. Well, the only two black people, all the supervisors I ever had, they were real brothers to me. Real brothers. When they look at me, they didn't look at who African, who black, who nothing. Whatever I deserve, they gave to me. They say, bro, you go all out for us, bro. We're not going to shit you. Other people were shitting me, bro. I'm telling you. Is this real talk? The black women supervisors were the ones that be like, oh, man.
As soon as you get a break.
Huh?
Yeah. Other people. Why is this thing doing feedback?
What's going on?
Yes, I was saying let Jughead want to interject. Go ahead, Jughead.
Thank you. It's not the Amari's show. Amari's situation is fascinating, but it's not the Amari's show. It's not the Amari's show. focus on the topic.
Yeah, I apologize, Amar. We have to mute you because while we're talking, when your line is open, it's feedback for some strange reason. But go ahead, Jughead.
Thank you. If I can answer Carly asked an important question, which I might answer. Carly asked a very important question about why Africans from the continents don't have the same cohesion that other ethnic groups do. Like, I've only been to Africa 5 times, so you probably know Africa more better than I do. But let me give an example of color. Look at China and Nigeria. Give 2 examples. In Nigeria, there was a city in the 19th century that the British evil scum burnt down. It's bigger than London. The dimensions were humongous. Okay. The same period in China, there was a city that I think they call it the Silver City that the British destroyed. The Chinese say, never forget. Did you hear me? China say, never forget. Nigerians forget. That's the difference. China has good leadership, which means that they never forget. They have actually this 100 years plan, one step at a time. They think centuries ahead. We don't. The Chinese never forget. We forget. That's why we keep getting fucked over. The Chinese, Bomani, colour. The Boxer Rebellion. You think the Chinese have forgotten the Boxer Rebellion? You think they've forgotten? They're not forgotten. They're just biding their time. You think Japan have forgotten Hiroshima and Nagasaki? They're not forgotten. They're just biding their time. You think, Carl, you think Japan have forgotten Hiroshima and Nagasaki? You think they're forgiven that? They're not forgotten. They're just biding their time. Americans, they have allies. America has no allies. All the allies think they have India, Japan, South Korea, South America. When the BRICS actually get set up, they will turn on America. America has no allies. Trust me. Everyone forgets, except we're the only people that forget. That's why we keep getting fucked over. Everyone else remembers their atrocities and they plan to avenge them at the right time. That's the difference between them and us. They plan for their vengeance. We don't. So,
hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Greetings, Amar. We can hear you.
Okay. Like I was so these are some of the deep-seated problems, you know, we have. Like Kyla was saying, like when you go to Liberia, people look at you as not a son of the soil. They got that prejudice though. I'm not gonna lie, you know.
So stuff like Liberia, they do is something. They do what's there and everything. You know, but it still bothers me that there's still people. Oh yeah, you know, you're not a true Liberian. You was born in America. Don't hold that against me. You know, and I'm in Liberia to do good. You know, and we're trying to do some major changing in the country and bring this energy to the country and everything. Look at that, you know, and I know there's always going to be people, and I know it's all rooted in, like I said, I agree with you on the panel, it's all rooted in poverty, you know. If Africa was industrialized and everybody had a middle class and people had money, everything, do you think we'd be arguing over stupid who's the true son of the soil and all that? No. As long as Africa is mired in mediocrity, it's always going to be like this. It's always going to be this back and forth.
correct.
You know, and Asians said
let me stop you for a second, Kala. Amara, your mic, I don't know what's wrong with your system, but as soon as you unmute yourself, it's it starts scratching with all of us. So whatever you're doing there, I don't know. I mean, first you don't show your picture, then now you seem like you're on some kind of network, probably reporting us or something. I mean, I don't know.
It's a cyber attack.
Amari, you may have to either turn yourself or speakerphone or something, or but yes, that's why I keep on muting you. But go ahead, Jughead.
Who's this A86 Lyle? He says Jughead's an FBA wannabe. He called me a colonizer. Let us tomorrow the real Africans speak and whatnot. You know, we're talking about Africa. This is another thing that bothers me. We're talking about African unity, blackness and everything. It seems like we're the real Africans. I'm not saying Omar's not, but I'm saying is Africans should be, like I said, defining Pan-Africanism. Africans should be about, thing, And so, yeah, you're a tribalist. You're a tribalist. All you tribalists and everything. You guys, there's another thing about the tribals. Let me say this, and I really got to get off, right? The tribalists in Africa, right? They don't even see Africa developing where they could be. This guy probably is somewhere in the UK or America or something like that, and he doesn't even see the fact that any sort of unity we're talking about is good for the continent. They don't even see it like that. They don't even see past it. And then also, Bomani, this makes me tell you, go back to the discussion about last night. We talked about Egypt, right? When you see Dubai, you could see ancient Persia. You know what I'm saying? When people could put things, the difference aside and everything, and build a Singapore, you see the majesty of ancient China, right? When you see Japan was always like a feudal province, but the fact of the matter is Japan drew a lot from Chinese culture and everything. You see the manifestation of that, and what they have right now. They figured things out, and like this. When you see Africa, right, and you see the fact that cities are not developed and everything like that, the majority of people can't live on the grid and stuff like this, and how can we basically claim Egypt, the greatest civilization the world's ever seen, when you don't see the manifestation in our lives? So
what's up with all this hate, Kala? What's up with all this hate?
I don't want you people like you, Colin. I love you too, bro.
But finish what you say, man. I want to cut you off, man.
What I'm saying is you don't have a version of the A686 Lilo in Japan, right? You don't have that in any other culture but the black race, right? And this is a race that claims to civilize Europe. We went to Europe, the Moors. We were Moors. We weren't Moors. But we say we're Moors. We taught them how to bathe. We have like this, like that. But
it sounds like a good story too.
We taught them how to bathe. We civilized Europe. We taught them civilization, everything like that. Then why the fuck are we so backwards? Why are we can't even agree that we should put differences aside to build a continent? And other races of people do that. The Emirates, all the Emirates people put their differences aside and look what you have. Look what you have. Everywhere there's no black people, right? People figure things out, and you see modern cities, metropolises, and everything like that. You see banks. I want to see the one country in Africa where you see a business district, a stock exchange where people go. I want to see the professional class going to and from doing international trade and banking. It does not exist on the continent. And I'm saying to myself, why is that? If we claim to build civilization, we claim that yeah, we do love continental Africans, right?
Yeah, who's this goofball?
I don't know. We do love. What we don't like is mediocrity, ignorance, and backwardness. I'm never gonna. You don't get me to embrace your backwardness. I'm never gonna do it. And that's the conflict that we had in Liberia. One group of people said, "Look, we could take on the modern world. If we take on education, everything, we could build a modern world." And then some people like this. Why? Because they basically understand that the white man's always going to be in power. The only group of people, 2 billion black people on the planet, right? And we have no military, no industry, no steel industry, no anything right here, And we're going to pass that on to the next generation.
Hello.
Yeah. Am I coming? But you finished before Amari comes in. So you finished, Carla?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Thank you. Yeah. Just that guy that sent the message to you, calling you a hater. See, whenever we show self-pride, those markers always want to tear us down. Everyone else is about to show national pride except us. For some reason, that says seen as a threat. For some reason, it always amazes me that everyone else is meant to be perhaps nationalistic and proud, but except us. We're seen as dangerous. We express self-pride. So once you get the
colonizer, I'm a colonizer.
Yeah. So North Korea have nukes, and we can't have nukes. We've been under siege for 3,000 years. We've been murdered in Tasmania, Middle East, Australia, all over Asia, Thailand, Philippines, all black, Japan, China, all black, and now North Africa, we've lost. But we can't have nukes. We're the most, of all people on the planet, we deserve the nukes the most. We've undergone the last 2,000 years. Anyone should have nukes, should be us. not Britain or France or America, should be us. That's number one.
I propose a coordinated shipping commission. They don't have to buy ships. They could contract out with independent carriers and everything to carry goods up and down the coast of Africa and everything like that. That will alleviate the idea of using Europeans to broker and trade for them. That will save Africa billions in revenue as far as shipping, you know. But first,
who benefits?
Huh?
Of the billions of dollars that are saved, who benefits?
Well, the governments, you know, you could take that money and build infrastructure.
There you go again. You don't understand.
Do you know Africa, because we don't have coordinated shipping and stuff like
that? Listen, Kala.
$100 billion a year is lost on the continent.
Kala. This is where you go wrong again. I'm telling you. The people that signed the paper got a vested interest.
We need to change that.
Well, how you change that? I'm telling you, the thing is systematic. You can change all the politicians you want and bring in fresh set of politicians. The system is still the same. It's a saying in Africa, where the tie the cow, that's where he eats. Listen, when you get a promotion, somebody brought you over there. You got to compensate that person. That person, somebody brought him over where he is. The other person got to get compensated. It's a vested interest thing. Nobody's going to sign. Listen, I'm telling you, if you run into any government or politician, anybody that works in the government or politician, and ask them what do Africa need, they give you a nice story of what Africa needs, just like what you said, and what action they are going to take, blah, 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 blah. You see what I'm saying? That's the same face. Behind the scenes, they do something completely different.
Am I coming? Are you finished?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, we've heard, Amari, we know you're correct. If that's the case, then I'll tell you what, if that's the case, and I think you're right, what we have to do, what will have to happen then is that when we build Afrikstan, we'll be a separate, we'll come to Africa and en masse, with our resources, build out Epcots, build out Dohas, and if anyone tries to intervene, we'll take you out. Blood. Listen, I'll be careful what I say. I don't want to get Bomani disbanded. What's the word? Flagged. Blood will listen. In India and China, before they united, blood was spilled on the streets. India had over 5,000 different ethnic groups. Before we now have only 3 main ones. China had 1,000 different ethnic groups. Then there are 3 main ones now, because one had the nationalistic struggles. Those Luddites had to be put aside. Now, what you're describing now is that Ludditism that you put aside. If blood will flow, the blood will have to flow, because I'm telling you now, Brother Amari, that toxic situation, what you described, cannot remain forever. It can't go perpetuity. It cannot.
Okay, let me say something. You the people that let me intervene.
Brother, I'm not finished yet. I know you're not better now. You're not better now. You put the constants. You're better now. I've been there 5 times. You're African born.
Jugget, go ahead and finish up. Amara, let Jugget just explain all the way, please.
Yeah, I'll be good. So go, Bomani. What are you saying?
No, saying for him to let you just talk and explain yourself without cutting you off.
Thank you, Bomani. Thank you, Bomani. Yeah, I was saying, Amari.
Well, I apologize. Finish.
We're family here. Family's a scoreboard. That's natural. See, my brother. You see, what you're saying is we're not scared what you say. What you're saying is 200% correct. We know that. That's why we need to have an Afrikstan, because what you're saying is if we go a single and try to change it individually, it's not going to happen. You're right, because corruption is endemic. So therefore, we need to outside come as numbers, build the Afrikstans, and build a country from inside Africa, then when people see that example of excellence and modernity, that will change it. That's what happened. You're right.
Okay. You said yes and no. What you said is what we too are thinking on a small level, small scale level. What is needed in Africa is what is called sanctuary cities. You know what a sanctuary city is? A sanctuary city is when 100% locals or diasporans or whatever that benefit. You understand what I'm saying? They are the trailblazers in the place and everything else. But you know what you need to do is play a balancing act. You know what a balancing act is, right? The politician is gonna say, "Yeah, that's true. You did a good job." But you know something? For every sanctuary city you build, on the other cities, Chinese are gonna get the contracts. So in the presentation is, okay, we're doing good for our people. Bomani and Juggernaut, and then look at an example of what we're doing good. You're helping the African politician. But at the same time, we have to maintain international trade. We have to invite international investors. That international investor aspect of it, which is Chinese, whites, and all those other people that have FDI, which is foreign direct investment, is not going anywhere. All you can do is build sanctuary cities, and then on one hand, you can recruit and treat the locals better when they work for you in just US standards. Okay? 8-hour work shifts, breaks, you have sick days and all that. All the things like imported directly from the US. You can implement them and pay a minimum wage. All those things, you can do that. Okay? So where you win is when these Chinese and whites and Lebanese maltreat the locals that work for them, where they're running to, they're running to you. But right now, as it is, even if you don't want to work for a Lebanese, where are you running to? There's no alternative. There's no sanctuary city. Do you see where I'm coming from? That's why when we do stuff in our kingdom, we submit a budget to the regional office. We submit everything we need. Out of their whole budget, they might fund 2 items. So what do? We're gonna sit like, why these people in it? No. That's why we sell our palm oil. We have investments in other areas where we can, for example, we just were done with a book drive. We did a book drive for the kids in the school. Okay. We also did a food drive, an outreach kind of program to where the school system can survive the year. All that is independent of what any government can do for you. That's how you win in Africa. You want to do something? Go ahead and do it. You see what I'm saying? Sanctuary. We all say that. Even my dad, a PhD in political science, said the same thing. Sanctuary cities. But until they exist, and to give the local that is being maltreated by the Lebanese or Indian or whites an alternative for where he can run to, that is going to continue. And the politicians are never going to stop. You see, the politicians, this is a sad truth. Okay? And the politicians. Your DNA, your history, your everything else does not put you in a special category. You're out there just like Chinese and Indians and everybody else. Okay? You want to invest, there's one rule. There's not a special diaspora law that caters to your needs. The only laws that are available are for everybody else. Okay? That's the way they see things. Where you win is get with the locals. Okay? The locals don't have the upper hand. But these same ideas you got, they want somebody to fund it. You fund it and build sanctuary cities that the only people you hire are locals. Okay? The only people you hire are locals. That's why my dad, RIP to him, all the times people went to our land trying to even I'm telling you, Israeli guy, I'll find the article for you. An Israeli guy came over there and one of my uncles died. And you know what, the guy had some guts. There's gold on in our kingdom. You know what he said? He said before my uncle died, they gave him the exclusive right to dig up for gold. When we had passed a rule that we are not going to dig up our land because we don't have anything to pass on to the next generation, this guy took us to court. We had to go to court and drag the whole thing until we found out that the guy never had any kind of documentation. But that's how bold these people are. So if you don't have an alternative for people to run to, all this is just talk.
Right, you're correct. You're correct. But this is what we just talked though. We're going to test us. You're correct. We're on the same page. We're on the same page, bro. We're on the same page. Maybe we're different to get there. We're on the same page, my brother. What we're saying is, in the past, as to back up to Bomani's topic on the question, in the past, people not been genuine. That's why we've got there yet. We have to make sure us four and us going forward that we're not just talk. See, but by 2030, if we're still talking, we're full of shit. Let me put us on the side. I'll put us on the spot now. It's time now 2023. By 2030, we're going to put one Afrikstan there. By 2035, we're still talking, we're full of shit. Okay, Mari? Put me to the test. Okay, Mari, we got witnesses. We got Carla, Brother Carla, Brother Bomani. By 2035, we're not starting, at least the Eco-Atlantic, one more family for Nigeria, Eco-Atlantic. They at least started some shit, 20 years slow down, because still got Nigerians back on mediocrity, but at least they've got some structure there. But by 2035, Amari, if we're not built this structure, say, Brother Jughead, you're full of shit. Put me to the test. But in 30 years' time, if we're not started building something physically in Africa, you say, Brother Jughead, you're full of shit. Put me to the test.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this. Look at Bomani is doing something similar on a small scale. Okay, the vision is there. Okay, but that's just housing, maybe stores. It hasn't expanded to factories, whatever. You see, that is it. Even my dad was saying the same thing plenty times. Lack of funding. You think some clean people like my dad, they liked it? They despise Lebanese and white and other people. Plenty times, he and the American ambassador got into it. He had a quote. He had to teach him a couple of things. Like they sign certain things and look at it and say, oh, you miss X, Y, and Z. Because he's speaking to an African, they don't know nothing. You see what I'm trying to say? I'm telling you, there are people that will back you, but they need people not to just talk. Listen, and undercover kings, I mean, they're supposed to be neutral. They're supposed to be open to everybody. But personally, as somebody black that wants to help the community, his immediate community, you see what I'm trying to say? They're going to back you all the way. Once you come to their kingdom and you develop it and you make the people their benefits, they're backing you all the way. But according to law, they can't be too vocal about it. They say fairness across the board. The same way you treat the Lebanese, Indian, whatever, that's the way you're supposed to treat anybody else.
Right.
But outside of the law, they could put you to the side and let you know. Huh?
I agree with you. That was a good Jughead, Bomani. It's daylight's coming up. I gotta go. I gotta get to bed. You know, it's getting up here. You know, 6.5 hours. We had a good show. You know, I'll see you guys later. I gotta get some sleep. I'm about to fall asleep. But yeah, good conversation,
brother Kala, as usual, brother. Always good connecting with you and
continue on.
And Amara and Jughead, if you want to continue, guys can continue. And Kala, connect with you later. And that's our good brother Kala. Jughead, continue.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, I'll say long because I know over here, right now in the UK, it's daylight. It's 10:50. It's still in the morning. I'm at work. I'm doing an extra shift. I'm at work, so I'm okay. I'm at my sleep. But Amari, I don't know where you are, brother, but I'll keep it long because I have things to do. But yeah, Amari, you're correct. See, we're not naive. We know that in Africa you got to do business. Back in, pass the envelope. We know that. But we know, but that's okay because we have to. You're right, Mario, you're correct. We can't just be with rhetoric. Talk is cheap. We have to come with money now, investments. Because that's what you're right. That's what they do. Lebanese or whatever the Chinese, they come with money. That's when they get influence. They come with the billions to invest with their projects. That's how they get things done. We haven't done that. In the UK, for instance, we've been talking. UK last 5 decades ain't built shit. UK blacks are useless. I'm telling you now, brother Amari, American black women here is opposites. A black American women, a few over here, they've been fine. So I've never been to America. I've been to America once. So I don't know black America that well. I've only been there once. But women people in the UK, they're useless.
I'm telling you.
Useless.
I'm telling you. That's why it's the difference between wishful thinking and reality. Even some politicians might be wishing for you to do. It's not all the time they want to deal with Lebanese and Indians. Truth to be told, but they look over. You can't say things out in the open, but they're looking towards people, diasporans, to give an alternative, and it's not there. It's not there, bro. You know how many times how much times I sacrifice, like for our kingdom and our land, things that luxuries I could have had over here. Just because of the way that, every time I get reminded at work, you see what I'm trying to say? And then when I get my money, instead of spending it luxuriously, I reinvest in our land, in machinery, maybe bonuses for the workers, stuff like that. I mean, their kids, school fees, pay, some kind of scheme. We run it like that in appreciation, because I look at this place and I'm telling you, I stumped my growth in this place. Yeah, plenty of times I'm hesitant. People be like, man, you excel at this and that. I say, nah, that's not me. I pass. I pass. I pass on a lot of things. I buy the bullet, I get my money, I reinvest it back home. When it builds up, that's my raise right there. I wouldn't name my supervisor, but she was so proud of me. I never asked for money. Never. I go the extra mile. That's why she wanted me in our team so bad. And when she was moving up, she didn't want me to go to nobody else so bad because she can't find nobody like that. It was later when I was leaving, that's why I told her my secret. I said, you think I'm going to fight these white people for promotion? I invest my money back home. When it builds up, I withdraw. Anything I need money, I withdraw. That's how you win. You see what I'm trying to say? That's how you win. But I'm telling you, Black Americans, to get them over that hump, the trust factor, to believe in what you're saying half the time, it's so far. I mean, I'm telling you. That's why I was telling Bomani earlier about reaching out to diasporans. Listen, I had a secure income with a job over here. Paid my bills, took care of my family. I invest my money into our family property. It's yielding money. You see what I'm trying to say? So if I come close to anybody who wants to go to Africa and I give you free advice, it's because I like you. Or I like the fact that you're doing something like that. Diasporans don't take advantage of that. Most of these guys are set in America that got businesses over there. They're set. They don't need nobody for nothing. They're set. Money's coming in, both in America and money coming in from Africa. real estate, farming, whatever they invest in. So they're not hungry for money or they don't want nobody's money. That's a big thing they're overlooking. Don't look at Africans, we're arrogant. Yeah, we talk trash talk, but that's why white people win, because they look past that. You see what I'm saying? You have some value that I want, you know, but I'm not gonna take things personal because we call each other names and that. No. You the one that's set up in Africa. I'm the one trying to go. You see what I'm trying to say? So I mean, I'm not forcing it on anybody, but there are people that come to you when they need you, then they disappear until they get into trouble, then they come to you again. You know? And anytime they do that, I think of how I get treated in America. Like I don't know much. Even though I went to school to get a degree, I don't know much. The government is just giving us jobs. They don't understand what we're saying. We got a strong accent. we don't know anything. Basically, it's a trend. So when you go to Africa, if you don't think the people are smart over here, when you go over there, you think the people are dumb too. I'm sorry to say that. But you're passing up the people that know their land. There are a lot of elite Africans over here. Elite. They send a lot of elite Africans over here. Me included. I'm telling you, listen, I'm not doing brag just because I say my uncle was a presidential candidate. My brother is the CEO of one of the biggest government banks. Okay? If I want to go into my real family, my dad was not only was he a professor, not only was he Deputy Secretary General of the Man River Union, he was a foreign minister for our country for 4 different administrations. My other uncle was a vice president. I got another uncle. Other uncle was the general of the military, the head of the military. I could go on and on and on. You know, my cousins and them that are well placed in different places that I can call on for favors. That's how Africans are connected. But it's hard. I mean, I don't do that for bragging reasons. That's why I don't show my face. I don't show my face. I get my brother into trouble. I get my cousins into trouble. They work hard to get to where they are.
Well, that's we're joking. We're not joking. Don't worry about that. We're joking about shows. We're joking. Look at AI. I'm joking. I'm the family joking. Look at AI. I'm joking. But yeah,
I'm just saying. There are plenty of African elites out here. And those are the first people that you approach. All they do is make phone calls, man.
Yeah. Well,
all the stuff that African Americans go over, get scammed, get this, none of that is going to happen.
Yeah, you're right.
If you just link with the African, okay, the arrogance and stuff and whatever, but they got a wealth of contacts.
Yeah. The problem with Amara is that blacks out in the West, particularly the UK, we're soft on sports. You see, what it will take for Africans to develop is that Africans must leave the comfort zone. First of all, like France, UK, Canada, US, leave them, come to Africa and spend 2-3 decades building their wealth. Black blacks are too selfish. That's a problem. That's a problem, you see. So ones like me who will do it are very, very small. I mean, that's 3-4 decades. I mean, go back to Africa. All here is talk. So I came across a BAIO 3 years ago. Came across a Bomani on YouTube. From a Kwaku who robbed him 2 years ago. We got in contact. I called him, emailed him, called him. Now next year we'll meet up physically. So like I said for Bomani, things I'm going to discuss. You got to discuss who plans on here because obviously this is their channel and this is their frequency. It's gonna be foolish to. So what we got to say, we say face to face. So I've got plans and ideas, which I'm going to say on the YouTube channel. That'd be foolish. You discuss your plans.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. You know, I could only talk about so much. I can't go into like details. I implicate people. You see what I'm trying to say? I implicate people, and I get a bad name in my family. You see what I'm trying to say? So,
what? Take it out.
Huh? No, I'm just saying. I mean, okay, this is an African thing. If your people, if your brother or your people in a high position, watch what you say.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what That's all I'm trying to say. That's why I don't show my face. I don't say too much. I don't. I say I talk in codes.
Yeah.
You see what I'm trying to say?
Brother. You're talking code. And on those
that's what I'm trying to say.
It is getting very late.
Okay.
Thing on. If you want to say final, give your final thoughts.
Now, final thoughts is
and
don't let the this. I'm sorry to say this, but don't think Africans don't know anything, or they don't have a wealth of contacts. Your assets is the Africans in America, UK, wherever. The only people that can afford for their people to study or live in America are the elite people, which they can draw a lot of experiences on from across the board. There are people that owe my granddaddy a favor. They do me favors because my granddaddy did good to them, so they could do good to their grandson. That's how Africa builds apathy, if that's the right word, apathy. You see what I'm trying to say? That's what we emphasize on that.
I want to say it's empathy.
Empathy, okay, empathy. So we do that a lot. So if somebody's well connected and well established, and is calling on people to do a favor for one of his friends or somebody he knows, he's calling on people that at one point in time that people helped get to where they are, and they owe a debt of gratitude. You see what I'm trying to say? There's no reason why diasporans should not link with the Africans in America or UK or Canada. Those are the people with wealth of contacts, well established. Rather than try to go it alone and get scammed and all this thing I'm hearing or scam, and then they're giving room to the scammers. There are people who jump on this Pan-African bandwagon that are not really Pan-African, but they got their own agenda, and they take advantage of this situation because they see the thing is tilted heavily on the diaspora's end. Some people go to Africa, they ain't even been there 5 years, now 3 years. Now they're telling people what to do, who to whatever. And they tend to believe that guy to be in 3 years than African in America that got all the contacts. I'm sorry to say, just because he's a diaspora, he's American or Caribbean or whatever, they believe him more, than the African. You see what I'm trying to say? That's all these people that prey on people. I watched the show, the situation that, there's no African coming in to validate this. These people do not believe in Africans opening the way for them. It's all a diaspora effort. So since nobody is going to expose me, I'm going to jump on this bandwagon. And it's bad for people like Bomani that goes all out. That's why I come to your show. The only reason I come to your show is because you do that. You went all out, you established something I could go to and see on the ground.
Well, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, that's the only reason I come out here. I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm out.
All right. My brother, Amara, appreciate you joining. And Jughead, brother, appreciate you joining also. If you have any final thoughts or anything you'd like to share, you can share it. And beyond that, and just closing us out.
Thank you. I'll keep it very short and concise. First of all, thank you for giving me the platform to events and sometimes to babble, fast. If I talk fast, sometimes I slow down. I know sometimes I talk fast. I do apologize. I'm on UK time. But yeah, I'm so frustrated about our situation because it can be remedied in two minutes. Bomani, you're a man of integrity. So's Amari. If you had more of us, we could build our black Chinas in 2 minutes. It would take 5 years. That's why I'm frustrated because the situation we're in, we shouldn't be in this situation. But don't worry, it will change, and it will change. It will change, man. It can't remain. It is imperative that we build our Afrikstans. It's not optional, it's imperative. If we don't, we lose Africa. If we lost Middle East, we lost North Africa. If we lose Sub-Saharan Africa, we're finished. We've been hemmed in slowly. Last few thousand years, we've been killed off slowly. In Tasmania, Australia, all over China, Thailand, Philippines. Those about for Indonesia. What's the power? What's that? And now North Africa. If we lose Sub-Saharan Africa, we're done. So build Africa is imperative. It's not optional, it's imperative, and we will do it. Bomani, no respect. Straight black pride, straight African pride. Love and respect. Take care.
Yes, my brother. Appreciate your energy, man. You take care, and we will connect back. So, family, we are closing for the night. Appreciate everyone joining us on another incredible live as we break it down and connect you in a world of Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. I'm going to close us out, with our theme music, Sons of Africa.
Sons of Africa, shining bright. the year 1957, the African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani Nkrumah, blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey.
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. There can have been cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, called the bird. A message and a lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Son, go the bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. It was a sun called for bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Sun called for bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return